scene, giving me ecstasy. Your glance is silently killing my heart.
Kissing your scarlet lips at night, caressing your hips are barely wide. I'm feeling high. I'll stare you forever. You are like how I need. Do you understand? Just your love for me. Do you understand? Your chest looks sunset pink, giving me ecstasy. Your cheeks look sunset pink upon my hand. Holding you on my sink, giving me ecstasy. Your glance is silently killing my heart. I'm feeling high. I'll stare you forever. Breathing your deepest breath at night, till dawn will be coming bright. I'm feeling high. I'll stare you forever. Let's go. You're just my type. That's what I like. 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 You're just my type. Switch. Tight, my type, my type. Tight, my type, my type. Hey. Tight, my type, my type.
nobody, party money long like I'm a. And you all sound the same, just got a different name. Original you play, rocking all your fancy chains, put all your bars in lane. You got nothing on me. Mind if I'm all of the smoke, like Maxine and Montage, or Tarzan, I'll show you the ropes. Like karma, you reap what you sow. When I'm vibing, it's a rapping. You can stop it when you wanna talk. I gotta block it. Gonna put it to the side. Put it to the side. Ain't no drama in my tribe when I'm dropping. And I'm round and globe. You know, round and globe. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. You know, all you do is scroll. Like you study on the roll. This ain't a nobody party. Money. Round and round the globe. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. You know all you do is scroll. Like you study on the low. Tryna figure out the flow. I'm like, yo, yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm such a master in my zone. Cooking up, switching up. We could light this up, don't light this up. Even when you shake me up, I feel the love. When I'm vibing, it's a rapping. You can stop it, but you wanna talk shit. I gotta put it to the side, put it to the side. Ain't no drama in my tribe when I drop it. Round and globe, you know, round and globe. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. You know all you do is scroll. Like you study on the low.
If you're not gonna say much, you could have some. And you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface?
I'm versed with the 4 digit pin code. In your words when it doesn't match the skin tone. So blue, no sight, yellow brick road. Just for the rest, don't come back to San Francisco.
Live and let live, let them figure it out. We can do whatever, I just want you around. Tell it to the world when I don't pick up your calls. And if you're thinking something stupid, don't say nothing at all. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have some, and you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface? Don't talk. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. Wish it could have gone a little cleaner. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. But most of us aren't good with that either. Don't talk. If you won't make it worth it. Get far before you hit the surface. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have some, but you don't like the taste of.
I could be the
There's a ghost in my head, screams and shouts and silences so loud. There's a ghost in my head, it screams and shouts and
head-to-head combat, play to win, won that. Headshot, you saw that. No assist, on contact. I demand them down on sight. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. If he got a pass, guess he'll be fine. One of you lot can hit revive. I demand them down on sight. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. But you waste your time. Don't back down, but target. No fear, look in my eyes. Don't like it, do something about it. Don't like it, do something about it. I don't play kind. Victory's mine. Don't like it, do something about it. I don't play kind. Victory's mine. I don't play kind. Victory's mine.
Fumes are running so high, I don't wanna be alive. There's never a right time disguising the outside. What's going on inside, losing track of my own mind.
Welcome back to Game Changers Championship Berlin, where the brackets are heating up as some teams compete for their tournament lives while others fight for that precious grand final spots. Of course, folks, I'm the one and only Golden Boy, and all those other boys, by the way, were just pyrite. I'm joined here by the irreplaceable Ender and Evil Cat. And fun fact, by the way, we have done this desk online in NA Challengers so many times, but we're here today, and also Ender is wearing Mithril armor. This is going to be a great day. How you guys feeling today?
I'm feeling good. Look, I feel really safe. It's just chainmail.
I can't come at you, like at all.
Which was a concern of mine. I'd never met you in person before.
Sword fighting is a big occupational hazard here.
It is.
We came to find out, but yeah, doing good. Do you know what is pyrite?
Well, I learned today that it's fool's gold.
Fool's gold. So the joke is because you're Golden Boy,
Uh-huh.
all those other fake guys, they're pyrite.
Ah.
You know, if nothing else, if there's no analysis, at least we can explain the joke. Which
That's
makes
right.
me pretty
That's
happy.
right. That's right. There will be plenty of tomfoolery here today. God, that was
Tom?
terrible delivery. I don't know. Anyway, yesterday we had our fair share of slugfest as we saw Brazil keep their spot in the upper bracket, and we said goodbye to our first two teams at the inaugural Game Changers Championship. Unfortunately, across the board, we said goodbye to Crew. We said goodbye to Fennel. Mimi, these were two teams that brought a lot of personality, a lot of energy to the games. It was really closely contested battles for both teams.
Yeah, it really was. This first match in particular came down to the wire. I think a lot of people considering Crew the clear favorite coming into this matchup, but X10 just pulling off some insane moments to stay in this series and stay alive in the tournament.
Oh yeah, that was such a shock. I think Muffin was just set up to take all these early fights over on Haven, and they really got things going on that map. At the same time, I do think Crew really tried to show a lot within this tournament, but at the end of the day, the clutch factor in that turnaround from this X10 squad has just proven that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they get to keep fighting in the lower bracket. Fennel, though, unfortunately has been sent home. They brought a lot of fun, a lot of joy to this tournament. But on the other hand, Guild was not allowing any fun. They were destroyers of fun in this series, as they were absolutely dominant in both maps.
I've got to say, even though they do crush the maps, that is not an easy series to play, especially on Haven, because Fennel, it seemed like every time they took a site, they were just pushing into defender spawn, right? Yeah. Festival was crazy, dashing forward on the jet constantly, so credit to Guild to keep it cool and sort of react to those plays on the fly, because Festival was challenging them.
Yeah, and even if Fennel isn't the kind of team that was able to keep up with Guild, it's still a very, very hard style to play against. You don't really see any other teams that play like Fennel, so Guild's adaptability and their focus throughout that match did impress me.
Yeah, and for now, though, unfortunately, and I'm sure it won't be the last time we see them, we say goodbye to those two teams. But today, though, as we focus on the matches at hand, we have 3 slobberknocker matches for y'all today, because we're going to be kicking things off with 2 more elimination matches as Shopify Rebellion take on X10 Sapphire, and Guild X will be taking on Cloud9 White, the #1 seeds from each region, fighting up against each other. And then last but certainly not least, we have the upper bracket finals between G2 Gozen and Team Liquid. So Mimi, who do you think is going to be surviving today's matches?
First of all, that's already the second wrestling reference of the day. We're on good pace.
I regret
but
nothing.
These matchups should be fantastic. Both NA teams in the lower final. There's a chance if they both win, they face in that lower semi. But for X10 and for Guild, right, you have X10 who's kind of this underdog squad, and you have Guild who's actually the #1 EMEA seed now in the lower bracket facing Elim.
It's just crazy that we've got to send some of these teams home. It feels like the tournament is just going by so quickly that you could play 2-3 matches and already be out.
Yeah, wild stuff across the board there. But guys, we want to know what you think. Join in on the conversation and celebrate the Game Changers teams. Use the hashtag VCT Game Changers and hashtag VCT, and we will feature your tweets on the broadcast. Make sure you get out there now, because who knows how long that thing's going to last. Anyway, though, grab your phone and make sure you scan the QR code that's going to be popping up on the screen, or you can also check out VALORANT Esports on Twitter to find out who will be there for the poll, and who's going to get through their elimination match today. Is it going to be Shopify Rebellion? Will it be X10? Will it be Cloud9? Or will it be Guild?
Look, Golden Boy, all I'm saying is, how you can read tea leaves and see the future? I'm kind of reading the QR code.
Yeah,
right
I also
now.
see it in your armor, too.
I'm feeling good about Cloud9. I'm wearing a little bit of the blue today as well. I don't know. It's in the leaves.
I don't know if I have the same power that you do, Christy, to read that, but I feel like Cloud9's a pretty safe bet. EMEA believers, Guild as well. I mean, they were looking really good yesterday. I don't know if it's enough versus Cloud9, but some good options. The matches should be sick.
Look, Yinsu's not on the desk with us.
I was
so
going
we
to say,
can speak our truth.
Okay,
Yinsu and
Cloud9's gonna
Kukuka
win.
aren't here, so I can at least be like, I think Cloud9 are going to be all right. But anyway, moving on, though. Match 1 has, of course, North America's Shopify Rebellion fighting to keep their tournament lives alive here. And, you know, this has been a team with quite the journey up until this point, right? In Game Changers, they've always been the, the second place team, never quite getting over that hump. But I do feel like, Ender, we've started to see some layers to this Shopify team. They get put to the test quite often, and they always seem to meet the occasion.
Yeah, they really do. And, even yesterday, it felt like finally they were going to break out, make top 3 with a big win there. And it's nice to see them coming into the studio. Looks to have some high spirits as Salt is shown in KP's hands there. But that was a heartbreaking loss yesterday they got to bounce back from.
It really was a difficult one for them to lose. But I think Shopify have already shown us that they are here to be a very competitive team. Their goal of this tournament is escape that shadow of Cloud9. Prove that you're not just second fiddle, that you can be a team to compete at the top level. And staying alive today is going to be very pivotal to continue to show that goal, especially since what happened yesterday was so incredibly tragic.
Yeah, I mean, and
oh no.
So we have the Seeker incident is just absolutely brutal. Eats all the bullets, and don't forget earlier in the map too, Shopify have this round where they've got full rifles and they just full save against a Thrifty, and then you are somehow forced onto this final map. Bastarda runs them over.
Well, the other thing too is that you have to dig yourself out of that hole when you find yourself in that situation, Mimi, right? And Shopify, I hope that was a lesson learned, because you're on the stage, people watching, cheering you on, lots of people watching at home. You have to find a way to kind of recover that.
And I think that's the important thing for Shopify, because at home, they have been criticized for the mental in the past. They've had moments where they kind of have become boomed in the late stage of tournaments and let matches that shouldn't slip away. And, well, I don't think what happened was fully their fault or their mental slipping. Today, they have to completely reset, prove that they've had that adaptability to improve and be able to come back today.
Yeah, well, now let's look, though, at some of the pillars of the squad here, right? And we're going to be keeping all eyes on Sonder. You see, look at that. Fit the song in there, John Locke. But yeah, Sonder has been unbelievable in this tournament.
And it's especially shocking because Shopify is a team, usually all the players are sort of playing on the same level. You don't have those big standouts. But when you come to the international stage, you need that entry player to pop off. Sonder showed that, especially in the first couple of games yesterday on the Raze, which was a new pick, right? Especially moving onto the map of Fracture. She was so strong.
Yeah, and well, she did fall off in that third map. It really was more of a team issue than Sonder in particular. If she can replicate this performance from the first few maps, Shopify is on a very good course. The value that she was providing on this Raze was absolutely absurd. And what's cool about it is it was new comps. It was changes that were set up and pretty much fully invested to enable her. And you can see why Shopify is putting that emphasis on Sonder.
Exactly. With all the new comps, like you saw the support of KP as well, the flashes on the breach, always setting Sonder up for all those multi-kills.
Well, I'm very glad you mentioned KP here, because honestly, no one is feeling the sting of that loss on Team Liquid more than those that are going to be playing in the match today. And, for Shopify Rebellion's KP, we actually took some time to get her thoughts about that game. Let's go ahead and take a look.
I mean, everyone's feeling like ass, kind of. We literally had that game on bind, and we kind of let it slip through our fingers. It just, kind of crumbled a bit at the end. Maybe they had some better timings today, and, respect to them, they had to hit their shots when it mattered most, and they did. There wasn't anything necessarily surprising about Liquid's performance. I, really think we had it, and, we lost to ourselves. We know we can make a lower bracket run. Now it's just damn, we lost a life. Now it's harder.
Maxi Lesson with the swing. KP will not let it happen.
Nobody at this tournament had us doing anything. There was no expectation for us at this tournament. So it kind of gives us this underdog card, even though we know in our own heads we're not underdogs. We have one of the most competitive regions. I think Shopify performs best when we're having fun, and we just got really eager to close it out today. So as long as we just remember that the game isn't over till it says victory on our screens, and we just chill and laugh and take a breather, I think we'll be absolutely fine.
mean, that is such an important lesson to remember, Mimi. The game is not done until it's over. You got to play every single map there.
You remember, this is KP's first big LAN event as an IGL, and the maturity she is showing with her team, the realization of the mistakes, coming back stronger is really important for this team. I think they have a great mentality and a great understanding of what went wrong yesterday.
Yeah, you know, and it sort of felt like especially like KP figured out exactly what they needed on their attacking halves, like right at the end of the half. So I'm hoping that with this learning, sort of getting the reads on your opponents, that she is able to find that earlier on, because she had the exact right reads in round 12, and if they're accessing that round 7, round 8, round 9, like, this team is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, very true, very true. Well, hopefully they will find that extra life here today, but now it's the NA reps that will be facing off against X10 Sapphire, who ideally will be looking to keep their fire from yesterday's series. And, you know, this XN team has been very impressive to watch, Mimi. I've enjoyed it top to bottom. They have brought a lot of fire to the field, and that is what you need, especially if you want to take down a weakened Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, a lot of parallels between this team and Shopify, both constantly second fiddle in their region to a dominant squad. For them, it's Alter Ego Celeste, but unlike Shopify, they overcame that team. They made it here, and not only that, they've already won a series. They have that momentum behind them, and the fashion in which they won yesterday was so impressive, because every single one of their players was finding these insane pop-offs at the very end of the game, even though it seemed like everything was slipping away from them.
Yeah, you know, the clutch moments from this team were just absolutely absurd. I think Muffin is a player that absolutely comes to mind, that when the going got tough, when you're in those late round moments, she was always finding ways to turn around the game. And we saw a lot of this on Haven, where Crew just could not put rounds together, sort of forced in to fighting them right there. Even with a Sheriff in the hand, you get the full stick out of Muffin. 1 versus 4, like, what is going on with that?
Yeah, and just the vibes of this team were so good. They were out there on the stage, they were smiling, they were having fun. They realized that, hey, this game looks tough, but it does not matter. Ginny kept the squad focused, and they were able to come back and win that series. And now it does feel like this squad could push forward and do anything. They've already beaten their expectations.
Yeah, and you know what, though? You got a team that has found hero moments with all 5 players, which has been great to see. But, you know, you actually talked about her. We got to talk about Muffin. my favorite name, Muffine, as I have liked to call her. Muffin has been, you know, pretty damn good. I mean, these stats, they don't lie.
Yeah, you know, it was a thing, because I think in her first match, she was a little bit slow, I think, to really get out of the gate and take over. But taking down Crew yesterday, again, you see the ramp up over the course of that series. The longer she stays on the stage, the more comfortable she gets, and the stronger she plays.
And that's what makes X10 so scary coming into this match. They've had that warm-up time. They've shooken off those nerves. And now for this series, if they can come in and match what they were able to perform with in that final map, it could be insane. Muffin has an individual player. Her style is really quite ridiculous. It is so many of these rounds where she is just running in first, making these super chaotic plays, but also then getting herself in these late round positions where she is winning so many clutches. It's just a very tough player individually to deal with.
Oh yeah, you know, like, she's a solid opper, but I think when she's on like something like the Neon, or that heat up agent, where you can just sort of snowball your way through a round, that's really where it looks so impressive to me, and one of the big reasons why I think their Haven looked so dominant up against Crew.
Yeah. That kind of speed and momentum is going to be very pivotal, I think, for this Ascent Sapphire team. You know, don't take your foot off the gas. Keep on going, and you will find success. But let's actually go ahead and check the results of the poll that we asked you guys earlier on, like who you thought was going to survive today's elimination matches. And that is resounding Cloud9 White.
The people online, they read the QR code tea leaves, okay? They know. It's not the analysis, anything, although that would also probably tell you Cloud9 White. But yeah, you know, they can just see it. They can sense it in the air.
Gilda number 2, though. I don't know if that's mathematically how that can work out, but some believers.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild day, and I'm so excited for it. We've got the stage ready, and pretty much all that is left to do is to get things started. So, folks, Game Changers Championship Day 4 is going to be kicking off right now.
For an international event, the competition is definitely a lot higher. While I do think that we underestimated G2 a little bit, I think we also kind of outplayed ourselves in some ways. I'm fully confident in our lower bracket run. I fully expect to be in grand finals and take the win.
Almost spotted. The sky you dealing out. Powerful, no!
We still have so much to prove. Doesn't mean we just won against United and we won the whole tournament.
Really good for G2 to be able to win this round.
Isso aqui não é um treino, isso aqui é um campeonato, isso aqui é um presencial. As meninas são muito boas e eu sei que meu time também.
I think Team Liquid is decent. They still have a lot to improve in this tournament.
Se elas não acreditam no Brasil, não acreditaram nos meninos da Loud, olha o que aconteceu.
And we already know we will make it to the grand finals and we're gonna win it.
Esperem um bom jogo porque a gente estará lá.
But it's on the floor. Naxi fells them both.
Honestly, to the teams in the lower bracket, get ready. Shopify, Funbellion, coming back. We ain't finna drop that lead this time.
Could not. Oh, it's half. It's half.
ทีม SR นะคะเป็นทีมที่ดีคิดว่าเราก็น่าจะได้แบบเรียนรู้วิธีการเล่นของเขาแล้วแต่เราไม่น่าจะแพ้ค่ะคิดว่าถ้าเดินผ่านก็ตายนะคะ
So many impactful rounds from this one player.
Our biggest strength is discipline. Hey Cloud9, I think it's gonna be rainy tomorrow, so better watch out.
Every team should be ready and we will steamroll anyone who plays us next.
Shopify Rebellion. X10 Sapphire. Cloud9 White. Guild X. G2 Gosen. Team Liquid.
All right, well, the stage is set. We are ready to go as we jump into our map vetoes here. Let's see where we're going to be playing at for this Shopify Funbellion versus X10 Sapphire battle here, Mimi.
I think what's going to be really interesting about these vetoes is Shopify's new comps. They debuted 2 completely new compositions yesterday, and of your X10, the question is, are there going to be any more changes? What can you actually safely prep for?
I think it's really hard to have that prep outside of the couple games they ended up playing yesterday. XN decide to move over to Haven, which looked real solid for them up against Crew, but I gotta say, overall, I'm a big fan of the new look we saw from Shopify, even in the series loss. Those new comps with the Rays were sick.
Yeah, and I think we'll likely get that Sonder Rays over on Haven. For X10, that is their home ground. They should feel pretty comfortable out on Haven. Shopify do send us to Pearl. This is a map they were fantastic on regionally that they've shown here at the international event as well. And in their game against Guild X, I mean, they were looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, I think Pearl's an interesting one here because I think the way sort of Shopify played around, I think their mid-round calling has looked very good throughout this, apart from maybe the longer saves over on Bind. So I think that's a map where you can definitely try to break your opponent's ankles and might prove challenging for X10.
Yeah, Fracture is what we'll get out of the decider here. Another one where Shopify has played, where they debuted us that Raze Sage composition in the head-to-head up against Team Liquid Brazil. Honestly, if I'm looking at this pool, I feel like this is quite favorable for Shopify. I think those maps where you can get those new comps, where you can get Sonder out on the Raze, are going to be really successful, but Haven could be flippy. It's so comfortable for X10.
100%. I was just going to say, I think if this does go to a third map, like, I loved Shopify's Fracture so much that I think they're going to be taking the series away. So we need to see X10 come out very strong right off the rip.
Yeah, and that has historically been an issue for them, being able to start out strong from the beginning. So they're going to have to, button that up. But for us, though, we're going to be taking a quick commercial break because when we come back, we're going to have Shopify Rebellion and X10 Sapphire take the stage. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you, as always, on the other side.
to win, won that. Headshot, you saw that. No assist, on contact. I the man them down on site. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. If he got a pulse, guess he'll be fine. One of you lot can hit revive.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers Berlin, where the stakes of the next match are pretty simple. Win, and your dream of earning the championship stays alive. Lose, and you go home. Please welcome Shopify Rebellion and X10 Sapphire to the stage. All right, well, let me tell you, as a Puerto Rican guy from the Bronx, Sonder, I respect the dap up. All right, good
that was
job.
A good one.
Next time I see her, I'm gonna go for the dap up. I gotta test it out because Mimi's in shambles over here.
I tried really hard to learn.
I want to run up to KP and go for the KO ult.
Yeah,
you know, just
that was so
start
good.
miming out all the abilities. I love it.
Also, it's just so freaking wholesome, okay? And that's exactly what it's all about. You know, coming together, you know, like enjoying the spirit of competition, but most importantly as well, right? You know, you kind of have to throw the niceties to the side a bit.
Yeah.
Because now it's time to play.
I was going to say, it's all wholesome until round one starts, and then all of a sudden it's an absolute bloodbath, you know, racing towards the finish, trying to stay alive, because this is for your tournament life here.
Yeah, and for round one, that is where X10 needs to start. They cannot afford another slow start into a series with this map pool and against a team like Shopify, who gets so incredibly good in those late rounds.
Yeah, it really does feel like a tale of two completely different teams. A team like X10 that ramps up, but a team like Shopify that already starts at a 10 and sometimes can be brought down to a 1, depending on, you know, circumstances and cabbages. You know, so this is something that, you know, you really have to be mindful of if you're X10, and I am genuinely worried about them. If they don't win this Haven game, I am concerned about their chances in the series.
100%. Pearl going to be a tough one. Large map right there. I think on Haven, it feels definitely a little bit more comfortable for them getting Muffin, especially on that Neon, into, you know, forward positions very early on into rounds. And also, you know, they've been playing the Sky on this map, so you can deal some serious mental damage to Shopify.
It's not even about the kit, it's just about the mental.
A traumatic experience from last
goodness
night.
gracious.
Oh no.
The first time they hear Seek 'em out, it's over.
It's done, yeah. But what makes this first map interesting is both these teams have been playing the no information initiator compositions. No Fade, no Sova. They've both been going for the Sky as their primary initiator instead, which has gotten pretty uncommon. And I'm also surprised by, especially after those Sky changes.
Yeah, there's still some like information you get right with the dog.
Sure.
You feel like A short usually on attack. You know, the KO knife can give you some, but it's not the same thing as having a knife or an eyeball pop back sight, especially working towards C or A. It clears so much info on the site itself.
All right, well, let's see what agents we're going to end up getting here as it's time for the Prime Gaming Agent Select, Mimi.
If we do head back to those comps, I also think it does kind of force a little bit of a different identity to the map. You can't really rely on those Season Aid combos for early control. Instead, for the side of X10, it's about leveraging that Astra utility when they're on their defense, and the same for Shopify if they do head back to that comp.
Yeah, definitely so. Shopify did very narrowly fall, I believe, their first time playing this one here. So not expecting too many changes, although as I say that, the Breach does come in, which I do like a lot. So much power in Set Amp your Rays with a pick like that. And yes, you do lose the Sage, but I don't think she carries as much value on Haven compared to other maps.
I think we're still seeing this identity of Shopify be focus as much as possible on enabling Sonder. This is pretty much the same thing as their bind comp, where they have those 2 initiators to set her up.
Exactly, and their utility yesterday to set up Sonder was perfect.
It has to be Muffin versus Sonder. Muffin needs to start strong here.
All right, well, let's see how this all pans out and get ready to send it over to our casters. It's Pots and Vans.
Does that work? Does that work?
I think that works.
Maybe it might work.
I just got a fist bump coming from the screen, so we'll take it back. But thank you, GB and Enmi. This is actually a matchup right now, Christine, that you have to put everything on the line. No more secrets, no more secret shots. If you want to move later into this tournament, you have to put it all on the line right now. And I think the desk makes perfect sense. If X10 wants a chance in this series, they have to win this map.
Yeah, exactly. And perfect timing, right? Because historically, we think back to Shopify. They've had the slower starts. I'm looking straight at KP. The desk was mentioning the breach, the new comp. Mimi mentioned that yesterday there was a lot of unknowns. Today we know what to expect. They're looking straight at Sonder. They want to set her up for success, have her thrive in those chaotic moments. So we'll see. And look at that, Benz. A frenzy. You'll love to see it. A frenzy on Sonder's back. We'll see exactly what she's wanting to do. It does look like Shopify, they're very congregated towards the C and garage area.
Yeah, on the other end too, Baby TC has her own frenzy as well. And we'll have to keep in mind about that matchup that Mimi was talking about, that Muffin and Sonder. What's going to happen in KP with this breach? How much value is this going to bring into the series? As right now for X10 on the pistol round are starting in the attack, and a very quick hit onto C. Something different from their game before. And the first blood is that frenzy. Make that in a second in favor of X10 as the spike goes down on the C site.
Yeah, 2 members just already dead. Not a lick of damage. A lot of util still here left up for X10. This paint shell's just got to do a lot in combo. Oh, and it just gets taken out.
It's going to be a flash nade. That's going to do a bit of damage here to Alyssa. Nice breach fault line as we push back out, but the crossfire is still very good for X10 as they get the pistol round versus Shopify.
There was a moment, Vans. Look at the damage done.
So
Alyssa
much.
barely just
So
limping
much.
across. I like the combo coming through here for Sonder and KP. Absolutely valiant efforts, but man, Flowerful didn't even get a lick of damage before. She was just so blind. Beautiful utility coming out here for X10. And again, so decisive. And you love to see it to start out round 1 on pistol, to come out with this much confidence if you're X10.
Oh yeah, and even look at the positioning of that coming out. One of them wasn't hit by that fault line, and it's that investment of the frenzy that actually helped X10 to get the first kill and the last into the round. So good job here for Baby TZ. A gun round coming in for X10 into this one here. And you're looking on the side of SR. A full save, a shorty in the hands of Benina, and are actually gambling for these stacks because, again, we wanted to talk about yesterday's game. X10 has hit that A site quite a few times.
They have. And you know, as they should, right? They had so much success with this slow default, very calculated. And
correct.
SR looks like they're reading this round pretty well. And of course, Benita's got that shorty in hand. These shotguns for the side of Shopify have been pretty deadly all week long. So X10 fully awares of this. I'd be surprised if they even go sniffing. Oh, and Alyssa does. She's got the spike. This could get dangerous.
Exactly.
Let's use some utility.
So it's going to be the Trailblazer fault line combo. Trying to push forward, but Alyssa's going to be able to get that kill. The nades come down to get a couple, and Lori goes to the right-click classic to get the kill into the A site. We're still converging into here. We're committing into the site for X10, and finally, as we dwindle down in numbers, back to a 2 versus 2, we tuck tail and try to move back and rotate all over towards the C site.
Not a single bit of utility left for Shopify, but they're just going to stick in numbers. And X10, they haven't slowed down. They're just booking it. They realize they've got to catch up. I'll be interested to see if they plant for the spawn side or if they plant for long C, and they do choose to decide to take over this spawn area.
10 seconds
really
left.
important to solidify this post plant here.
That is actually great awareness from X10. They still had that trapwire, or should I say the trademark, to watch the flank, so they plant for a spawn, knowing that it now gets broken. There's at least one flanking for Shopify Rebellion. With the flash coming out, there's information. There was still a star to delay from Pauly, as the 2 players from Lauren and KP from Shopify have picked up weapons. The first contact in favor of Baby TZ, and not even needed for the swing from Pauly. Baby TZ holds it down for the second round.
Good recovery, a very much needed recovery for X10. It would have been absolutely devastating to lose out this eco to just 4 classics and 1 shorty. Beautiful work for Shopify. Absolutely, you're satisfied if you're on that side of things. And if you're X10, you're coming into this bonus with a lot less money, a lot of decisions to make. These bonuses are so tough, fans.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, everyone's money is just all out of whack. We'll see if X10 decide to invest heavily and fully into it. And they don't. It will be a pure bonus.
Couple of stingers, so going with these half buys for those that actually lost their weapons on the second round in the favor in the corner of X10 rather. Knife and Trailblazer to clear out towards Garage. This is going to be a fast C hit. Flowerful trying to spray through the wall that was set up by Muffin. As X10 are still moving inside the site. Yeah, a little bit of delay with the flashes coming through, but it seems like the plan's going to be quite easy.
Yeah, this is going to be a full 5-on-5 retake. There's going to be so much utility coming through. Sky setting up Sonder to retake this garage control and power positions here for X10. This fault line is going to be everything for Shopify.
Utility is getting broken, so there's no information really coming out from Shopify Rebellion. You already see KP setting up for that fault line. It's a fault line flash, nade as well, just to clear out towards default. The crossfire is still really good. And who again than Baby TZ? And everybody's dropping like flies for Shopify Rebellion. Benita by herself, and Benita's going to join everybody else as a beautiful bonus round. Pulse plan for X10 comes in their favor.
The stingers, Vans, close range.
Woo.
It's so strong, and X10 absolutely capitalized. Perfect positioning to be able to utilize that weaponry. And man, again, Shopify, they had the utility to be able to make space and get in, but it seems like X10, they are just so decisive in getting into the C site. The next time around, Shopify, they're going to have to put up a much better defense and not give up this site.
Yeah, and the idea was great for Shopify, knowing that there was a lower buy for X10, that they were going to play inside the site. They did try to use a lot of utility to try to clear that out, but again, it's just a further positioning just on the edges of Long C that really helps out X10 in these post-plan situations. And around, once again, 124 left on the clock, where it's that signature move here for X10. Just wait and spawn for a bit, try to catch your opponents off guard. Baby TZ is going to be one that's going to be jump peeking towards mid, but there's no pressure coming out from Shopify.
This time around, X10 does not want to mess around with that A main area. Bonita took this timing to go ahead and get a lot of space. The Sheriff, not good for it. Just gets taken out, and X10, they've been decisive when getting into the C site.
Ball line's
Beautiful
really
timing.
good. Yeah, nice by KP, but it gets immediately traded out. So worst comes to worst, we still get into the site for X10 and a plant. Still have a weapon advantage where we can salvage the rifle that was left behind. Polly's going to watch that flank. Gets traded out. And Lori, when she picks up this weapon, it's only a Marshall for now. And it's not going to come into fruition for any kills. Another nice round for X10 as they're taking a lead by 4. This, to me, Christine, is unexpected, to be honest.
It's a very slow start for Shopify. It's something we've been seeing all week long. They've absolutely got to dig deep here. The ultimates are coming online right in the nick of time for Lori and Sonder. A lot of stopping power for that side, and they're going to need it. Look at Ginny. KO ultimate online, that usually means one thing, Vans. They're going to want to exec, and X10 has shown us they're not shying away from just going into those sites here.
Yeah, and even the one away from Baby TZ and Alyssa, maybe an opportunity to try to go for orbs if they want to use Seekers of their own, but at least for the beginning of this round, it's going to stay slow a bit. A little bit of a change from Shopify Rebellion, though.
Yeah, I like this aggression. Sonder, she doesn't want to just sit around and wait any longer. Going sniffing down in mid, that bird, that info coming out from Alyssa is going to allow X10 to understand that something funky is going on in this mid. They don't want to mess with it quite yet. And it does seem like X10 are leaning into that slower, more methodical default to start things off here.
Yep.
Sonder, man, if she gets that one clean kill, reacts immediately with a showstopper.
And that's the crazy part. The Trailblazer came out to give her information from Lori, and they spot players in spawn. That's just the regular stuff that X10 do. They get no new information out of that. And there's that KO ultimate that you're talking about. The null command coming out from Ginny, and the full exec from X10 into an open A site. But this change that you have for Shopify Rebellion, this is one of those moments where it could work really, really well for the retake.
Absolutely. This A retake should look a lot cleaner than it has over at C. That fault line coming out from KP this time in tandem with the showstopper should result in some frags.
Getting ready as well for nades. Seekers, Showstopper is about to come out from Heaven 2. The nade's got a contact onto Alyssa. That's the combination with KP. And the rocket lands on 2. Only one more to go, and that's Pauly. And a prime giving flawless coming up from Shopify Rebellion. We talked about clean, and that's how you want to start things off for your first round for Shopify.
Exactly. Not only is it a feel-good round, you get some money in the bank as well. You start to cheer each other on, and that's exactly what Shopify needed to regain their composure. For X10 side of things, it's a fair trade. It's a fair trade getting into the site, and you're telling each other, hey, they used 2 ults, guys. Good job, we got the spike down. And to boot, they've got 3 ultimates coming online as well to just respond right after here in round 7.
But the Prime Gaming Flawless allows that economy to get built up for Shopify Rebellion as well, so they can go into full utility, full rifles, and also a cycled ultimate. This time, KP ready with a Rolling Thunder. Another opportunity for them to play a retake site for a next 10 team that continuously hits this A site right now.
Some more aggression coming out for Shopify. Sonder, love her positioning here, tucked. KP is quite far away, but that fault line should be able to reach in that free front B site. And the short A.
That's a great call, actually, because that's where also
Beautiful.
Saunders at with the nades.
What a pick.
Flash catches information towards long 2, but as that pick falls down from Pauly, that means that there's no smokes to try to execute towards the A side, so Heaven could be easier for the defenders to pick off, so X10 will choose to cut noise, pull back, and see how they want to retake this opportunity in the site.
This regress in short A so dangerous. Baby TZ absolutely ready for that one. Saunders in such a ratty spot. Oh, just punished.
Almost felt like it hit the pinky. But that said, Saunders stuck inside sewers. Here's that pinch. Rolling Thunder a little bit too late to save her opponents from KP. Now the flash comes out. KP wants to be aggressive. She wants to make a play, but it only blinds one player. Only one left with Benita on the rotate. Unfortunately, couldn't come in to help and support KP, and that's X10 that fights back.
Yeah, slightly late to the trigger is KP. She absolutely wanted to show up just a couple of seconds later, but we mentioned it, right? She was more towards that garage earlier than later, so Shopify, what a shot coming out here for Baby TZ though. X10 were absolutely aware of that re-aggress. We've seen Shopify doing it 2 times now in this first half, and Baby TZ absolutely capitalizing.
With that pick from that Sky on sewers, she kind of wished she cut her nails that day, because that hit the fingertip for that pick.
It certainly did, and X10 back towards this garage control very early this time. Changing up the pace. This is looking very much like that pistol.
Exactly. Going into the KO knife to the Trailblazer, but there's no opposition in the backside. There's only Benita, and that's just beautiful relay bolts coming out from Muffin too. That just stumbles any type of defense, any type of holds, any type of anchoring that you're trying to do for Shopify Rebellion. But we're trying to change the pace for the retakes. We're going in quick. Cosmic Divide's already out. Flash is already through. But unfortunately, caught with the utility in their hands. Muffin lands with 2, and Neverbit just drops once again for Shopify.
Muffin is having a lot of fun in the server right now, man. She did not let go of W from the moment she went into garage. And that's what we're seeing so far from X10. They're so decisive, and another C hit that completely catches Shopify Rebellion off guard. They're gonna need an answer, and they're gonna need it now. They haven't had any sort of a defense here on this C site from pistol up until now.
And now it seems as though this is going to potentially even force a timeout. I think it'll be a great moment to call it here for Shopify Rebellion. And you're playing this game for X10 where it's like, oh, we're going to try to go really quickly towards the A site, then play the slow default. I talked about this, about trying to mix things up for X10 to hit these sites. And now it just keeps Shopify Rebellion guessing all the time. There's no real answer to it so far.
Yes, and that's such a good point because we just saw it in action. Perfectly done, conditioned from round 1 till now. They were slowing it down. You mentioned that anti-eco, the default. Very slow, punishing any sort of pushes, then that quick change of pace, really catching Shopify off guard.
Yeah, and we just saw a glimpse there of Rob Wiz, legend in the scene in a tactical FPS, and even back then in like the early days of competitive gaming, putting in, trying to figure out what X10 has been doing and maybe find a way where we could maybe punish this slow default towards spawn when X10 wants to use that in their book.
Yeah, and we saw Benita pushing down with that Sheriff on that eco round. Maybe here they're going to want to try to insert the chamber, insert the Astra into that long C cubby, get a little bit more forward duels instead of these backwards on the execs. But we'll see how Shopify decide to adjust. Here, they're broke. Just a couple stingers, a couple upgraded pistols, and for X10, fully aware of the money, they're gonna be calculated here. Oh,
a rare miss. A rare miss from Flowerful, and the idea was there, the fault line to put in position and to potentially get a pick out in the open. But already that makes the call for X10 to just rush into the A site. A couple of pistols are coming to work in this mixed buy that we have for Shopify Rebellion, but that's just going to stop the bleeding from there. Muffin continuing her reign in these heavy hits on either A or C. And if it's not on her, it's also Baby TZ that's able to do a great job. And unfortunately here, Benita in another situation where she's by herself, and she's going to try to go for at least salvage a weapon, do some econ damage. But the money is looking really good for X10 as well.
They are ballin'. Absolutely ballin'. Muffin playing this absolutely disciplined. And they shouldn't give Benita any chance here. Okay, all good. She does get taken out. And another decisive execute coming out here for X10. Shopify, that timeout was exactly for this gun round coming in.
And it almost feels like it's like a green light for X10. Get a pick onto the A side. Usually there's like 2 players there. They know they're going to play the numbers advantage on like a 4v1. If it's a C site, it's a split. There's an anchor so far from Shopify Rebellion with only 1 player. They're never hitting B because it seems as though they're just comfortably winning their duels on top of that.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like X10 can do whatever they want at this point. Muffin is just choosing whichever way she wants that utility. Flowerful wants a second chance at this duel. Has an operator in hand, and both chambers barely just missing.
Wallbang, though, that actually did hit Flowerful, but thankfully Lori's there to save her with a little bit of a heal. And same thing onto BBTZ, actually. Both of them actually did get the wallbang.
Nice little, at least a little bit of damage.
Yep.
And X10. At least they're not going A 8 times in a row, but it does seem like X10 really are favoring this A site.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of A main control, and even take a look at Shopify. Because of that, the chamber trip isn't even... There's 3 defenders at A site along with the chamber trip.
And look at the second guessing here from Shopify Rebellion. Nobody's pushing down like you'd called here, Christine. They don't know if they have to rotate back to support, do a quicker rotate, and you forfeited Garage, you forfeited C site.
Yeah, and Lori, she just sent that bird down long A. No information was seen, so you can see some movements coming out. And look at that C site. It's completely open, not a single defender on there.
30 seconds left.
That's the full utility. All 4 stars put down here from Pauly. We disrupt the site. We have the gravity wells in the back, the concuss towards the logs, and then it's going to be free for X10.
These posts have been so brutal for Shopify. These retakes haven't even been close. This time around, not a single ultimate available. They've got to get these frags.
Null Command activated as soon as the aftershock came out from KP, and indeed Benita does get the headshot into BBTZ, so at least the flankers is taken care of, but Pauly and Alyssa inside the site, answered back by Flowerful, looking for another shot, not going to work. Now it's Benita once again, stopped by Pauly, and the Null Command just did not allow any of the utility from Shopify Rebellion for the retake.
This time it was closer.
Yes,
this time
agreed,
there
agreed.
was movements. At least Shopify were able to actually get close into that site, and it was all thanks to the flank coming out for Benita this time. At least some map movements coming out across on the defense. We've said they needed that info, they got it, and it was closer this time around. But man, X10, they are completely dominating this first half so far.
Is there any type of silver lining here? Usually we're looking at, my regular ranked games. It's usually attacker side, but I mean, just in terms of the chemistry we have for X10, it's just too clean, and we'll just talk about the action right away. Benita finally gets first blood for the team for Shopify Rebellion, and that forces now X10 to fall back. This was a full stack from Shopify with this eco that they had.
Yeah, it looks like Baby TZ doesn't want to just give up this frag quite yet, Benita. Beautiful smoke to allow her to recross here.
Yeah. They want to save the, not allow Shopify Rebellion to
Sonder.
pick up the Vandal.
She wants it, though. We'll see who's more patient.
Just got spotted here, and that allows, look at that, the repositioning of X10 to slowly move back up towards this C site. But this push, finally, we're talking about it. It might go along that they could get the backstab, but there's still this trademark that's going to be able to watch the flank.
Yeah.
Sauna ready with the shorty just around the corner and a showstopper as well.
As soon as Lori realizes there's nothing behind, oh boy. This is so tense. The little barrel just barely showing through, but the fault line is huge.
Flank's about to come around though, and it's being watched. What great awareness by Baby TZ. A flash coming out from Garage, so they know that Lori's there, but she lands the headshot. Polly now by herself. Long range, Flowerful connects with the Headhunter, and finally a round that comes in for Shopify Rebellion off a lower buy.
And that was off the back of actually fighting for the C site, right? Look,
Yes.
It took 3 defenders to actually do it, but you only had pistols. And we're seeing Shopify this time. They took the duels. It was long range, but they were at least shooting their guns back. So a beautiful thrifty, and it couldn't have come at a more perfect time, right?
Yep.
I mean, this half was absolutely starting to get out of hand. We'll see if Shopify are able to string things together, because whenever Muffin has that Neon Ultimate online, X10 are very aggressive.
And I just love the fact that X10 on that round decided to play contact to move up towards the C side instead. Most of their hits in terms of these later rounds have been, hey, let's use utility, where KP was ready for a fault line. They had a showstopper around the corner from Sonder that could probably pick a lot into long C. And now this allows Shopify Rebellion to carry it over into this next round, where X10, well, look at that. Same thing, trying to see if they could punish some players pushing aggressively out from Shopify Rebellion.
Alyssa threw a bird out mid. See if Sonder was going to come down sniffing again. They were able to re-clear it, so that just signifies that they can slow this down once again. And all that timing, X10, they lost this line of sight in A main, so they've got to re-clear everything, expend some utility. These sound cues should alert Shopify.
And from one small change and a little bit of utility from the Seekers, that pushes the Opper from Powerful down towards long C. Will we commit though towards the A side for X10? Big nade, big damage. Trying to come in with a showstopper, but KP with 2 kills holding towards the sewers. That with the spike down is on a 5 versus 2 in favor of Shopify. Nice little swing out here from Pauly. Answered back by Baby TZ onto Benita. She's by her lonesome, unfortunately, overpowered and overwhelmed by utility. And that's finally a 3rd round in for Shopify.
And that's finally us seeing Shopify Rebellion absolutely capitalizing and being rewarded for those set plays, those set pieces. The utility finally paying off hugely for KP specifically. I mean, so many times we've seen her using that fault line, using these flashes in combination with that paint shell. And it was just so close, but no cigar. This time around, in this A defense, paying off in dividends.
So this time the timeout coming out on the other end here, Christine. So for X10, I mean, they've had control of the whole first half, but now you're starting to see, as you mentioned, Shopify Rebellion starting to fight back a bit, so maybe that grasp isn't as tight anymore into this lead.
Well, they want to secure this last, so I do appreciate the timeout coming into it. It seems like they're fast. That pistol C split, they haven't lost. It looked so easy, so clean. So maybe they want to throw some mind games in and throw a quick fake, but make it look like that pistol. There's a lot of options for X10. This whole half, they've been conditioning Shopify. So right now, the coach, he's probably having a lot of fun thinking about whatever theory crafting he wants to do.
I agree with that, actually. Maybe a fake from the Seekers to try to hit towards the other side of the sites. Or I also like, at least from Shopify Rebellion from that previous round, you mentioned a little bit of a repositioning from the chamber instead of playing towards A, pushing up towards C. And Flowerful was all the way down towards that bottom C, where you don't have too much utility coming out from X10 to try to re-clear that area. So maybe we got to figure that out too when it comes to these hits. How do you want to re-hit towards the C site? But I don't know if we're sitting towards spawn right now, or because of all of these ultimates that we have for X10, will we try to go towards B?
We'll see if Baby TZ does a little bit more than just slow peeking into this mid this time. And Sonder is right there on the other side of things. Beautiful shot from Flowerful. There's a trade.
Answered right back. 1 TP'd away, a 4 versus 4 Seekers immediately out. And it seems to be committed for a bit into this C split, but the Rolling Thunder comes out from KP just to slow things down for a bit. And that also puts X10 back at their feet, planting their feet on the ground towards mid and trying to reassess the map.
You can see KP really wanted to capitalize off that ultimate that she threw in mid. Maybe the communications were that the B players also push, but regardless, it doesn't work out. And X10, they're making this A site hit happen. Look at this flank coming through for Ginny.
Exactly. The call from Ginny to tell the whole team to rotate towards the A site. The wall comes up for the Cosmic Divide for the hit, but Flowerful, too aware, turns back towards the A link and gets the pick onto Ginny. Meanwhile, though, look at that. We actually did have a smoke onto the trademark, so we might not know that we have 2 flankers from Shopify Rebellion on this retake. Polly's holding it towards Sewers on the top. The rolling, should I say, the fault line comes out, but Polly gets the first kill. 2 other players pushing in towards spawn for the retake. A 3 versus 2.
No.
Alyssa lines up 2, but it's a 1v1. Alyssa in the back of the site, looking to get the 3rd into the round, and a last frag for the win in the half, and it's going to happen. She gets it, and X10 put 9 into the half.
That was so close for Bonita. This time, the double flanks, they split up. I was questioning it, Vans, but either way, Bonita almost is able to convert. But what a statement coming out here for X10 in the first half.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part, too. When it comes down to players actually losing the flanks, I mean, they're always aware here for X10, but you always have big fraggers into not only Muffin for the whole half, but Alyssa had those moments. Yeah, she maybe hasn't been fragging as much, right? She's currently 5-8-5, but also playing a Skye to assist her teammates, to enable Muffin to get these kills, but she did a great job here. But with that, I mean, it's a 9-3 curse, maybe. Let's see what the Des has to say. Has it been domination from X10 so far, GB?
You know, from my point of view, I think it has been Vansili. X10 look absolutely stunning in this first half, Mimi.
It's fantastic work out of them. Shopify came in with a new composition. They changed things up. No more Sage. They should be fantastic on these retakes, but despite that, consistently X10 was getting into the site, getting these spikes down, and winning in fantastic post plants.
Their positioning on the post plant was just so good, and it starts in this bonus round, right? They're able to convert it, and the positioning of their players, it's like they're playing with 7 players on this site. Notice this, 4 players can see the players leaving towards CT, and 3 with Alyssa's positioning to the left side of default can swing off of Garage, and you have 3 players there. So it's literally like you have a 2-player numbers advantage. It's insane, and it just meant that Shopify could do nothing.
Yeah, and this is against the rifles of Shopify. On top of that, you had your Astra player towards long, holding down that flank until she realized, hey, there's no more timing possible. So comes to the site, and it's every single member of X10 there to hold down. Excellent work out of them in their post plants, but Shopify did show some life.
Yeah, that's right. They did. And it's nice to see them try and bring it back in. You made a great point. Like, KP, she figures it out right at the end, but it's like a little bit... You want to get that a little bit earlier, and the problem is that you have players like Muffin that cause those problems for them to have to figure it out.
Yeah, that's the thing. KP started to figure it out at the end, but the individual players for XN were just performing so well. That was a fantastic half out of Muffin.
Muffin was looking insane, just again on that snowball agent flying forward with the team. The support was there as well.
And as we look towards the second half, it has to be Muffin again for X10. Both her and Baby TZ have been taking over in this game, but similar to how Shopify invests in Sonder, X10 invests in Muffin to make these forward plays and get them the space on that defense.
Yeah, but now we're going to be flipping sides over here, so let's see what Shopify decides to cook up, because Ender, at this point, like, you have to be concerned about Rebellion here.
Look, KP has to come out with a good idea to kick things off on the attacking side. It looked a little bit stagnant for a few rounds just yesterday. They got to get creative, and they've got to unlock it fast.
This is Sonder's side, though. This is where she has 2 initiators to set her up. She was great here on Vine. Let's see what she can do here on defense of Haven.
Couldn't agree more, team. All right, well, let's go ahead and send it back over to the casters and see how this next half is going to unfold.
Thank you so much to our friends at the desk, and yeah, I am actually questioning that as well. Muffin has been a star player for X10 on this first half, Christine, and will this be an impact on how they're playing the defense?
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. She should just pick up right where she left off, right? Absolutely. On one right now. And for Muffin on that Neon defense, you know, you usually don't think of a Neon being a good defense agent, but specifically on Haven, you're going to want to see her in this forward position, controlling this A main. Those stuns in this little room are so strong, and you're seeing that happen right now. Muffin, she's going for more.
And KP's low on HP, Nate's coming back on the other end, but Saunders answers back right away. And Muffin's also low on HP. And for Shopify Rebellion, they want to maybe try to fight back into the choke point, but most importantly, to salvage that spike.
Yeah, Polly is in such a power position, hearing all these sound cues, and Baby TZ right there to help her out. Shopify, they're under so much pressure.
I did not expect this from X10 to be so aggressive outside the push. And now the roles have been reversed. Garage is open. Shopify Rebellion moves inside the C site and also is planning for spawn.
You can see Flowerpool has a lot of positioning here. This post is not too shabby for Shopify. That knife should allow a lot of information for X10. They realize nothing is in the site.
Huge information. High gear available. Gravity well coming out from Benita. That's going to delay for a bit. Not even a halfway, but they go for the double hold into the back spawn. Information on the second one. Low HP onto Muffin, but Benita cannot clutch that 3v1. And that's a huge piss around for X10 to continue this momentum on Haven.
Again, X10 so decisive. That first round pistol, that fast C-split now coming on. And it seems like X10, they are just absolutely utilizing their kit almost to perfection. We talked about the win conditions of Neon. Boom, right away, Muffin. She's not going to shy away from that A main control.
Yeah. It's a beautiful relay bolt that she had followed, like that was following the Trailblazer around the corner from Melissa. So knowing from that information of where that Trailblazer is coming in, okay, there's one on the left, there's one still playing towards the window. You can aim that relay bolt to get the maximum value out of it and not just go for a blind relay. And into this round, looks like for Shopify Rebellion, it's a full force into C.
Yeah, they don't want to give X10 11. Sonder so aggressive. A lot of ground, C site completely given up. And you can see both members of X10, Astra and Chamber, they want to control this garage, and Shopify are going to take the fight to them.
Flash another one on the top of the window. The aftershock too because of that. Yep, a great drill from a fault line. Concussed, nothing that we could do. And this full force buy that's coming in here for Shopify Rebellion looks perfect. Only one ally left for Ginny. She gets double flanked on that pinch into the seaside pulse plant. And Shopify, they get success out of the force.
Yeah, this has been kind of the funny storyline for Shopify as well. If I think back yesterday on Bind, it seems like these simple, just in-your-face strats have been a nice breather for Shopify. They're able to convert these simple, fast rounds.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're able to do it on an actual gun round here. A healthy purchase. Finally, I mean, this is signs of life, at least for Shopify. They will be able to control the economy from here on out. Hopefully, keep X10's money down in the dumps so that they can start to really chip away and make this comeback a reality.
Now we have a free piece of utility that was used by Ginny that gets a lot of information that Shopify Rebellion wants to try to go quickly once again, but this time towards the A side. And we're not letting go of the pace. And yeah, we saw that little boom bot. Vacuumed up Ginny as she falls. A little bit of damage being done by X10. 2 kills, not too bad. Damage as well onto Lori. Well, we'll take those. We'll take those.
We will take those. If you're Ginny, you don't want to take those, but it's all good. The boombots can be a little bit possessed sometimes. We've seen it happen before. But it's all good. I mean, Shopify, again, it's just an eco round, but being able to have an eco round be as clean as that, it's got to mean a lot if you're down 3-10 going into the second half. So every little bit counts. And Sonder, we're looking straight at her, one away from that showstopper. And you can see 4 members of Shopify very much near this A main area. Early Boombot and Bird.
Looks like we want to end this now, Christine, for X10. A big investment, and now it's been heard. An operator invested into Baby TZ as a lot of them are on low HP.
The timing
low
here.
Armor.
The fact that that chamber trip was right there alerted Sonder right off the rip. That could have been devastating, but Polly is going to find her luck at timing as well.
Ooh. This is not going to look too good here for X10. Like I said, they wanted to invest a lot into this round, wanted to shut it down right away, but definitely got punished on that aggressive push down towards window at mid, and that's definitely going to be the call as they heard the operator for Shopify Rebellion. Will they try to hunt it down?
They should. There's so much time left on the spike. Any second now, Shopify, the communication should be coming through. It's a little bit too quiet. It does feel like X10 are saving, so I wouldn't be surprised to see hunting down, and Lori's going. She's just going for it. She's just solo going for it. Okay.
A little bit a silver lining here for X10, as it seems as though at least for the rest of this round where the spike's going to go off, the last 2 players will be able to salvage this operator and the Vandal in the hands of Ginny. But that's going to tell a lot here for Shopify Rebellion. Knowing that this op came out very early, they have to try to figure out where BBTZ is going to position herself here on the future rounds.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Baby TZ maybe going towards that long C. We saw that sniffing coming down front B with the lower weaponry. This time it could be that operator in hand. I'd like to see Muffin getting that A main control just like on that pistol. I thought that was absolutely X10's win condition. But you can see Baby TZ, she wants to go for that A main control.
And which is why everybody else
Everyone's
is pulling
shifting.
back. Exactly. Because at the beginning in that pistol round, it was exactly those three players, Muffin, Alyssa, and Ginny. And they're going to try to use this towards middle on forcing around this Vandal, and the Operator was kept behind. Baby TZ will be the first contact as she's waiting around the corner, and she's too far from her TP.
And Sonder looked like she wanted to paint shell, but she decides to hold on to it. Baby TZ, this timing could be so deadly! Sonder, how do you hit that?
With the headshot on top of that. But because of the three-player push at the beginning of the round, the trigger discipline and then the crossfire to allow 3 kills to come in for X10 and the spike down. Seeker's already out. Benita's close, trying to punish at least Muffin onto Bunny. Half blind, the swing out, could not connect onto Ginny. With the spike still down and the last Seeker still chasing, that is a nightmare once again for Shopify.
Oh man, Flowerful. The jig is up. X10, they understand that this flank is coming. Flowerful has been so close in so many clutches for Shopify's side. A lot of time left on the clock. Spike right in front of her, but 3 insane headshots have to come here.
Yeah. But the good news is that it's all individual battles. And here's the first. Connects onto Alyssa. 30 seconds left. Plenty of time to pick up the spike. But now as the spike icon disappears from the POV of the last 2 players, you know she's close. Double swing out from Polly and Ginny, and they put 11 on the board.
What a round coming out here for X10, and it all started with Baby TZ just kind of getting clotheslined, right? And it looked so hectic and so dangerous. Sonder, I hope we can get a replay of that tap. There it is. But somehow, some way, that walk down mid, right? Even with the lower weaponry, just completely catches Shopify off guard.
With that, though, that pick that they got from Sonder onto Baby TZ will not allow for any operators to be salvaged. It was dropped so far behind into A-Long. This round, breaking the doors very early for Shopify. That was Benita spraying across, and a knife gets thrown down to get information there. Yeah, she's going to get a little bit of damage out of that one, and also no TPs to be able to get away. That broke it. But from that knife that we saw was a push here from X10 down towards along C.
Yeah, Baby TZ has some help in Ginny just arriving. These jellies, these cabbages is being such an issue.
Rolling Thunder on top of that. We're clearing out the A site. Time to play the retake now for X10. What do we have here? Basically an overdrive. Couple of flashes that could maybe help.
4 players left. This drill coming out from KP is going to be such an issue. X10, they've got to bait it out. Otherwise, this retake is going to be near impossible.
Muffin's waiting for the call. First flash to get info, relay bolt. There is that aftershot that gets thrown right away from the beginning. Trailblazers already been wasted. Nice little jump out from Muffin with the first kill, but then full blind. Nice util by Lori as we push towards the spawn. What a nice post plant hold by Shopify.
Clean kills there for KP as well. And that drill, man. Breach and that post plant under that hell, it's such a nuisance.
Oh, yeah.
But X10, they did identify it. I mean, that retake was in action.
Side 2 isolating with the walls coming out from the Neon to make sure she could drop down and just try to have that 1v1 in hell and not get sprayed from graffiti.
Yeah, I'd like to see Baby TZ have a little bit of help from the beginning at that A site. Somebody to start with her to break the dart, break the boombot, break whatever utility Shopify sending your way, and then leave her. Because too many times now we've seen these boombots at that A site just having fun, having their way. So we'll see if any adjustments come out. The adjustment is Muffin. She wants some frags.
Oh yeah, but she gets popped out by Benita inside the spawn, and we're trying to answer back. Meanwhile, for Shopify Rebellion, pushing it inside the C site. That's how they wanted to answer, going for full aggression with a hero rifle off the back of Ginny.
Oh,
they do 2 damage onto that one too, so that could salvage a second weapon onto Alyssa. Null command also available on a 3 versus 2 for Shopify.
Oh, this timing for Benita, just barely making it past Alyssa. And Ginny all alone. Such a powerful spot from Sonder. This timing this round is insane, Vance.
Oh, yeah. She just snuck through. They're pinging towards the spawn for Shopify in that drop. Will it get heard? So far, no reactions from that breach. But Benita comes up towards long C. Easy peek. And just like that, into the second half. We've only spread the lead now by 3 rounds for X10.
Yeah, this is the perfect timing for a timeout. I think X10, they've got to stop this momentum. Shopify gets so dangerous in these moments, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been seeing it all week long. No matter what the score line is at the halftime, something happens for the squad going into the second. I mean, they get this new second wind, and all of a sudden, they just look like completely different players than that of the first.
Yeah. And even when we're looking at trying to digest a little bit how X10's been playing that defense, aggression towards the A long when they're using that Sky with the Neon and the KO. If not, lots of pushes down towards B. But what does Shopify really do from there? And realizing that pressure, they always run into an open C side split if they wanted to. So how do you change this around now with this timeout from X10?
Like I said, I think Baby TZ needs a little bit more help towards that A. There was just too much information and too much pressure, even though it was just one boom bot, right?
Fair.
So need somebody to hold Chamber's hand in the beginning of the round, break the utility, so that Chamber can just be a little bit more loose and keep the attackers guessing, right? You don't know how many defenders are left there. Is it 2, is it 3, or is it just Baby TZ alone? So that's something Shopify are going to be finding out, and for X10, it's on them to keep them guessing.
I like that call because sometimes when you're looking at like that default meta where with this composition from Shopify Rebellion, instead of a breach, you have a haunt. Sometimes you want to throw a haunt into sewers so that you could get that that information towards the A side. So you need a second player on defense to break that haunt so the Chamber could get the positioning, which is very similar against this Boombot. But for this round, X10 looking to play aggro once again. We talked about those 3 players towards A long. It happens, but the difference here is that push down towards long C, where we're about to have a head-to-head between Baby TZ and Benita.
Oh, she saw the barrel.
Gun. Easy kill.
Oh boy, easy peasy, Baby TZ capitalizing. That was close.
I love it.
Sandra and Lori also following up, and it's collapsing all in front of X10's eyes.
Always losing control of Garage from the aggression again. Just not getting enough Garage grass control, and Shopify Rebellion realizing the pushes from the extremities. Let's just go down the middle, and now it's an open A site where they're going to plant.
Baby TZ left just kind of scratching her head, wondering what the heck just happened. Seems like there were duels all across the board. And aggression, Shopify, I like that. Right after the timeout, you know, you think both squads are like, okay, look, we're trying hard now.
Yeah.
We got our try-hard pants. We're going to take every round as thorough as possible. But Shopify say, nah, we're getting in your face. Screw the high percentages. We're just dueling.
Yeah. And KP, the hype player for the team for Shopify Rebellion. Benita with the experience. Trailing behind 9-3 is really nothing for a team like Shopify. And experience of the coach of Rob Wiz. You'll be able to have that pep talk of, okay, we've got one round. Let's take it one run at a time. And they've done these comebacks before. And for X10 now, Baby TZ, the silver lining is being able to save this Vandal also allows for them to maybe work around that and the tour de force that she has this round here.
Yeah, I think she used it in the last, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I forgot about that.
She's just got the Vandal. She does have a little bit extra cash, so this is another tough decision if you're X10, right? You don't want to give away one more round to close that gap, but looks like X10 are deciding to go with a half buy. A little quasi buy, and that's fair, right? You want to be able to get that operator in Baby TZ's hands, and if you look at those credits, that's exactly what they're planning for in round 22.
We talked about grass control. This time it's a hit from the team, but all in towards the grass. Yeah, nobody spots it. Muffin's damaged, and we're doing a lot of pressure from X10. Flash to initiate, but the smoke also does not allow to get any players flash. We fight back towards grass. We're falling down for X10 though, and finally Baby TZ, that hero rifle comes out, and then a close range with the Sheriff on the head of Lori. But the spike, it's stuck in spawn, forcing out the Rolling Thunder. It's a 2v2. It doesn't hit anybody. And Benita's on that flank all the way from grass. Oh no more bullets left. And now it's a 1 versus 1. KP is running away.
She knows Baby TZ is hot on her heels. She's gonna try to make it fast to spawn. She's got the fault line coming right up, and Baby TZ, she's playing it safe. She doesn't realize that she's already in the site. Oh, what a hectic start. Now it's just come down to a 1v1.
KP has no idea.
Oh, she saw her.
Now here, we'll see what happens with KP. Still looking towards, oh, jeez. What a pick by KP! Looking back towards Long C, the reaction time to get the headshot onto Baby TZ. She stays around for Shopify Rebellion because that could have been A dangerous change in momentum for X10.
It could have been disaster, absolute disaster. X10 are just thriving in these moments, and thankfully, Sandra was able to drop that paint shell down, buy it just a little bit more time,
Great
do a
call.
little bit of splash damage, but my goodness, X10 hot on Shopify's heels here. Healthy buy, that operator finally on the table here for Baby TZ, and they're going back to what was kind of working. Long C aggression.
A little bit of a trade-off of flash, relay bolts. Great utility from both ends. It's a chess match, and we come out with a draw.
Baby TZ all alone here on the A site. Benita inching forward. Oh, this duel.
So close.
It's such an off angle as well.
Might not be expected, and now she gets into the range of her TP. BBTZ is weighing down right now. On the other end, though, here comes the Cosmic Divide, and it's actually the Flash that dies, and a Spike committed to a second kill, doesn't work out. BBTZ gets punished by Fireful, and it gives a chance for SR to plant.
And this Astral Wall you spoke of should allow that plant to go through. 3 versus 3. And 2 flashes on the back of Ginny. They're gonna go fast. Muffin, she wants to go. That suck is huge.
And Saunders at the graffiti. Cosmic Divide coming out from X10 as well. Big flash, that's a cue to push out. Trade off, but in favor of Shopify.
Wow.
They keep it alive. Time to make your wish of who's gonna win, because we're tied up 11-11.
Man, and it's so tricky when you're the Astra. Do you use that suck to be able to delay that retake, or do you use it to take the enemy off the spike, right? Benita already in the site decides to use it to buy a little bit more time, and it comes right in the nick of time. Muffin, that's exactly where she thrives. Again, Baby TZ finding this opening in that off angle was so huge for X10.
The wise words of Tarek when every time he's doing these watch parties. We got a game in our hands.
Now we got a game on our hands.
True. And with that, X10, they still are relentless. Another 3-player push out towards C. But a force buy coming in. We got Bulldogs, we got a Vandal. And this pressure that they had before towards mid, it worked out, but the Seekers is going to give a lot of info. Same thing, countering out towards this A side, but we're now filtering Shopify Rebellion towards the C side. The difference, 2 players playing inside Garage for X10.
Oh, Flowerful going right into a trap, but she still gets away with 1. At least Baby TZ is able to trade, but Shopify, they're in the C site, and this quick flank, oh. But thankfully for Shopify, they're bringing the squad.
Half blind, 2 players. KP with a counter flash if needed from the top C.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Bulldog bites onto both Benita and Lori. KP trying to just slow down that clock while this re-push is coming out from BBTZ towards Garage. She's moving up right now, looking to get that pick up to KP. The flash a little bit too late, gets the kill full blinded. Stunner now stuck at logs by herself. Satchel to come out, but the retake comes in, and X10 are now at that point. I love the Aya. I love the Aya.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked and I'm gasping for air. That's gonna burn. That's gonna hurt if you're Shopify. That was a 4v4 post. They had the utility to be able to stop them at bay, but X10 are so damn fearless. All of these retakes and the rounds that they've won, again, just not letting go of W, and they fully believe in each other. They swing for each other, and they trade each other, and it results in a round win on the board.
And that's one thing that the community, also the APAC fans, are giving a lot of credit into X10's playstyle. If it's not for the slow play to try to play into the minds of your opponents, at least the fundamentals of being able to trade with your teammates. You don't always have to use that utility to get the perfect flash to go for the swing for the kill. Just play your numbers, and you see that. Muffin's the first contact. There's already 2 players behind her ready for the trades.
Yeah, you love to see it. Power in numbers, and you know, you always feel good. Even if you don't get any frags and you see that you set up your teammate a nice little alley-oop. You say, hey, were they blind? Yup. Nice little assist. Things of that nature. But, man, I don't even... It feels like Shopify in this timeout, there's just got to be so much to discuss.
Oh, yeah.
So many... I mean, and it's tricky. Do you try to fix your mistakes with only 1 round left, or do you just pull out that one curveball strat that you've been saving for this exact moment on Haven? We'll see. I mean, they've got the ultimates to work with. The Showstopper up online. KP with that Breach ultimate.
almost
this
looks
is
like
for everything.
Exactly, and it almost looks like they want to fight towards the A aggression coming out from X10. Got the Boombot already lined up to look down towards the sewers. Here comes that flash to come out, but that Rolling Thunder could be huge here, and that could punish this push coming out from X10.
A lot of utility being traded back and forth. KP.
That's nice.
Oh, the paint shell over the wall.
That is so nice, and now the showstopper to come out too. Long range connects. Muffin is down, and Ginny is gonna have to try to hold the site by herself. Moving down towards the sewers where Flowerful is about to go head-to-head against her. Meanwhile, though, being pinched. BBTZ to support from behind. Gets the kill with the Tour de Force and moving forward with her teammate. It's a 4 versus 2. Does not connect it to the last one. And Pauly will have to try to clutch. Spike yet to be planted. But we still get the kill for KP. We fight back. And we're going into overtime.
What a huge frag coming out from Flowerful down in that short A. I tell you what, if Baby TZ got that frag, that was 100% game on for X10 to be able to convert and retake and close this one out. So pivotal frag coming out here for Flowerful. And man, this A main contestation right now, I love this look for Sonder.
Yeah.
In conjunction with that, with KP fault lining towards that A, that paint shell over the wall, I did not see that coming at all.
And to look at the counter utility that was coming out, at least from X10, to try to survive that was a beautiful neon wall that came up so that they could actually try to get away as much as they could. But I feel that was maybe a mishap of not being able to understand that KP did have that Rolling Thunder ready that they could fight back with. So maybe that could be the jitters of the elimination matchup. But all that doesn't matter anymore. We are into this overtime. We have started things off here, and X10 are back on the attack.
And they're back to what was working. This is looking like that pistol once again. Sonder, she's bit. Oh, but thankfully
Nice.
Benita following up with that utility to help Sonder out. Have that stopping power, but X10, they're not slowing down.
That's a grab need to stop things off before, but the re-hit comes in,
geez.
running through the wall. 2 kills from Sonder. It's Sondering time as Muffin answers back, though. From the grave. Paint shell kills onto BBTZ. Player advantage coming out here for Shopify.
That spike is down in a peculiar spot. Well, not too peculiar. Muffin's able to just quickly snag that one.
Interesting. The plan for a spawn, the fall line immediately out. Low HP is going to be Muffin, and yeah, these trades are coming out, and the swings are perfect. Shopify Rebellion in the lead when they were struggling on the defense for so long in that first half.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to Sonder. It's all thanks to Sonder. I mean, even from the grave, getting one more frag with that paint shell was everything. But more so than that, Shopify, they fought this time around. All half long on their defense. They didn't put up that sort of defense on C-Site, not once. So this time, finally, it's paying off, at least in OT.
What answer can we have now for X10? The tides have turned. We thought it was going to be X10 getting this map in the bag with how confident they looked here on this first half. But on this defense, the continuous pushes they currently have is not panning out, and seems like this time it's going to be a change.
Yeah, I think that's a good response coming out. It does look like Muffin wants to re-aggress down this long C. When you see a Sky and a Neon together, that's usually what that means. Trip in front B, so X10 should have a good idea of a B hit if it comes.
Relay Bolt actually did punish onto Benita. Can they get this kill onto Long?
Oh, that's
No!
huge!
Nice picks from Benita on the top of the boxes. And that just opens up the B side. Thankfully, though, Silver Lining, Pauly answers back. That's also no stars on the post plan for the attack.
And again, Sonder in such a power position, always pushing forward. This crossfire should be so deadly for X10.
And it works out. Gravity Well then comes out. Satchel not allowing Ginny to push out. She goes for the on-hand throw. Saunders full blind. Ginny does get the kill onto Lori. It's a 2 versus 1. Make that even 1. Somehow, it's back to a doable situation for X10. Forced now to pick up onto the defuse. It's now at halfway. Off the spike. Gets the kill. Ginny gets the clutch. And we're going into a second OT.
That is incredible. Ginny just somehow slipping past that timing between Ginny and Sonder. The fact that Lori accidentally blinded Sonder and she's able to slip past into that A-Link. I mean, this crossfire, you should have never been able to survive if you're Ginny here. 2 players, Sonder in spawn, another in A-Link. That I'm not sure what we just watched. I don't know how Shopify were able to lose that one, but X10, that's incredible.
I think it came down to heroic plays, right? Those pushes that we had, the answers back from Pauly. KP knew that she was flanking back or rotating back towards the ceiling, still loses that fight. And now in those OT moments, it's the heroic plays that really shines and helps the team move forward. And now we switch things around. X10 back onto the attack. And Shopify Rebellion, at the beginning of this round, stacked so many players towards the A side expecting that. It's not going to work out.
Really like this C-split. It's on, game on. They've already got garage control.
But Benita's in the smoke. This could be very dangerous right now, right after. Reliable, it's going to stun KP.
Huge stun.
Benita made it inside the cubby. Oh, we're pinching in. She gets the first kill, but it's going to get a pinch towards the back. And the last 3 players of Shopify Rebellion are at the spawn. Flowerful and Lori fighting back, though. A 2 versus 2, a flash to blind.
Wow.
A 2 versus 1, and Lori so low on HP. At 10. Nothing left in terms of utility. Can't even heal herself. It's a perfect position now. Nice tap, but it gets answered back. A nice back and forth coming out from X10. And the tides have turned once again.
Such back and forth rounds coming out. Alyssa almost getting the better, but Lori, that flick, man, that flick onto Asha was so huge. Alyssa barely with any HP. What a doable round coming out here. And I mean, X10, it's very simple and very straightforward so far. At least the last 8 rounds have been for X10, right? Whether you're on the defense or whether you're on the attack, they are just beelining it straight on for that A main control or this C split. And most of the time, it's working. And if it's not working, it's creating so much pressure onto Shopify that they're having to adjust and maybe not stick to their own game plan and just react in those moments. So a lot of pressure coming out here for X10.
Well, now the pressure is going to be even heavier now for Shopify Rebellion as they're behind by 1 round in this second overtime. Calling out the timeout, trying to figure out what they could do at this point. I'll give a chance to say, hey, how are you guys doing here in the chat, in the audience? What's up?
A lot to talk about. At least you got money, right? It's OT. I mean, sometimes these OTs, especially when you start getting to the 3rd, 4th ones, it can get pretty hazy.
Yeah, and that's a crazy part. You talk about money, and yeah, you may have a lot, but maybe not in the hands of Baby TZ. This is a gamble, a glass cannon off into this round on defense.
Yeah, this time she does have the assistance in Ginny, so that should allow her to not take all her HP away from a single boombot this time. So we'll see if she's good for this shot because Shopify, they're over in the same main area early.
And that boombot's already going out, but you can't have that KO to support, so it is going to try to track down that
So
chamber
aggressive.
in the corner. Meanwhile, yes, the quick push towards the C, trying to counter and answer back for Shopify Rebellion. They're going to decide to push back towards this A site. X10 has all of this information. Battle towards the spawn. Benita cuts that on the first kill, but it gets immediately traded out by Alyssa. More pinch coming in, and Shopify Rebellion deciding to push back and try to fight back against that single flanker.
Huge for Alyssa to get away with her life here. It almost seemed like X10 were just corralling Shopify. They wanted Shopify to commit into that A site. Thankfully, Alyssa is able to get one and fall back, and it's just going to keep Shopify left wondering who's flanking, how many are flanking. So they decide to get into the A site.
Good, both satchels already used, a flash and a fault line, so everything's on cooldown for both initiators. And Baby TZ lands a beautiful shot onto Sonder. Another player down for Shopify Rebellion as the disadvantage now falls upon them.
And this triple flank coming out is going to be so deadly. The line of sight here for Flowerful, she's able to just tuck so many flashes.
But a 1v1 towards Soares. Lori at least makes it 2 players now flanking, and she wants to hold that W. And now we're fighting towards the cubby of the A-Long. Flowerful continues her job, and unfortunately it doesn't work out. A triple flank that comes down to a null. Back to Baby TZ on 2 versus 1. The tap onto the spike, but it gets heard. Does not get that shot onto Lori. Couldn't make it a 1 versus 1. And we might have a long series in our hands now, Christine.
We absolutely might, and you know, it's tough, right? Triple flank, usually it can catch you off guard, but that means that Baby TZ, she's got to now slow it down, right? She can't go quite as fast, and when you're in that site, in that post, and you're supposed to be under pressure, you're supposed to start hearing that retake going on in heaven or in spawn, and if you don't hear anything, it's a little bit too weird. So definitely for Shopify, they understood that spawn was safe. They put all their focus onto that flank, and they're able to secure that post. But man, again, Shopify, they're taking a page out of X10's book. Look at this aggression.
Oh, Polly almost had that timing, and as she walks away, gets spotted by Sonder. Meanwhile, though, on the A side, Muffin opens up towards A. They'd had a different change of pace to just have that Neon go into the cubby first to avoid some utility if there. But Flower falls on the top of the box of sewers. It's good for one and the information for the team. Rotate comes back from Shopify Rebellion. It's not going to be a flank. So that trip is going to help a lot for X10 to just focus back towards spawn.
KP, full set of utility. Expect her to set up Sonder for some frags here. Flash is coming out and a fault line.
Counter flashes through as well. A suck on the
Beautiful.
ground. Showstopper out. One more to go in sewers. And that's Baby TC on the left side. Cubby goes for the TP, so they know that she's there. One sticking onto the spike.
Wow.
Sonder goes for the satchel, then on to the Vandal for the kill. And Shopify Rebellion are back in the lead.
Love to see it when Razes use that satchel
Yep.
for that exact moment. Right around the corner and just crosshair displace. I think I love those better than just those double satchel fast showstopper plays. It's just such a feels bad if you're the player that gets bumped up. But man, decisive. I think the last 3 round bans in this OT have looked identical to both squads, right?
Yep.
Fast towards garage, then getting pushed around to C, and the defenders pushing long C and corralling them into that A hit. So we'll see what this one looks like, but it's looking pretty similar once again.
Yeah, this time towards the A side, there's also a grab. Well, we're going very aggro now. First kill onto Muffin, really bold onto the left side. Sonder, who made it already towards sewers, but it's being watched and lined up. They got caught into the door trying to go through the wall of Neon. And Alyssa and Muffin fall. They get punished for that. Ginny's stuck in the corner. Elisa gets traded out. It's a 3 versus 2. Everything else is open. And SR are falling back to C.
Yeah, and Baby TZ and Polly both just completely rotated, over-rotated. Shopify, I think they heard that sound cue. They're just beelining it back towards the C. And I like this adjustment coming out for Baby TZ. Instead of just following them back directly into garage, they're retaking in the C link.
This is so hard to retake.
So
No
many
stars
sound
available.
cues.
Exactly. This is all hurt here. Everybody could focus towards spawn. And look at that utility that's still around. Polly gets the first kill as they're going with the fundamentals once again. Flashes all around from both initiators. This looks really good for Shopify Rebellion to win this in OT 16-14.
Wow, wow, wow. You've got to be so thrilled. Such a sigh of relief if you're Shopify. I mean, just considering how one-sided that first half was. And my goodness, they are clawing their way back in every map, every series, Shopify Rebellion.
I wouldn't want to be Rob Wiz right now, sitting in my seat,
Oh my
just
God.
trying to watch this game, or even
gotta
coach
have
on
so
the other
many
end.
white hairs
Exactly.
at this
Senspet's
point.
probably doing the same thing too. I mean, this has been an amazing first map to start off this series. We talked about this. This is the elimination game. You had to put everything onto the table, and boy, did they do it on both ends of Shopify and X10.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, if you're X10, you feel a little bit for them. This was supposed to be a punish pick. And for Shopify, traditionally it has been, right? Haven has been a bit of a struggle, slower adjustments to the mark. But thankfully for Shopify, at least, those adjustments did come out to play. And I gotta say, this game must have been extremely difficult to adjust to because it was just hectic. It was all over the place. W keys across the board. You're playing across the Neon, who's just everywhere all at once.
At the same time, for both of these teams, it comes down to that moment where you don't really have to overthink for IGLs, right? It's like, okay, well, we do this slight adjustments, but let's still do the same push. Let's still be as aggressive. Let's just do that small change in terms of our fundamentals to make sure that we win our duels. And for me, it almost feels that it came down to that, especially in these OT moments, where now, once again, the young fraggers for Shopify Rebellion shine once more to be able to win this first map 16-14.
Beautiful stuff. And Rob Wiz, a sigh of relief, well, more of a yell of relief. You can see it on his face there. Man, again, we're going into map 2. This was just map one. Map one of a best of 3.
Exactly, and we actually have technically 3 series going on today, so let's just hurry up the pace. Let's bring this to a break, and when we come back, the analyst desk to break down that map and prepare for Pearl.
Chapman.
More than friend, wanted to see your future and never let the morning end. Can't take it back. The time I gave to you, I'll never be your lover. I know. All you do is all I ever wanted. All you ever were was my design. Never gonna be like that, not gonna be like that. Ooh, gotta be without that, I wanna be right for you. Never gonna be like that, not gonna be like that. Ooh, needed to be like that, to come and hold
Wow, what a game we just saw as Shopify Rebellion bring it back to win 16-14 in overtime. And I would happen to agree with some of the folks online. The 9-3 curse most definitely lives on here at Game Changers Championship. I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi and Ender. And Ender, I mean, right off the break, you know, we wanted to see, X10 give us that fast start. They did just that. We were wondering, is Shopify boomed? Is this all just going to go downhill from there? It felt like we were just watching 2 different teams.
No, it was absolutely insane, the switch up after the half, because X10 looked so incredibly dominant, and yet once it switched over to defense, Shopify completely turned things around. I think the later you got into the game, you saw the calling from KP continue to shine. It's like we always say, round 12s, that's when she really figures it out. But when you go OT, you get round 13s on both sides of the map, and that's exactly where she was thriving.
Yeah, Shopify had a great understanding of how X10 wanted to play that. They did a fantastic job of shutting down Muffin in that second half and contending with the aggression. And I mean, it's crazy, because if you look at that, 21st kills to 10 for Shopify. So many of these rounds were just like absurd spaghetti on the floor. Everything is going to hell moments. But Shopify, despite all of that slipping away and the chaos, did manage to prevail.
Yeah, I think in the first half, the first kills were dead even. Second half, Sandra was 7-0 in those openers.
It was insane. But these were the rounds that were important in the second half when X10 was bringing the aggression. This one, for example, hard push outside of A, BBTZ pushing down long, but Shopify stays calm. They know where these players are coming from. They managed to contain and make an adaptation in the mid round. And there's credit to Shopify there, but also consistently X10 was getting these advantages, was getting these early starts in rounds, these big swaths of map control, and then continuing to push, continuing to fight for more, and losing out as a result of that.
Yeah, and I think what we saw from X10 looking for a lot of those early aggressive plays was sort of a result of both teams were very strong in the post plants, around 75% for both teams' success rate if they got the spike down onto the ground. So X10 really did send it. Sometimes it worked, but it was hard to repeat for them.
Yeah, but you know what, though? You got got to give a huge shout out to the IGL, right, on Shopify. As you mentioned, right, KP, she was keeping the team in the game. The calls were exquisite. And on top of that, contributing a fair amount of multi-frags throughout this game.
Hey, that is KP's MO, though. Her utility is so good, but I think one of the biggest changes in her calls for the team was dealing with the C split from X10's attack, because let's be honest, Shopify's C was so weak in their first half when they were trying to defend it, but switching up, playing closer angles outside of Garage really was able to open up Sonder to find some kills and shut down that Neon Muffin from getting into the back lines.
And on top of that, in those last few rounds of regulation and into overtime, as an individual, KP was having some massive rounds of her own, clutching things up in the late round. I think Breach is a role that really enables her not only to be fantastic as a caller and to set Sonder up for success, but also to have these moments in the late round where she can win out for Shopify. We've talked a lot about them being a late round team, and they prove it again here.
Yeah, it was a great switch in a composition. A huge shout out to KP. Felt like she definitely cracked the code. But early on, though, in the game, all eyes were on Muffin because she's going to be our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. This was going to be in the first half here, Ender, and again, just Muffin was on fire at the beginning part of the game, but they realized, Shopify, that they can't shut her down. But with plays like this, it was really hard.
I mean, the aim is just absolutely precise. The heat up there, flying to the back lines. Like, KP doesn't even know she can be there that quickly. Finds the shots through the wall for a little bit of chip damage as well. The pre-fire, too. Like, the awareness of playing that sliver of an angle is just perfect. And really, I mean, it made Shopify's life so hard how good she was.
And when this game was so close, Muffin was absolutely make or break. In the first half, she was making it over and over again, winning these rounds. But in the second half, she was making these aggressive plays that were sometimes flipping the early round and giving opportunities to Shopify. As we continue to look into this series, as we get towards Pearl, this is where we need to see Muffin getting things in control, taking the plays to get advantage and not overdoing it.
Yeah, and while it's really funny because it's like you don't always want to just put the spotlight on the duelist all the time, but that actually brings us to our Aim Lab shoot-around because we're going to focus the conversation on Sonder, who...
Yeah, let's put the spotlight on the duelist again.
Why not? You know, you don't want to, but you kind of have
this
to.
is some good aim labs, I would say.
Yeah, that is
very good warm-up for her frequent play of Breach Odin.
And yep, busting up. Okay, you know what? I feel like all this looks like my warm-up.
Yeah, I do think that Sonder, it's really important. The Frenzy and Odin play, of course, is another thing you're going to have to play a lot when you're locking in the Raze for your team. The utility use there. I mean, flashing 4, 5, even 6 players. Not even KP can do that.
And that's what's so impressive to me about Sonder. Such a young player, but so good at using her utility in the moments that matter like this one.
Wise beyond her years there, but you can use the QR code that you saw on your screen to scan that and go nuts with it, you know, have a good time. But anyway, though, let's go ahead and shift focus now. We had mentioned it before at the start of this series that we wanted to see X10 be able to pick up this first map win, because if they were able to, then this sets up a very different series for them. Unfortunately for them, goes into OT, can't pick up the dub, end up losing it to the 9-3 curse. Now we go to Pearl, which is looking really good, Mimi, for Shopify.
Yeah, it is. And we talked about Sonder in a less serious light, but this is where things do get serious, because we're likely to see the Neon head-to-head between her and Muffin on this map.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a big one, right? In terms of like scaling down B-Long, the execute towards art, if there's going to be a Bleach in the equation for Shopify. And, well, yes, we can talk about the duelist and that entrance until the end of time. I do want to put a little bit of a focus on Baby TZ because she was very good on the first map of Haven. And Baby TZ is a player that on these large maps does like to find a lot of great lurk timings. I think of her Cypher over on Breeze, how she works up halls. Pearl, a very similar map. And if it's not going to be the super fast early aggressive play from X10, it's got to be the slow crawling lurk plays.
And I think they do have something that they lacked on that last map. They had a lot of commitment into Muffin and what she can do as an individual with their comp on Haven, but here they play both the Astra Viper. They have significantly more stall when they're on that defensive side, so I'm hoping to see a little bit less of those crazy Muffin aggressive plays, and instead using her more as a fast rotator and to play the retake.
Well, and that was also the problem that you started to see toward the tail end of that one. Like, even the final moments of that Haven game, you're kind of questioning the pace there from X10. They were aggressive, they were loud when they really didn't need to. They could have played that to their advantage. Got that first kill. It's going to be a lot of those decisions that will come back and bite them in the end, and they need to be careful about that. Otherwise, they will be going home at the 2-0.
Yeah, and that would just be a heartbreaker for this team. I think that you're onto something there in the sense that Pearl plays very different differently to a lot of other maps where there is much more like, it's a lot harder to call Pearl, I think, as a map, because there's only so many sort of early round set pieces you can do, like art control, this side of thing. It's a very different look to Haven, where it's all about fast blitz plays.
All right, well, guys, look, ahead of their Berlin matches, X10 Sapphire's Polly actually shared what makes this team a real threat, and they're going to need this because it is their resilience.
สวัสดีค่ะชื่อพัชราพรสนิทชัยค่ะอินเกมเนมโพลีค่ะมาจากทีม X10 Sapphire ค่ะก็ทีมเรานะคะเริ่มแข่งมาตั้งแต่ช่วงต้นปี 2022 ค่ะแล้วก็แข่งมาจนถึง Open 4 แต่เราไม่สามารถเข้าไปในคัดเลือกเข้าElite ได้ค่ะเพื่อ Elite ที่จะแข่งต่อเป็นของเพื่อให้คัดมา World เนี่ยค่ะแล้วก็ยังมีอีกรายการหนึ่งที่เป็น Last Chance เพื่อคัดตัวเข้ามาแข่ง
And they're ready to pounce.
Oh gosh. Not quite ready. Muffin is readier. Oh god, goes in for the triple now.
ในรายการที่สำคัญที่สุดทำให้เราได้ตั๋วมาแข่งทำให้เรามีความผิดหวังมาเยอะมากๆแล้วเราเรียนรู้การแพ้ความผิดพลาดแล้วก็ความเสียใจเรารู้มาทุกอย่างแล้วค่ะเพราะว่าก็คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งที่ทำให้เราอาจจะแข็งแกร่งกว่าทีมอื่นๆในเรื่องด้านจิตใจคือเป็นถ้าเป็นคนไทยก็คือเป็นพี่เป็นน้องกันเป็นเพื่อนประมาณนั้นค่ะเราคุยกันได้ทุกเรื่องแล้วก็ค่อนข้างที่จะปรับความเข้าใจกันทุกเรื่องอะค่ะเราถึงไม่มีการเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพเพราะว่าเราพยายามที่จะปรับความเข้าใจกันตัวพอเองก็ค่อนข้างมั่นใจค่ะว่าการยิงของโซน APAC บ้านเราค่ะก็น่าจะเป็นที่น่าจับตามองเหมือนกันค่ะเพราะว่าคิดว่าทุกคนในทีมค่อนข้างที่จะยิงแม่นมากๆค่ะ
You have to get a little bit more now if they want to get the spike plant, so they're double stacking together, but the spray down!
เพราะว่าจะได้ประสบการณ์แล้วก็ได้เจอคนที่เราชอบเป็นไอดอลอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะที่เราเห็นเขาจากในโลกโซเชียลตอนนี้เราได้เจอเขาที่เป็นตัวจริงแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นมากค่ะถ้าเรามีความมั่นใจที่เราคิดจะทำเราก็จะกล้าเล่นกล้าทำแต่ถ้าเราขาดความมั่นใจไปเราก็จะคิดมากจนเกินไปจนเราไม่สามารถที่จะได้ทำในสิ่งที่เราคิดว่าเราจะทำแล้วเราก็จะไม่ได้เล่นอย่างเงี้ยค่ะไม่ควรที่จะแบบเสียความมั่นใจของตัวเองค่ะจับตาดูเราไว้โพลี่ยิงเรียบ
Again, it's really been about the journeys for, all of these competitors here to this really historic moment that we have here at Game Changers Berlin. Big opportunity across the board. And Accent Sapphire, they're feeling that, Ender. They know the pressure's on, and they have the skill. We saw it in those in that first half, we saw just the utter domination. But it's just about trying to find that next level that is going to get you those wins.
To finish the job, to get it all the way
job
there.
Done.
Hey, they've been here. Drop a map one, come back, win the next two in a row. So definitely doable for X10 Sapphire. They talk about the resilience. That is not going to be a concern for them. What it is going to be figuring out how to beat Shopify, I think, in the calling here on Pearl.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult. We saw in that game yesterday between Team Liquid and Shopify how much it was a battle of the minds between Daiki and KP. And here it has to be that as well. But X10 do have someone to lean on. Ginny, the most experienced member of their roster. She's been competing for a very long time, both here and back in Counter-Strike on mixed teams at a very high level in APAC. So they do have someone to lean on here to get that information, to try and get the lead and beat KP at her own game.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we're going to see how all this unfolds, folks, but we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, we're going to dive into the agent select and all the goodies in between. Don't go anywhere. This is, of course, VALORANT Game Changers Championship.
Yeah, stretch.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VALORANT Game Changers Championship right here in Berlin. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside Mimi and Ender as we break down Map 2, which will be Pearl, and that will be Shopify Rebellion's pick, a map that Shopify Rebellion have been very good at. And on the flip side to that, Ender, for X10, it is going to be a bit of a challenge to find a way to crack that egg. That somehow, some way, Shopify Rebellion have managed to be able to just like forge into their own.
A very intact egg.
A very intact egg. I was really trying to figure out how I was going to get to the question.
Yeah.
And I did it. And then Mimi had to bring it back around.
I respect that. I respect that a lot. No, honestly, I think it is interesting because Ascent Sapphire don't have a ton of experience on the stage with this map. They've played it 3 times, as far as I can tell. One of the most recent being in that grand finals against Alter Ego Celeste, and they lost it pretty convincingly in that series. So they've had a lot of time to come in with new ideas, potentially new compositions. But for me, on these large maps, my eye is always drawn to Baby TZ, what she can accomplish with the lurks, and sort of the slow play Ascent Sapphire likes to go for.
Yeah, her lurks are so effective. I would not hate to see an agent switch come through here. I think that the Astra Viper comps have their merit, and that there's a reason why this team has ran it. A lot of teams have moved away from that, going for the double initiator. Some teams even committing into the Sage, which I think are all really valid options. And when you're facing a pretty tough opponent here in Shopify, where this is one of their absolute best maps, I would hope that they have something ready.
Yeah, it's actually interesting too, because looking at the Shopify Guild game, in that matchup, Guild did opt to run the breach, and I know that you're kind of a breach fan.
I'm very breach pilled in this match. I just want to talk about it because with the nerfs coming in to KO and to Sky, both of these teams have actually stayed very invested with Sky. But I think breach is actually just like so incredibly good in this patch, because with the flash changes to KO, what was previously like probably his best ability is now probably his worst. With breach, you still get the stun, which is fantastic. You get 2 excellent flashes. You get something that's basically just a better molly in the aftershock, and on top of that, his ult is just so impactful. I want to see more teams running breach, especially when they run these Neon comps.
Yeah, Neon and Raze comps, right? The combination there, because I think especially like you take Pearl for example, a Neon map for most teams. There is some Raze in the mixture too, but when you have breach and Astra, like a huge range on those abilities with the concuss, with the Astra pull and the concuss there too. Like that follow-up from a Neon that can just zoom all the way and play off those abilities is really sick.
Yeah. Now, I do want to let everyone know, while this may seem like we're going for a podcast, because I never get invited to Plat Chat, so it's very nice to be able to talk about a game that I enjoy very much so with my friends. We do want to let him thank you.
Come on, Bren. What are you doing,
He's
man?
a terrible person. But we do want to let everyone know that there was a PC issue on the stage, so they're actually swapping out the PCs. That's the reason why we're taking a little bit longer here, just letting everyone know at home what the dealio is. And I said dealio in 2022. So for right now, we're just going to continue to talk about this matchup until further notice.
I do have some insider information that I heard while you were talking. I heard that during the break, Christy, with his knight armor on, went out there with a sword and was trying to entertain the audience during the break and accidentally broke the PC.
You know what? I can neither confirm nor deny. Okay? But you should have seen the other guy.
Was the other guy the computer?
Yeah.
Maybe.
So yeah, but you know, you bring up a really good point though about the breach and really about the changes that we're seeing here, because let's not also forget too that Pearl, it's relatively new into the rotations. I mean, I feel like everyone has
it's brand new with these changes.
Yes,
right?
yeah, exactly. I feel like everyone has gotten an identity of the map, but no one really is like that confident with compositions quite yet. At least that's my takeaway from it.
I think there's still a lot of room for change, and I think as well with the initiator changes that have come through, there's even more so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it is one of the maps similar to Haven, in fact, where a lot of it can be defined. Like, you can kind of play it in a way where you're very entrenched, where you're very heavy on the stall with these kind of Astra Viper comps or the compositions that have like heavy mollies to stall out, or you can define it more, talking about your defensive side, with being more like opening gambit heavy, where you're playing like Haven, where you're always pushing forward and trying to take space. And the reason I really like Breach on this map is because he gives you the flexibility to play with both, whereas something like the Fade Raze comp, it feels like you always have to be like fighting mid with a Seasonade, fighting long with a Seasonade off the rip to get that same value.
And if you're getting like the positioning wrong, you're guessing wrong where the enemy team is.
It's just like a gamble of big utility off the rip.
The abilities go down, whereas when you're playing something like Neon plus Breach, you use that utility, Neon plays off of it, and then you can just post her up there, so you still have acquired something off of all that.
And that's something cool that I this is going super broad now, about like
Let's do it.
the progression of Valorant towards like a more like MOBA, is that the right word? MOBAs?
MOBA?
Like that's what League of Legends
Multiplayer
is.
online battle arena.
Okay, yeah, like that kind of thing. That's ruined me.
Why do
But
you think I
was
dressed for this? It's for the battle arena.
Okay. I was trying to get at the fact that a lot of this game is coming down to like timings and stuff with especially initiator plays, like that triple initiator composition that a lot of teams start playing on Ascent. It's about balancing the timing on your utility coming back online because you can normally get 3 waves in a round. It's just really cool to watch teams figure it out.
So look, guys, it's no surprise we're still going to be waiting for that PC to get sorted out. But let's actually look ahead to our next matchup that is going to be coming up later on today because Ender and Mimi actually had an opportunity, that's you guys, to sit down with Mel and Bob from Cloud9 White to talk about their journey up until this point. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Hi there, it's Mimi and Ender here, and we're joined by Mel and Bob from Cloud9 White for a little chat. And I just want to start things off by getting our formalities out of the way. And the one question I have for you, yes or no answer, are you guys going to win this tournament?
Yes.
Yes?
All right. Set. Cool.
Do we have anything over?
Yeah, let's wrap it up there.
Yeah,
we're good to go.
Wait. Oh, I'm being told we have to ask at least like a couple more.
okay.
Do you have something?
Bob, what's your favorite animal?
Frog.
Cool. I
Love
mean,
that.
that's pretty informative. They want something about Valorant.
Something about Valorant?
Yeah.
We should do
like
that.
at least something.
Okay, fine. We can, okay, sure, Mel. Let's talk about the team. Putting the whole team together here. Obviously, Bob was a newer addition in this year. Can you sort of talk about the process and how you scouted out Bob and what it was like to bring her into the team?
Yeah, for sure. Annie was obviously stepping down with content creation, and the literally only person we had on our radar and that we wanted to pick up was Bob. Bob is free agent, and that was just the most no-brainer decision ever. I can't, like, come on, anyone watching this? Like, really? Who else are we gonna pick up? Be honest, be for real.
How did you first learn about her, though?
I've known about Bob since like Sonic, since they first came over from NA, watching their first match against Sentinels, or not their very first, but the first like really big match, and that's how I came to know about Bob.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And Bob, for you, I mean, you've had quite a long career to get here to Cloud9. You started out in Australia, you won first strike over there, got imported over to North America with the Sonics, was a top 20 team in North America on that squad. And now you've transitioned over, playing on your first Game Changer squad with Cloud9 White. How does the team environment differ from the previous rosters you were a part of?
I was only on one roster basically before this, but I mean, the team is a lot more fun. My old teams were kind of ass cheeks.
Ooh.
I like some of my teammates back then, but we were definitely like not the best. We were coming from OC, we didn't know much. We were like all very much learning when we came across.
For you guys, you have played more open tournaments, and I'm pretty sure most of the rest of the teams in this event, and you have lost a lot in those tournaments. What do you think that's brought you that has maybe pushed you above some of the other teams here?
It's always better to play against teams that like challenge you more, right? Like you don't want to be playing against the same Game Changers teams that you're stomping over and over. And it's not even just that, it's just the fact that that's where we want to be. We want to be better than all the teams we play in the co-ed tournaments. And so that's why we play in them. And losing in those matches, like especially in like the VCT Open qualifiers, where it's like the most important matches for everyone playing, not just us, that gets us so much better experience than so much any other tournament can give you. Any other GC tournament, any other open tournament, like that's where you actually prove yourself and make the biggest mistakes or make the smallest mistake, and that's where you learn from the most mistakes, in my opinion.
Yeah. So obviously you've won all the Game Changers, right? You come in, you say you're going to win here as well. So for both of you, starting with Bob, what is the end goal here with Cloud9 and for your professional career as well?
I think ideally be like able to make like a franchise spot, but I think it might not come down that way. Like I feel like we'll end up moving off to different teams eventually in like franchise positions, or like tier 2 teams trying to get into like a high level. But I think that's the goal for all of us.
What about for you, Mel?
I would say the same. I think our goal as a team right now would just be get into like that Ascension League. And I think as it stands, like kind of what Bob was talking about earlier, I think the environment in the team is like a very safe environment to like experiment and limit test and get better without judgment. And so we kind of want to have that environment too. It's totally fine for people to, in a sense, like graduate from Game Changers and stuff like that. And everyone, if anybody gets an opportunity onto a tier 1 or tier 2 team, like 100% take that. Like that's such a big step forward for women and GC teams, non-binary and trans folks. So And I think the best thing we can do obviously is aspire for Ascension and franchising, but on top of that, like building a good environment so people can improve very quickly and faster than their peers.
Sure. Well, that journey starts here with your run at GC Champions. Very good luck to both of you, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that will wrap things up.
Thank you for that throw, Mimi. Oh, hello, Mimi.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Mimi.
Hi.
I have to say, Bob, I respect you, sister. I love that.
I love Bob. I also just love watching chat. It's just Bob, 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 period, over. It's incredible.
Bob is
Absolutely.
just a pleasant name, and I love her answer there. I think the most insightful part of the interview, obviously, was when we learned that Bob's favorite animal is the frog. And we talked to her a little bit after and found out the reason she likes frogs so much is when she was younger in Australia, she grew up and had frogs, and she just really loves them. If you go to her Twitter, there's a frog in the bio, and every time she replies to something, it's frog and then like a reaction emoji. So it'll be frog thumbs up or frog peace sign instead of just peace sign.
Yeah, I don't know if you actually saw it in the interview clip there, but when she says my favorite animal is a frog, I sent her the thumbs up because I'm aware.
You're aware.
Of the Twitter
you
game.
you are up to your streets ahead with what the kids are talking about.
Streets
these
ahead.
days.
I like a community reference.
I like
that.
I'm all right with that.
I don't like references on the desk because I never know them.
I can never make a reference because maybe just doesn't get it. I make a wrestling reference, she gets mad at me.
What
you
about
know,
a Valorant reference?
Okay, I would also get mad. I'm like wrestling, anything to do with like sports is.
I do appreciate though. One thing I will like to thank the Valorant community for genuinely is that people, even though they tell me all the time, we have no idea what you're talking about, but when they look it up, they look up the wrestling reference I made and they see how absurd that world is, then they're like, okay, it makes a lot of sense why you're the way you are.
So you're really just a teacher out there.
I'm out there just educating our community on the world of professional wrestling.
And everyone on socials, they're all academics.
Exactly.
Right? You know, they're going and researching all the references, making sure they cite their sources, MLA format.
Always cite your sources there. So again, folks, we are obviously in a holding pattern here as we wait for the stage to actually get sorted out with some of the PCs that are up there. And then once that is all cleared up, we'll be jumping into the matchup. But for now, we're just going to talk. So hopefully you guys just join us for a little bit. Have a good time. You know, chill, lay
Pull up
back,
a chair.
Chill out.
Come on in, guys.
You know?
Come on, sit down, stay a while. This is excellent because we get the time to trap the viewers here where they have no choice but to listen to us.
Yes.
You can't mute the VOD, by the way. But I think we need to talk about something really important. We've talked about Bob and the frog. That's one thing. But there's a lot of stuffed animals at this event. And there's a lot of players with some little friends they've been bringing on stage. And I think KP with Salt, her penguin, who's been on stage for every single one of the matches, is a nice little extra bit of moral support for this.
You know, we were talking about theories as to what has actually happened to cause the PC issue.
Okay.
Do we think that having a live stuffed animal on stage could be problematic? A penguin might get up to some funky business
They need to keep
with
it
the
pretty
PC.
cool. I mean, maybe too cold for the computers? I don't know.
Yeah,
she froze
it. Those inanimate objects, you really have to watch out
You
for.
really
you
do.
know,
Have you ever watched Toy Story, GB?
I have, and Toy Story 3 almost ended me, so I don't want to go down
to
that
be honest,
path.
like object permanence, I still don't really understand that. So I feel like anything could happen. And there it is. Thank you, production. That is Salt, the one and only.
The one and only. I'm a big penguin fan. Whenever I go to the zoos, I always seek them out. Actually, years ago I went to Sydney, and we went to the Sydney Zoo over there. Beautiful, and they had like this whole set. I know I'm going into a big.
keep going. I love it.
Keep going.
But it was just really cool. And then out of nowhere, like the penguins started clashing over a fish, and it was actually one of the most like just legit things ever. I was like, oh, these.
It was like
penguins throw
wrestling
down.
in real life.
It was
with penguins.
Wait a minute. Okay, never mind.
Wrestling isn't real though. Isn't
Real
it,
quick,
isn't it staged? Unlike this, which is
how
really
dare
real.
you? Before we go, we don't talk about it. Go to our next package. If you had to go up on stage, in chat, you guys could answer this as well. You went up on stage, you're playing here at Valorant, Champions, Game Changers, local lands, whatever, and you could bring one stuffed animal on the stage with you. What would it be?
Oh, that is a fantastic question. I think it's got to be like just like something absurdly large. I have a stuffed goose at home that is like the size of a human being.
You have
I think
a
it would be
stuffed goose?
Yes.
Knowing everything I know about you, that is hilarious.
Well, like not a real, like a stuffed animal.
No,
goose,
I know. Taxidermy goose.
No. Okay, this has gotten really way too morbid, way too quickly. But it's clear that stuffed animals are a buff. Think of Loud. They had a new stuffed animal every map that they've won.
True.
And they won that whole tournament. And cool story, by the way. Auspice was the player on Loud who was getting all of the stuffed animals, all of the dogs when they were on stage there. One of the players here at Game Changers Champions actually gave him the first dog, Naxi. I believe they're dating. Gave him the little husky dog that he had on stage when that he pulled out for their match versus Leviathan when they had that crazy comeback on Icebox. So a little bit of cross mingling between.
That's
the two
the deep Valorant lore.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump in though, and I never thought I would get to talk about this. But when I was little, my mom made me this tiny little stuffed animal robot. His name was George.
A robot?
And I brought him everywhere. Yeah, he was the cutest little
like
thing.
An actual robot.
No, it was like a crocheted or something. Like I don't know.
Cool.
It was kind of that sort of deal. But
That's
yeah,
awesome.
I would bring George up on stage. He'd help me out.
Well,
Jeez,
I would have
George,
said it.
sweet.
I would have said what I wanted to say, but production's out here telling me that I got to
Quickly,
throw to this
one
next
word.
video.
What is
Nope,
it?
not going to do it. Cloud9 White, by the way, are going to be facing off against Guild X in our second match. You can blame production for that one. But actually, we have Potter and Yinsu, who had a chance to actually sit down with Roxy and Smurfette to chat with them about this upcoming match and the event.
Hello everyone, I'm Yingsu here with Potter, and now we're joined by two of the players from Guild X. It's Roxy and Smurfette. Hi guys, welcome to the tournament. Now you are the #1 seed out of Europe. You're the best team, but do you feel like you're the #1 seed, especially with the narratives coming into this tournament of people kind of being more excited for G2 Gozen, despite the fact that you actually managed to beat them?
I don't know. I think we feel pretty confident being the #1 seed now, and I think we're pretty sure that we get to actually keep it. Like, we're highly confident, and we think we deserve the spot. The past few games that we've had against G2, they were also super close, so we've never felt that we were second. We always felt like we are the winner of hearts, at least. And so I'm just glad that we could prove all the haters wrong, and that we finally get to manage to beat G2 in the end.
Speaking of this sort of rivalry with G2, it's such a similar storyline over in NA with Shopify Rebellion and Cloud9. Actually very similar, right? Especially because Shopify just recently beat Cloud9 on a map, while you ladies actually won an entire series. So how has it been with the prep? Are you guys trying to specifically prep for G2, or is this just a free-for-all? You're just playing optimally versus anyone?
No, we just we prep and play like we play against anyone else, really. I think once we join the server, we blend out the names, automatically. We don't even say, we don't even call out the in-game names. We say, oh, Breach is there, blah, blah, blah. And we the agent names. Yeah, we just treat it just like any other match. Really, we're on our own heads about it. We play our own game. We don't even look like beforehand. We barely watch their matches before, adjust our game plan related to anything they do. It's really, we play our game. We want to set momentum. We want to show them that we have the upper hand, and we want them to fixate on our game and switch up their strats depending on us.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. When it comes to Guild, you guys have single-handedly somehow managed to recruit the best duelist from every other team in Europe. All of you can just run a 5-duelist comp, I feel like, at this point, and get you on the chamber, Roxy, and it's GG. But how do you kind of get the other girls comfortable? Because they have to play off-role. There's only so many duelists in the team. And for you, Smurfette, how do you guys choose who plays the duelist agents on what map?
I think we already decided. I'm the main duelist of the team, but we switched me on Raze to chamber, because I'm more comfortable with chamber with an up. And then, I'm the main duelist, and Ness says she doesn't want to play anything else but smoker because she wants to get used to it. Because if she plays chamber, then she's gonna feel she's not gonna feel useful on smoker. She's gonna forget stuff and stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah, I think in general our team finds it important that everybody gets to play or can play any role, because in the end it helps you in a way of knowing what the opposite roles can do, and find out their timings, find out what their abilities can actually do and stuff. So it's just important to increase your own gameplay by learning other agents and be fully able to be flexible, because it will help you in the future. It will help you in every kind of scenario. So for all of us, it's just important that you can just switch and be able to flex.
Okay. My question is, we're going to veer off a little bit from the gameplay. I'm going to ask about your IGL, Claudia, okay?
Yes.
Because back in the day, she used to have this superpower where she could just remember every single person's birthday that she ran into.
She's still the same.
Is she still doing this?
She's still the same.
How? Oh my God.
She is still doing that. As soon as she meets someone, she's like, when's your birthday? And then I tell her, she's like, oh, you're a Sagittarius or something. And she's instantly going on. She knows everything about their personality instantly. And then she's like, oh yeah, you're compatible with XYZ. And then she's
Wait, is she like setting you guys up? Is she playing Cupid with your birthday?
Sometimes she does that. Like, I'm just like talking to someone, she's like, oh, by the way, she's like your love match. And I was like,
she's actually doing that a lot.
That is too funny. Okay, so second part to this question. It sounds like you guys have a lot of good camaraderie, a lot of good team, synergy together. But this is the first LAN for some of you guys. Is there anything you're doing outside of the server to kind of keep the confidence up with you and just keep that team morale to as high as you can?
No, I don't think we're doing anything special. I think the only thing
just focusing on the game.
Yeah,
eh?
we just focus on the game at all times. I keep telling my teammates, okay, this like playing on stage is basically just like streaming, but with a live audience. Like, okay, you can hear like their reactions in the background, so you should like treat it as streaming because all of us are streaming like in the free time. Just treat it as a live audience. There's a camera, but you don't see yourself, so it's just like. Just don't let it get into your head, I guess.
Well, get some bat chess in the crowd and like really play into it. Thank you so much for joining us and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
There's a ghost in my head, screams and shouts and silences. So loud, there's a ghost in my head, it screams and shouts and I wanna be your lover, I wanna be your more than friend. Wanted to see your future and never let the morning end. Can't take it back, the time I gave to you. I'll never be your lover, I know. All you do is all I ever wanted. All you ever were was my design.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VALORANT Game Changers Championship here in Berlin as we get ready for this matchup. And folks, just again, still waiting on a few of the issues on the stage to be resolved. We thank you so much for your patience, and obviously a massive shout out to our entire, comp ops and administrative teams and everyone back there who is working, tirelessly to make sure that we can get this thing rolling. So bear with us for a little bit while longer as we continue to discuss this series, in a macro picture. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi as well as Ender. And let's discuss, X10, who are currently down. If you are just joining us, X10 is down in this series. Shopify Rebellion managed to come back in overtime on Haven, 16-14. That was the Rebellion's map, but now we look for, that was X10's map, but now we look forward to Pearl, which is going to be Shopify's map here. What is the feasible path to victory here for X10? Because these next two maps, Ender, are not going to be easy for X10 Sapphire.
I think at the end of the day, Pearl almost always comes down to how well the teams can fight and battle around for mid control. And a lot of times on attack, that will mean sort of playing to break like early chamber tripwires if you're going for a little bit of a slower setup, or, those quick art plays if you have, the fade raise into the conversation, these sorts of things. So I think for X10, who haven't played a ton of games professionally on this, they really need to have that figured out. Otherwise, Shopify Rebellion will hold down that area and make the right decisions like they've proven they can.
And I think in a way that is an advantage. Shopify has played this map a lot. They're very good at it, but there's a lot of tape out there. And for the side of X10, they haven't in quite a while. They've had a lot of time to make big changes to how they do want to play here. I think the main thing for me would be trying to strike a balance between the aggression and the overheat, because it felt like they had that at first on Haven, where they were making these aggressive plays. They were getting the really pivotal openers that this team really does rely on, particularly with Ginny's style of calling, where she loves playing really, really slow on the attack, taking in all the information, getting that opener and going off of it. You need that opening kill to come through, but you can't be over pushing it, over committing it. So a lot of that onus, I think, falls on Muffin and Baby TZ in those opening engagements to not get shut down.
You need to have the awareness of when to sort of hit the brakes, because I think we saw that on Haven, especially on their defensive side, when they would go for like the multi-flank, sort of like pushing down C long. They would run into a player, and then you have the option to sort of hold and commit to holding onto that space you've taken, or zooming forward on the flank. And I think it's really important to have the patience to wait for the opposing team to actually commit onto a site take on the opposite side before you go for that overheat, double flank, which is something that you do a lot on Pearl because it's such a wide open map. When you're playing for early A main or B long control, you will generally have multiple players that look to go for the flanks.
I think also playing to their composition strengths is going to be really important. If they stick by this Astra Viper on their defensive side, they have to be really well set up in how they're playing this stall, because the strength of this composition is the stall it provides. They struggled with retakes on Haven. I think they could be difficult here again, especially with the way that Shopify likes to play. They go on site in a lot of these rounds and have a very heavy kind of like early fight in the post, and then they'll always have an Astra player in the late round to be able to close things out. So being able to stall out, get those openers for X10 is going to be quite important.
Yeah, and I have noticed with a lot of these teams here, like they're really sticking to their guns, right? When you look at, what they previously played on these maps, like there aren't that many adjustments that are being made. Like seeing KP, for example, when she busted out the breach in map 1, that was different, right? They were playing the Sage before, and now they used the breach, and we had obviously the breach fan over here break everything down for us about why that agent pick was so vital. But I would like maybe to see X10 change it up a little bit. Maybe give them that they were going to go to Pearl. It didn't get banned, so you knew you were going to go there. Maybe there's going to be something different. If there is, what could that be potentially?
It's hard to say, because there are things you can throw into the mix, whether it's like Guild changing things up in terms of the Sentinel, right? The Killjoy was put into play. I think Cypher can have a place on a map like this. But overall, when I look at the way that X10 have been playing, I don't think they deviate super far away from the meta. They play comps that are maybe a little bit easier to execute, except for Haven. I think Haven is sort of that odd man out in there. But I do think that at the end of the day, the comps are going to look fairly similar here for X10 in a similar way to how their Breeze hasn't changed a whole lot. And you have the dedicated smoke show, and then all the other agents look fairly similar across the maps.
I would agree with that one. I think as well, for thinking of this one from the Shopify side of things, I think for them, they're probably feeling really confident off of making making that comeback happen, particularly for KP after having a great second half, really getting on top of the calling. Coming into Pearl now, I'm sure they are feeling fantastic, even though it is a bit longer until they get into that game, and already have a fantastic idea of how they like to play that map, sticking to their guns, just staying focused. I think this is their map to win.
All right. Listen here, folks.
Okay.
Okay, I'm listening.
We've been serious. We've been serious this whole time, but the time to be
It's been a little too much seriousness.
It's done. It's time for some whimsy. All right, because while this tech pause has been happening on the stage, our players have been having some fun. Okay.
Wake up! You've got a game to play.
Yeah, I feel that. I've been jet lagged to high hell, so I totally feel that one.
Is that Mel? I think that was Mel the Observer as well. I think we have multiple Mels.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I knew she was coming to Berlin. That's fun. Of course, you got to give the love to Salt right there. A little head pat. I mean, KP is popping
KP's
off.
just balling on the stage.
The dunk! Oh, we'd never see it.
I love like the absolute dichotomy between literally falling asleep in your seat and then the second later playing basketball.
I don't know why that's
dunking.
so
I just
funny to
know
me.
chat was spamming Resident Sleeper the whole time, and then to kind of come in with that was absolutely perfect.
I want to imagine, right? Because we only saw shots from Shopify's side. I imagine all 5 X10 players are just deathly serious, staring straight into their computer screen, not
Ready to
talking to
game.
each other, just like waiting for the moment that they're ready to just
I
get
think
into
the classic is just the Secret Lab chair, just like bitch. Like Chet would do this every time at Champions. Our caster booth was right above the side of the stage that Optic played on, and
was
during
nice.
rounds he would just be lying back like this, just
Yo, GB, you gotta
chilling out.
try this. This
Big
actually
chillin'.
is so relaxing.
Wow, you're even further. You're so
Yeah, I'm
far
all the way
back.
back.
Yeah, that's. If I end up doing it, I know that my back,
You'll
I
never
won't be
get
able
back
to
up.
get back into it. So, you know. Oh man. Well,
Here we go.
folks, I'm. Don't worry, we're going to be jumping into the action in a minute. As soon as we do, I'm literally going to stop the conversation, stop the fun, and then we're going into the matchup. But I do want to give a massive shout out to all the people who have been coming through and watching the games each and every day here in Berlin. Seriously, you guys are all amazing. I don't know if they can hear me. I think they can hear me over there. So mucho gusto. Love you guys. Thank you so much for being here with us. It has been such a fun tournament, and honestly, I've loved every minute of it.
Since this is Shout Out Central, I actually want to give a shout out to the Comp Ops team. Obviously, they're fixing everything right now and trying to get the computer in working order, but they let me and Christy have a chance to try on the in-ears and the over the headsets that they have on stage to test out the white noise, and it's actually really good. I know at some tournaments you get like blasted by white noise and can't really hear anything, but I could not hear it at all. The audio
couldn't
was
tell
so
it was there.
crisp.
Yeah, and that was with like Yinsu trying to scream in the background, so creating some noise there. No, it was really, really solid.
Yeah, that's right. Well, guys, if you're just joining us again, welcome to VALORANT Game Changers Championship here in Berlin. As we saw quite the map one, Haven, which was X10 Sapphire's pick. They went up in the half 9-3, but unfortunately the curse struck again, and Shopify Rebellion manages to bring it back in overtime, 16-14. Now we shift our focus over to the underwater city of Pearl, where Shopify Rebellion are looking to close this one out 2-0, Ender, but I think we might be going into some agents.
I'm getting a good feeling about this.
Oh, what an angle.
What an angle.
Shout out to our
Game
camera team.
Changers. You gotta love that right there. That's Ollie, I believe, on that one there. So a shout out Central. I gotta say though, the absolute roller coaster that the last 2 hours has been for X10. Going up 9-3 in the half, then faltering, losing that multiple overtimes, then losing, and now you just are iced. You are iced for 30 seconds. They have got to come in strong.
Ladies and gentlemen, dreams are possible. Here comes the Prime Gaming Agent Select as we get ready for this one, Mimi.
It's Christmas. We've waited so long to
What day is it?
Comps.
What day is it?
I don't know.
Smack dab in the middle of November.
It's close enough.
Game Changers game day. That's what it is, GB.
It's time to change the game.
Oh, man. And looking at this, we are going to have the double smoke setup coming through from X10. Muffin back on the Neon, which was so incredible back on Haven. So eyes on her to get the job done for the squad right there. But I've got to say, lots of stall power with X10 starting on the defensive side, but we're waiting to see what they can do to set up Muffin and Baby TZ for early fights.
Yeah, the head-to-head between the Neon should be huge, but we've waited too long. GB just wants to keep talking. Can you please start the game?
Please. I got it. I'm going to hit the start game button right now. Let's jump over to our casters who, fun fact, have been standing this entire time. It's Potter and Van Silly.
Definitely a few things that we have to think about. Where are our Secret Lab chairs? We need that energy, so let's take the energy back here, Christine. Boom. And at the same time, I also want to know, the next time you have to do a podcast, GB, is Pearl really underwater? Because look beyond her of the domes. There's like land and all that stuff as well.
Yeah.
Should we do a podcast?
Maybe. We should start it.
No, we should talk about this game. Okay. We're going into the second map. It is Pearl. Thank you so much for all of your patience. X10 versus Shopify Rebellion. To give you a little bit of a summary of what happened on the first map, it was chaotic. Might be the same thing on the second map. We had so many OTs on the first one, and now as we look into Pearl, no composition changes from either teams here, Christine.
Yeah, same comfort picks coming out from both squads, and you're right, I don't think we're going to see anything different. Pauly spoke about it in her interview. They need confidence, they need to play just like they do at home, and right away, some aggression and a beautiful shot to find the opening here for Baby TZ.
And that was a knife to set things up to make sure that Baby TZ wasn't going to be able to TP behind the pillar, but a great start indeed for X10. And as we're looking at the compositions too, Shopify Rebellion are looking with the last 4 remaining to hit towards this A site. What do they have right now? A couple of haunts to work with too, but no, smokes are running in now already. The smokes have been popped already, rather, towards the A site, and it's Shopify Rebellion opening it up in this area.
Such good utility coming up from both squads. Shopify able to capitalize off that though. A good C's coming out for KP so she can fall back, get into a power position in this post. All three members of defenders coming out here from spawn.
This is going to be so annoying to deal with because now you can just waste the time with this gravity well, then go for triple peaks, a late lurk if you want to from Benita. That is for Shopify Rebellion on his pulse plan. But nice snake bite actually, not deep enough, but we still get 2 kills coming in from X10. Now it's just going to be KP stuck in the corner. Ginny runs up. Now onto the defuse. Up to halfway, Benita has to walk down. Nice one onto Baby TZ. Can she clutch this right now? Ginny has to try to stick it. It's a tap. Benita gets the Red Bull clutch.
Huge plays coming out here for Shopify. And you saw the positioning of all 4 members. Benita was so far back, but as she should. She's got the kit to be able to clutch in these posts. Beautiful job, and I gotta say that entry was so neck and neck. You saw both Prowlers just kind of passing each other, both fades getting so many pings across the board, but beautiful entries here for Shopify to be able to get into that site and put themselves in this post position.
And in the end, we talked about how intense this series is going to be, and nothing was really out of the ordinary in terms of like really brawly or anything. It looked really clean on how you wanted to retake the site. The shots we're landing too, it's not as scrappy. We're really still on top of our game in the series despite everything that just happened before. This round, Baby TZ already forced on to TPing back towards the back of the B site, and we are relentless for Shopify Rebellion. Nice little flash allows Sonder to get into the back of the B site, trying to get the spray with this Spectre, and finally does so. But Baby TC's just behind, trying to go for the surprise attack. Not going to work. Things are looking better now for especially that Shopify Rebellion to clean things up in the second round.
A little bit of a labored spray for Sonder, but it's all good. Her pathing on this map, it is explosive. So absolutely look out for Sonder to be capitalizing off all the info that KP and Lori are both going to be providing her. And she's just... You saw Baby TZ going again for that opening, right? On that pistol round, she found that success, finding that beautiful sheriff shot onto things, but business as usual.
Yeah.
A clean anti-eco, and you know, that's not something we were able to say every anti-eco coming into this match.
That's true, and Lori already won away before getting the KO ultimate, which would be actually huge for them to get, which is why now Shopify Rebellion are fighting towards this A site, the A control orb. Now we have the null command ready for Lori, who has been an amazing player on this map in previous matches here at the Game Changers as well.
Exploding on that KO. Shopify are just completely slowing things down, collecting that orb near this A main area. And usually the defenders have to be wary. Did a chamber get inserted? Is there an Astra lurking? Where's the rat?
Ooh.
But all 5 members of Shopify have completely regrouped. Baby TZ about to run into 3.
This is going to be so tough here. And now contact. The null command. She can't TP away, but she still gets the headshot to Sunder. Now just looking for some cover behind the pillar, trying to waste the time down. It doesn't work out. No snake bites to slow things down. Muffin, though, has rotated towards the back of the B halls as a KO knife actually spots her all the way in the back. But all of that, the KO ult is down.
Bonita being such a rat. The timing here is going to be everything. Alyssa has sniffed it out. A couple of whiffs. But this pressure that Bonita's applying should allow Shopify to get into the site here.
But the battle ensues towards B. Meanwhile, as Pauly is not allowing Shopify to get a plant down, we fight back with Ginny. KP down to low HP. It's a 2v2 as she peeks out. Half of the body was sticking out. Grabbed it well towards the ground. Bonita down to 30 HP. 10 seconds left. She has that quick, but the body speaks out from Ginny. And finally, Pauly comes out. A slight mistake, finally, as we see in this series, as Ginny was still exposed, but at least was saved by her teammate.
Absolutely. Just the tip of the gun barrel showing and peeking through. And we've seen those moments so many times today.
That's true.
Oh, man, just a little sliver, but she's able to capitalize. And you know what? If I'm Shopify, I'm absolutely satisfied with that bonus coming into this one, making it so damn expensive for X10. They're going to have to repurchase everything coming into this one.
And with this round, everything that they have to repurchase for X10, it's a Guardian, it's a Spectre, a Bulldog, 2 Bulldogs, so it's not good economy coming in here for X10, but thankfully, we've activated a Viper's Pit from Ginny that covers all the way of Plaza and has a heavy control towards both B-Link and Art.
Yeah, and Ginny's going to have to be extra disciplined, extra cautious in this area. Just last round, we saw Bonita being that rat, looking for those lurk timings. And Shopify have completely slowed this round down once again. Bonita's positioning here is towards that B main, and she's just looking for a sniffer, right?
Yeah.
Shopify, all 4 members very much grouped, and look at the forward positionings from the defenders. Last time, Muffin was so rewarded in this position.
Exactly. And Muffin get it. The first contact comes out. Muffin does get that first kill. Really bull, but Sunder runs it down for the trade-off on the 2 kills. A tough thing to do when all the stars are already placed elsewhere inside the map here for X10. And Shopify Rebellion zooming through the A site will get a plant for A main.
Zoom, zoom, and look who it is. It's none other than Bonita on this fast flank. Ginny and Baby TZ, they've got to try to survive, get some frags, but they're just completely surrounded.
Yeah, but the timing is good for X10. They think that they have a good timing, but you're right. Inside the pit from Flowers, now there's only one left. Alyssa with the Bulldog forced to retreat. And that is Shopify Rebellion from so far, like when it comes down to taking sites and taking the fights, as soon as they get kills or whatnot, they are just going to continue to hold that W.
Just press the issue. Don't let go of the gas pedal. The desk was certainly talking about that. This is huge frags for Alyssa. If she's able to survive, get one more ultimate, one more orb closer to the ultimate. Not too shabby, all things considered, if you're X10. And she is going to be able to survive.
Yeah. Made the round expensive.
Absolutely. Hero, Vandal as well coming into this one. And as I mentioned, 2 away from the ultimate, 1 away from the tour de force for Baby TZ. Look, it's going to be a scrappy buy, but maybe 3 members of X10 can push forward, get the orb for Baby TZ, and make this round as interesting as possible.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Christina. My dual de force is being put on you right now, trying to get the accent like mine. It's fun to say. It's fun to say. What can I do? What can I say? But, yeah. An aggressive push from X10 all the way up towards the B site. They go for the Prowler. Very aggressive play from X10.
Yeah, I think Baby TZ's trying to catch up quick to try to grab the orb. A fast blink is going to be in action, but Shopify, it's a free site. They're already in.
Huge control as well. Once again, Sonar gets inside of the dugout. And he's trying to push back towards spawn with support coming out from Flowerful. All we're trying to do right now, at least, is to try to leverage this Vandal that's in the hands of Alyssa. So a triple fight to come through, and there's that perfect trade, allowing also the Headhunter to do some work, also salvaging an extra weapon for this retake attempt for X10. KP in position at Church. Will get the easy headshot as, man, these bodies are dropping from both ends. KP, although being death by the Nightfall, finally gets dropped, and it's up to a 1v1. Tap onto the spike going between the lanes. But now that clock is ticking, you have to try to go for it. And Sonder goes for the overdrive to add insult to injury. And Shopify Rebellion are up at 4.
Better safe than sorry. Sonder absolutely still wanted to utilize the speed, and that speed definitely pays off for a player like Sonder. She's just so quick with her reactions. I was terrified when she came out of that wall and the Asher was on the other side of things, but it's Sonder and she's good for it. And things got dicey. That was actually a pretty decent retake attempt coming out from X10, all things considered. We talked about the lesser weaponry. That quick flank coming through and taking care of Benita on the extremities to make this post actually a retake possibility was everything for X10. And what a huge opening. Neon on neon violence.
And Alyssa tries to fight back. It works out. Perfect Trains continues. Can Paulie get this next one? Will not. 2 versus 2 as apologies. That knife was from KP on that previous round. So it was available for Alyssa to try to slow things down towards Art, but they used her weapons instead for the trades.
And look, the positioning that Benita's able to take. So much distractions happening down in that mid-Art area.
Yes.
Benny has all the control. Her teammate in Lori will be catching up. No sound cues to be heard. And both defenders fully buying into this A hit. This time is going to start ticking away pretty quick here.
Especially with this wall coming up, this might be the cue now for X10. As soon as they realize the spike is planted, can just start booking it back towards the A side. And thankfully here is that Baby TZ is still alive. That trademark's still available in that B link.
And you're so terrified if you're X10. You've got to clear every corner, every angle as you're trying to make your way and make space back into the site here. That Astra wall putting an extra spanner in the works at the corner. Benita so ready.
Unfortunately, the cannon of that Dota False is way too long. Easy kills on the last 2. And Shopify Rebellion, we're starting to see them take control of the first half of their map pick.
The seesawing, the defaulting, working so well. And we've heard in multiple interviews Shopify talking about KP's strengths in those mid-rounds.
Yeah.
All the information that her players are able to gather for her, making that perfect mid-round call of which site to hit.
Nice!
And this is one of the strengths of Shopify is learning to slow it down, right? And
yeah, agreed.
We haven't seen it as much in NA, but it's great to see that towards the end of the year, especially on LAN now, at the biggest tournament of the year, it's looking fluid. It's looking solid.
I agree. And it's a little bit of that mix between KP and also Benita, right? If KP is going to call the initial play, Benita's playing that lurk. If she has that timing, she could call the mid-round as well, especially if KP falls throughout the action, that they could try to win these situations at potentially a disadvantage, or when, again, she's able to cut that rotation across to allow Shopify Rebellion to capitalize on these rounds.
This timeout for X10, this is a round that they will want to invest quite a bit in trying to convert 3 ultimates online, but the money is an issue. Baby TZ, she's been able to be good for those openings, especially towards that long B area.
Yes.
If she's able to find an early pick somehow, some way, expect these ultimates to come online for X10.
As we're looking at the setup, at least, we could potentially see that battle once again for her to take control towards that long B. But it might be one of those moments as you want to play aggressive because of this low buy, and if it doesn't work out where you gambled and the action's not there, you could play the retake with these ultimates.
So aggressive, Muffin. Coming through, KP.
Counter hot though. That spots a couple of players. Nice a little relay bolt looking for some support. And now looking around the corner, it's not being checked. But somehow Muffin still gets 2 kills with the overdrive. KP, yes, is able to answer back. And there you go. She even shakes her head on that one. Doesn't know how she couldn't get that kill on that aggressive Muffin. And now it's a 2 versus 2. Still very doable for X10.
Almost running out of mouse pad space for sure is KP.
But those secret lab tables are so long.
At least they were able to rendezvous now. The spike has come up and met up with KP. They're making so much noise though here, Vance.
Yeah.
A lot of sound cues, both defenders together.
Ooh. And it works out for the trade. Fireful with the spray transfer to win that duel.
And you love to see it. Just bait your teammate.
Yep.
Bait him. Tell KP to get out there. I got you. I'm good for it. And she's able to convert. Beautiful stuff. And that could have been pretty deadly. I mean, because there was just so much utility, so much noise that X10 already made that pre-rotate happen. So good on Shopify for being able to convert that one, but man, was it hectic. And KP's feeling it. She's feeling the pressure.
Oh yeah, but you still salvaged a round. You still get the win. It's 6-1 for Shopify Rebellion. A lot of economies rolling in finally for X10 as they're changing the pace, pushing out towards Art, forcing out an early null command from Lori. But the player advantage still comes in for X10 and they fall back to play that player's advantage.
And this is a beautiful start for X10. Finally able to have some breathing room. They've got all the advantages. Perfect fallback as well. No trade in sight. And Shopify, they're forced to just completely slow it down. Well, not so much force. We've seen that they're A-okay with being put in this position.
Next 10 so far from that first series have those moments where they're playing very aggressive. So cutting that noise, trying to see if X10 wants to re-aggress down towards Plaza could get punished. KP, meanwhile, did pick up a Norb, though. So they have a Nightfall ready for a very heavy hit, despite the disadvantage of players that they have. It seems to be maybe to work towards this mid. Maybe towards spawn as well.
They want to try to draw one of those A defenders, make them come back towards this A so that Benita is able to find a timing, but Baby TZ is so good for it. Either way though, Benita, she's got to take a risk. And she's rewarded!
Works for that, but another one's inside the dugout. Polly trades back. But the Nightfall then comes in from the defender, spawning the last two already inside the site. Noise fully cut. That allows Polly to get the kill, but Lori's going to have to go in a clutch.
She can't hear anything. She doesn't know.
But she sees the first and second kill. The plant to come down, forcing it on the ground. No push coming out from BBTZ. Only has an op to work with. A flash to peek out, picking up a second weapon with 12 bullets left. But the headshot comes in for BBTZ. And X10 managed to get the round.
So close. Lori, always in these close neck-and-neck clutch scenarios. Scenarios that she probably, it's just so difficult to win 1 versus 3, but she makes it so close every time that I'm a believer.
Oh, yeah.
But X10, Baby TZ, able to convert that one, and that took everything out of X10 to be able to do.
I agree. And we mentioned just before Lori how she pops off on this map, but 3 versus 1 definitely doable. She's done it with a Sheriff on like a 4K previously. The last time they played this map on Pearl. But yeah, definitely a round that was won for X10, but another, once again, expensive round that comes out of X10 for that victory. So you have a Bulldog, small shields for a player. What can he do with this?
She's still smiling. She's still hyped.
That's true.
I love to see that. Sonder very aggressive once again, and she's got 4 teammates right behind her. This looks like they want to commit.
And that's off a Nightfall from KP to answer back.
Nice
from
slow.
The previous one. Yes, it actually did deafen one player towards Church, and that's Polly, and even Alyssa towards the back. Beautiful decay, or from the Haunt as well. But that's just going to slow things back just because we countered just enough with the smoke coming out from
Yeah, and there was
Polly.
just so much counter utility that Benita's been able to slip past. You can see her teammates are being very patient. Now the hit is coming.
And a counter flank is about to come out from the A lane. Can it be fast enough? Alyssa, so many players, so many bodies, and the timing doesn't work out. Plant's about to come through, but Ginny now gives her position away. Just trying to get KP down, trying to push KP out of position, and she's going to die. Great patience as well from Ginny. And the double swing doesn't work out, but this is going to be definitely the cue to just try to save your weapons because you have invested that operator into this round as well.
Yeah, Benita wanted to go haunting, and she's good for the shot. That stings if you're Ginny. Unable to survive off that one. Baby TZ, this is so much pressure is on her way.
Yes.
At least nobody flanking. She's got a trip behind her, so maybe she'll be able to survive. But what a round coming out here for Shopify. And they were A-okay with all that trading of utility. Nobody was able to get any space, get any ground, but it was all a distraction. You saw that because so much was going on in that main corridor, Benita, again, slipping past everything.
Exactly.
Finding that timing, and her teammates just absolutely reacting so fast off her opening here in the site.
That's right. In the end, so far from what I'm currently seeing from X10 is that they're able to fight and trade perfectly, but Benita keeps slipping through the line of defense from X10 every single time, and that's been a huge difference maker for this Shopify Rebellion team. How does X10 stop this? They have to start figuring that out. They have to start identifying where Benita is currently lurking.
Yeah, another quasi-buy scenario. Ginny, thankfully, is going to be able to drop that Viper's Pit. hopefully buy some time. And again, in the back of my mind, in the back of Ginny's mind rather, she is absolutely thinking about Bonita on that quick lurk.
Yeah. Could be the back of your mind as well. Christine, you've been in IGL in the past, so you probably have the same thoughts as Ginny, but for Shopify Rebellion!
So aggressive!
The beautiful walls, the flashes, the double push in the back. This is just standard stuff for the take towards the B site, and it works out perfectly when all the pistols have dropped. Nothing they can really do here as BBTZ tries to make some sort of effort. A flash allows Saunders to flank from behind, and that's BBTZ that will not be able to salvage or save that operator. Saunders gets the execution, and Shopify Rebellion take the lead by 6.
Completely controlling the pace of this game so far, Shopify. They haven't really struggled much, especially in the mid rounds, and they look to be in full control. X10, they've got to be able to get a couple more rounds on the board here, and this is it. Baby TZ with that Tour de Force. This is a healthy purchase. I'd like to see a little bit something different. You know, Baby TZ did push down that long B. Again, maybe with some help this time around. Neon inserted into the covey, but Baby TZ, she's all alone.
With the ult, trying to see if a second one was going to ping out, but to no avail. Wasted one bullet off that Prowler. Now the null command being picked up by Laura as they execute it to B.
Yeah, Baby TZ, no gun to be had, and Saunders just been so aggressive. She's going to take over this back hall once again. Waiting for her teammate. Good discipline. The spike should get down. Power positions for Shopify.
We're just waiting for that null command to finish so that BBTZ could get that tool to falls back out. It works for the first and even the second kill. We retake control of the back B halls for X10. But the long range play is being played. Alyssa getting the headshot onto Saunders. Flowerful on the top of control. Poison orb, wall coming out, everything. As we're trying to get the defuse in, it's at least a halfway. But it seems as though it might not be doable here. Flowerful looking for the playmaker, gets the headshot onto Baby TZ, but finally, we get the defuse out for X10.
Beautiful stuff for X10. A little bit lucky to be alive there. Saunders, so many targets for her to choose, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that trigger discipline, you see the Viper walking past. Do I go past her or not? Unfortunate for Saunders, but fortunate turn of events here for Shopify, or for X10 side of things, at least to stop the bleeding here. Do we get a fourth on the board here, Vance?
I'm hoping it's going to be the case. I mean, Baby TZ, she's definitely hitting those shots with that Dota False and doing a great job holding towards this B side. So it comes down to this control that you want to try to get towards the A orb. Because you maybe have this Nightfall that KP maybe want to inch towards this mid that they did before as well.
Really like the pressure that Saunders just applied onto Ginny there, tanking that Molly, but being okay with it, taking care of that chamber trip. Now Ginny is going to be paranoid the entire round. Where is Bonita lurking?
Whew. And he tried to push back out from the Nightfall on mid. X10 trying to take control of long.
Jeez, what?
But Bonita is just doing such a great job. Polly answering back, head on a swivel for 2 kills, making it potentially salvageable for X10. Ginny looking for her timing. As the smoke dissipates, nobody's in sight.
She's waiting a little bit. Baby TZ's right on her heels. Not a lot of utility to work with here at all. They're going to want to try to tap the spike and draw out one of these players.
Well, Ginny now spotted. We're just looking for the trade play. The seize, but Flowerful still gets 4 kills into the round, winning that round and saving it for Shopify Rebellion.
I saw a world, Vans. I saw a world where that flick coming out for Ginny was good for it, but thankfully for Shopify, Flowerful comes through strong, and that's Shopify dominating this first half. Finally, a strong start here in the first half here for Shopify.
Yeah, and I could see it right now from Shopify Rebellion, hitting out towards those sides, playing the back sides a little more passively, trying to stop Bonita on the flanks. But is it too little too late? At least in wrestling, we have the people's elbow, but in Valorant, we got the people's voice. Let's set it to the desk with Golden Boy.
Damn it. I love you, man, silly. I really do. All right, well, let's break this down because, look, not to be that guy, but this is simply just not the way that we saw this going with the composition that X10 put into place here.
Sure, but hey, it's a 9-3 again,
That's true.
so they can spin it straight around. I mean, honestly, the more I look at how these two teams match up, it feels like there is just a really rough stylistic mismatch, I think, for X10, especially when it's Shopify on the attack, because Shopify, the way they play out so many of the rounds is this slow, very solid default style, and X10 just keep running after them.
And we had a round that really exemplified that, where it is just this aggression out of X10. We saw it on Haven, we see it again here. They're putting all their eggs in the basket of Muffin pushing forward, going for a crazy play. And as you can see in this one, it works. She gets 2 kills, KP whiffs a little bit, and she's able to get away with it. But the thing is that Shopify was here. They had 4 players ready to hold for this aggression. The only utility supporting Muffin in those pushes is just Fade utility. You don't have a breach, you don't have anything else to follow it up. And on top of that, like you were saying, GB, this is a stall composition with the 2 controllers. It doesn't feel like they're playing to the strength.
It's just a wild play. They're pushing 3A main, 2B main. It was a north side crunch trying to go for it.
And now as we look into the second half, I feel like we have to talk about Saunders. She's been having such a good map already. And on the defensive side, she's a lot more reserved, but still finds a lot of value on that Neon.
Yeah, it definitely puts herself in positions, especially Neon takes a lot of fights around mid. You'll also see maybe some B-long pushes as well coming into play. Things that Muffin was trying to go for on the opposite side, but Muffin could only find 4 kills. Saunder now has to find way more than that.
And I think I've been more impressed thus far by the way that Shopify has been putting investment in supporting Saunder. Muffin is a great player, but on this map, it didn't feel like she had the tools to succeed.
Yeah, it is rough when your star player simply is not outputting the way that you want it to be. And that's not necessarily on Muffin. I think it's just on the way that they are approaching this, as we have highlighted already. This is very clearly an issue that they're going to need to try and sort through. But hey, stranger things have happened. It's 9-3. Let's send it back to the future AEW Tag Team Champions of the World. It's Potter and Vansili.
What? Yeah, I just always love the comments that come out from Mimi right after. But thank you so much, GB, Mimi, and Ender. As yes, the second half, it is definitely a very slow start for X10. How did they come back out of this?
Yeah, it's a slow start, but man, Saunders having fun. Look at that stat.
We gotta stop her.
80% success rate. X10, they've got a lot to do here to slow her down. Muffin has been very active on the defense now. She's gonna be able to be a little bit more free. Prowler catches Lori.
At least pushes the defense back towards the little drop by Vines. As more Prowlers are looking for information on the other end. And through that smoke, we have regained control of Shopify Rebellion. That's just utility being used. Now it's time to go for trades. Haunt to break the crosshair placement. Muffin gets the first blood onto Saunder. We wanted to stop her. We finally did. As this frenzy continues to go to work right now for X10. Only 2 left to go. Where KP has to fall back and is now getting met here by Flowerful towards Flowers.
Gets seized a little bit. And that's going to certainly slow down this retake. Baby TZ on this quick flank. Cosplaying as Benita here.
Maybe not, because Benita was landing those shots. She gets punished for that too. Now we're pushing back towards the church, but there's still too many players available for X10 inside the site. KP is going to have to come out clutch. 10 bullets in the chamber. Oh my god, all these right clicks. Close range looking for the ace. Oh, but the right click connected for a bit. Ginny survives with only 18 HP as X10 salvaged the pistol round.
That was incredible. What an attempt coming out here for KP. Those are NTs in the chat, 100%.
Agreed.
What a round. Just slipping past once again. And the power of the frenzy, man. Muffin able to convert that opening, just beelining it into the site, completely catching Benita off guard.
Wonder how many HP Alyssa, or how much HP or BBTZ had on top of that staircase.
That was a long-range
I was going to say, it was like 100 damage, I don't know.
So far away.
But nonetheless, this is going to be a gun round coming in for X10. They have Spectres across the board.
This time, Shopify not forcing through in the advantage by a long shot. So a bit conservative coming into this one. 2 shorties though.
And Art still seems to be the name of the game here for X10.
Oh
as
no!
Though the crossfire with the pistols are still too strong. Now here comes once again the boomstick inside. As Ginny answers back in a frenzy, a shorty, Spike down, 2 flanking, and X10 has not, there's not a lot of time to work with. There's a minute, yeah, but they still have to salvage the spike. And Ginny's walking into a trap.
Oh boy.
Good
All
luck.
3 members of Shopify just converging on that area. Polly at least has a spike on her back. Completely clear is a site. She doesn't know it though. She's still got to clear all her corners. Full kit on her back though. This is a doable post. Time will be ticking away, but all 3 members of Shopify are so grouped here.
Yeah, nothing more he could do here but to play towards the back of the site. Stars to try to get some smokes in. One more star to go there she could use for a grab well. But look how quickly Shopify Rebellion are moving inside the site. This might not give enough time here for X10 to actually go for at least a rotate across. There goes the first gravity well, and she has to try to sneak across, and that's just a nightfall. The nightmare for Polly, who does not get the kill onto KP.
Oh, and that's punishing. That's gonna burn for X10 here. Shopify Rebellion had barely anything coming into this round, but that's kind of been the telltale sign for Shopify. These shotguns, whenever Shopify is wielding them, they are so deadly. Whether it's Bonita, whether it's Lori or KP, these shotguns, they just, and it makes sense. They're always talking about having fun in the server. How much more fun can you have jumping around, hop, skip, jumping with a shotty?
And especially when we saw the warm-up that we had from the halftime of Haven, we were already trying to warm up with Odins and Shorties, so maybe that's why it came into fruition finally into that round number 14 previously on Pearl right now. And speaking of in the moment, it is going to be an eco round for X10. The chances are of them trying to come back in this game is slowly escaping them. As this might be a round that they lose, the next gun round is going to be the most important one to try to start that comeback. But Shopify Rebellion, they have full control of the attack, defense. I don't know what they could do for X10.
Hopefully, try to get some good shots, some feel-good headshots coming into this round. They're going to need that sort of confidence going into the next gun round, potentially the last one of this entire series. What a flank for Muffin!
Using your duelist to go for the lurk. That it opens up, oh my god, the A side for a bit until Bonita's up there on the top of the dugout. And that's just a solid hold coming in for Shopify Rebellion. But again, you had lower weaponry. Hopefully that kill that you had on KP could have done something for that hero rifle, but Shopify Rebellion, they have control of this of these sites.
Yeah, it seems like Shopify have a really good grasp of that choke point over towards that A site. I mean, and it's where X10 just keep going, right? Time and time again. It seems like Muffin, that is her confidence part of the map, but it's just at this point going into a blender.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to ask you, Christy, because you're looking at this composition from X10 where they're not using any flashes, or you're just focusing so much on this mid control towards art all the time.
I think X10, they just got to slow it down, really utilize this Viper, start to let the paranoia creep into Shopify. Let's cut off half of the map, and you can see that the Viper wall is there at B, but without any B main control, this Viper wall doesn't really do much.
Yeah. A little bit of a spray from Sonder through the poison orb as we had that lineup coming out from Ginny, so they could at least try to see if that trap is there from that chamber, but she comes out of it with 48 HP.
Pushing Flowerful off this angle from Baby TZ and X10 is going to be so crucial to be able to capitalize off this pressure of the Viper wall. Polly gets spotted on holding the flank.
Here's the issue here. No knife to force a TP out, so Flowerful gets the pick. Sonder trying to support back, going with the walls to fall back, and they play those numbers. That was perfect. Meanwhile, though, for X10, they did notice that there was 2 players flanking from Shopify.
Yeah, but right now, Polly is a bit terrified. She saw the 2, and she's got to hold back. Power in numbers is Shopify. Bonita pausing for just a second to let Lori catch up. This duel is going to be so huge here for Polly. Oh, they decide to fall back. I like this.
Exactly. They have everything contained, right? The 2 players are blocking everybody towards shop. You flank from long A back into the B shop, so you have 3 players stacked inside the site. Play the time. But now we force out the Viper's pit. Nice kill from Sonder, so the pit's going to go back down. But Bonita's still holding it. Cosmic Divide to try to divide the B site so we can retake for Shopify Rebellion. But we don't clear the back of the B halls.
Oh boy.
Shorty from Fireful onto Polly. as they now take series point.
Get shorties on everyone for this last round. It's the only way to secure it if you're Shopify. Everyone needs a shorty in their hands as their secondary. Look at the money on X10. It is completely deflated. Muffin's got a bit more to work with. Maybe she can pass over a weapon, but this is it. They've got to pour everything into this last, and they don't have much to work with.
Yeah. 5 seconds left into this round. You talked about it. The economy's so low for X10. I think we might put all of our eggs into one basket. 4 players now pushing out towards the A orb to try to move quickly. Overdrive as you hear coming out now from Muffin, putting the wall up. But here comes the counter. Nice C's on the ground, a smoke to come up. They still have a star onto the ground if Benita wants to throw a concuss. That said, Lori sprays through, and that's Muffin already to fall. So we regress back up towards mid. Ginny gets the headshot into Benita. Trade attempt, denied.
Sonder just getting taken out as well. That's so huge for X10. Now Lori feels like she has to force the issue. Spots one. Oh, they're just getting wiped out. This is a huge round for X10. How punishing they've been. It's all down to just Flowerful. She's got the operator. You know, we've been talking about SR being in just control the whole time, but she's definitely going to want to save this.
Yeah.
If I'm X10, I'm hunting.
And even for Ginny, those 2 kills were crucial there. Flowerful holding all the way back towards this B halls in the back of the site. We'd like to go for that hunt if we could, but now you have to force every single round, try to bring it to OT. Losing any guns here might also be a detriment to the economy later on into the rounds.
Yeah, and that's such a good point. I gotta backtrack. I'll backpedal a little bit. They can't chase. Come on.
I got you, Christine.
Their money's too low. They've got to play this one out. They've got a lot of rounds that they have to claw their way back to bring this one into OT. So thinking of the long game is X10. They want to save up some of that economy. Flowerful will be able to take this operator into the next.
Yeah.
And it's a bit wonky because X10, I'm not sure if they'll be able to just perfectly replicate that, right? You saw Muffin going into the site, dry, got stuck in that gravity well, didn't really get much value, and a bit of luck coming through here for Ginny was able to just completely turn things around, but maybe another added piece of layer of utility for Muffin to be a little bit more successful on those entries, because right now Shopify are able to stop it at its tracks.
Yeah. You needed definitely some heroic plays from Ginny, especially when she had a Spectre against 2 players with rifles. But what seems to have been successful here for X10 is getting like Ginny on that lurk, Muffin on that lurk, playing a very much similar style than Benita did on the attack, while the other ones are just grouped up to do some heavy pressure. I think it's pretty much a similar game plan as we're currently seeing from X10. But they have 7 rounds that they need to try to bring this back into overtime. Doable in a map like Pearl.
Face your fear!
As we have the Nightfall coming out now from X10 into this A site. Muffin looking to find that space. Inside the orb of the smoke, does manage to get the kill, but the spike falls. Paulie answers back as the player advantage goes back in favor of X10.
So much damage. Sonder chipping away at Paulie there. But Ginny has been here the whole time, and she's not going to let Benita do it to her again. Takes her out. Sonder in a 1 versus 3.
Has walked out, just got spotted. Now she can relay bolt, but nice pre-fired shots coming in from Paulie. Good timing. Lands a bullet in the skull of Sonder. And X10, they're able to survive another round, and also with 3 players to make sure that their buy continues to stay healthy.
And that was such good timing coming out here for Paulie to be that patient, be that disciplined, and really be aware of when to start inching forward. As soon as Muffin got that contact towards that A corridor, that's when Paulie starts inching forward, right? And she gets completely rewarded for it, catching Flowerful off guard. And that's such a huge impact frag coming through here for X10. Broken by Shopify. X10 have finally done enough, at least, to have some hope at the end of the tunnel in this second half, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we still got a long ways to go, but this is how it begins.
So KP threw an early haunt towards A long. But the signature move here from X10 is that it's going to be a slow start and not too much utility being used at the very beginning. They're just trying to creep through to get a kill. And that's one of those moments where the duel comes in the upper hand. Muffin starting to find her groove here on the attacker half to win that duel against Flowerful. But this was indeed a mixed buy coming out from Shopify Rebellion, trying to get their economy right.
And a new look coming out here for X10, much more controlled. Obviously, they understand that Shopify have lesser weaponry, but I like the look coming out, regressing and falling back. That was so close for Lori.
Forced to fall back now as the second shot whisked by Muffin. Big flash coming through, and the overdrive just to try to get Sonder behind screens. Long range now with a dink on the first. Relay bolt, we're trying to answer back. Double smokes onto the ground, just trying to spray through. Here's the issue. There's no flashes coming out on the attack, so to try to come out of these smokes is going to be so dangerous. And we're just shocking and shocking, trying to land these shots. That refreshes on that kill.
Wow.
Gets another one, and the fourth looking for the ace, and she's going to get it to seal the deal for Shopify Rebellion, winning that map 13-6.
And what a perfect way to just close it out in map 2. Do not let the comeback happen. Don't let any sort of weird shenanigans with this fake comeback happen. It's Sonder to finally push it over the edge and get her ace.
That was crazy, and there was just so much spamming going through those double smokes. We just wanted to commit so much here for X10 to at least try to pierce through that barrier of the orbs. Yes, looks of disappointment, but I think for X10, you should definitely still be able to keep your head high. You've proved some doubters, you've proved to some haters that you have what it takes to get deep into the brackets of this tournament of the VCT Game Changers Championship. And I'd be proud if I was an X10 fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you. A little bit unfortunate that especially in the second map, they didn't really get things going and start utilizing the comp that they had, that double controller, the desk talked about it. They wanted to slow things down, right? And you saw towards the end of that second half, they were able to do it.
Yeah.
But at that point, Shopify just had so much momentum. Sonder just on cloud 9. Well, kind of, hopefully, on top of cloud 9 a little bit. But right now, she's feeling good, and she absolutely delivers in the server.
Yeah, and if not, that's actually the next match coming up at least. So we're going to have at least some Cloud9 going on in today's stream, in today's schedule. But that's definitely Shopify Rebellion looking really good. And also, seems like they wanted to play like a speed run here on the second map, just trying to catch up on the delay that we got. So great job here for Shopify Rebellion with the confidence that they brought into the second map here of Pearl.
And I like that, right? Because especially yesterday when I think back of Shopify, there was a bit of, it seemed like disconnect. They had so much game plan, so much prep coming into this event, and you can see it. So many breach plays with KP, with Sonder, but sometimes it seemed a little overcomplicated. So for them to come in today, keep it simple, stay confident, and run it down at times, especially when you know you have that advantage, and close it out, I like to see that.
Yeah, but at least on that first map, they had to fight really hard against X10 to come back. They are definitely a team that's able to bring that comeback, but there's definitely some holes right now in their plans on Haven that they're definitely going to have to work out on here for Shopify Rebellion if they want to have a chance to make it into the grand finals through this lower bracket run. And not only that, it's a potential of them versus even Cloud9 in that next match coming up where they have to play against Guild. So it's not going to be any type of easy journey right now for Shopify.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a kryptonite, I gotta say, for Shopify's things. But you know what? They're moving on up.
Yeah.
They're moving on up.
So what do you think, Christina, of the in-zone MVP between Sonder, Lori, and Flowerful?
No questions asked, Sonder.
Sonder?
No questions asked, Sonder. Put the votes in. You know it. I know it. It's got to be Sonder.
Scan that QR code for it's Sondering time. And with that, we're going to throw things to a break because we have to continue with the schedule. Cloud9 and Guild coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
don't you ever let. 'Cause when I get it, you know it's a
Of the next match are pretty simple. Win, and your dream of earning the championship stays alive. Lose, and you go home. Please welcome Shopify Rebellion and X10 Sapphire to the stage.
Flash is already through, but unfortunately caught with the utility in their hands. Muffin lands with 2, and Neverbit just drops once again for Shopify. What a nice pulse plan hold by Shopify.
Clean kills there for KP as well.
Satchel not allowing JD to push out. She goes for the on-hand throw. It's a 2 versus 1. Make that even 1. It's now at halfway. Off the spike, and we're going into a second OT. This looks really good for Shopify Rebellion to win this in OT, 16-14. Shopify Rebellion to clean things up in the second round.
I love how you whip that thing.
Both defenders together.
And it works out. The C's, but Larval still gets 4 kills.
Let's go.
Oh my god, the A side for a bit until Benita's up there, and that's just a solid hold for Shopify Rebellion.
Benny, nice shots, nice shot.
That refreshes on that kill. Wow. Gets another one, and the 4th looking for the ace, and she's gonna get it to seal the deal for Shopify Rebellion, winning that map 13-6.
And with a 2-0 sweep, Shopify Rebellion send home X10 Sapphire and Sonder in glorious fashion with an ace. You love to see it, of course. Just Palpatine fingers all over the place. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy alongside with Ender and Mimi here. And you know, those, of course, were your Prime Gaming post-match highlights for, especially, you know, in that Pearl game, if you were Shopify, a lot of highlights in that one because they were playing so well. They understood the objective of the mission, and they executed it perfectly.
Absolutely. On attack, just sort of held back early on, waited for the aggression, punished it accordingly. And I've got to say, the more I see their defensive side, the way they control mid and actually play really deep back, it allows them to commit multiple more players on sites than other teams do and really fight the other team with the pass.
Yeah, it really does. And you were saying this at halftime, but stylistically, this matchup was so good for Shopify. They got to play slow on their attacks, they got to play their style on the defense, and they adapted really well to what X10 was throwing. And on top of that, their players were frying. We talked about Sonder, but Lori as well had a fantastic game. She was the player that in GC3 we were talking about a ton. That was the event to qualify here from North America, where she was that player keeping them in it, keeping them in these really close matchups, and maybe started a little bit slower here on LAN, had some rougher games, but in this series, she was fantastic throughout.
Yeah, really big difference between yesterday and today for Shopify Rebellion. On top of just, I just think when you have that level of confidence after just steamrolling the attacking side, definitely felt way more at home and able to just focus round to round, multiple multi-kills for different players on the team. Everyone was stepping up.
And you know what's so cool about that? For Shopify Rebellion, if Cloud9 wins their next series, there's a chance that we just get like the classic NA matchup here internationally, which would be absolutely crazy. But I'm sure what they're thinking about right now is just getting that match done with staying alive in this lower bracket. It's a big accomplishment for Shopify.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to X10 Sapphire, a team that has brought many highs, for this event. When you think you can count them out, Ender, this was a team that time and time again always found a way to fight back. They truly were a resilient squad.
Tons and tons of close matches. The big win up against Crew yesterday, obviously going to be very memorable.
Yeah.
And even today, right, such a close match to kick things off. A heartbreak losing Haven, but proving they could really hang in there close with Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and I think it was really awesome to get to see Ginny back on LAN. She's been here before, back in Counter-Strike. She's a super experienced player and got to come back to her element. And for the rest of the team, these young players getting such a great opportunity to come out and play and to really show what their region can do. Muffin, Baby TZ, I'm sure those are names that people will be remembering.
Most definitely, and I'm very looking forward to seeing what X10 Sapphire do down the road. But before the commercial break, we asked you guys for your in-zone player of the match, who you think was the standout, most valuable player, even though everyone was valuable on the field. But look, honestly, when you close out the game with an ace, it kind of makes sense.
That was a pretty close vote.
Was it?
Yeah, we almost
so
had
close.
It.
So close. You know what, though? Sonder was unreal this series, and she has a lot to be proud of for sure.
Yeah, everyone remembers the zappy zap at the end. I don't know, just full spraying through a smoke. You don't really usually see Neon spraying through smokes with
but
that
it's
thing.
So good.
I don't really
it's
know.
Kind of sweet.
It's kind of crazy. And then just one by one, cutting them down. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, very, very awesome to watch, is zapping her way to victory. But now it's time to hear from Sonder, because she's actually going to be standing by with Potter in our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, GB. You're absolutely right. I was just chit-chatting about that Odin Aim Labs warm-up. Absolutely set Sonder up for success. And usually we don't start off with interviews with how are you feeling, but I gotta ask, because that last round was so intense. There was so much going on. What were the comms like? What were you feeling?
Dude, honestly, I just called Lori to flash over, because I knew that they were gonna come in, and I popped on Neon ult, and they were sitting behind that smoke, but I had 40 bullets in my zap, so I just sprayed through the smoke. If I get a kill, then I just get it instantly refreshed back. And then when they just suddenly decided to all pop through the smoke, I didn't even know what was going on. I was just holding down my mouse once, spamming my mouse two to slide.
And you're absolutely rewarded for it. And I'm so glad to see that it was you that finally got that ace. The other day on Icebox, I felt so bad. I was salty for you that you didn't get that 5th kill. But looking back, especially on Haven, it seemed like you guys as a squad had to make a lot of adjustments, especially coming into that second half. So much aggression coming out, especially from the APAC region, but X10 in general. How did you guys adjust? What was the team atmosphere like adjusting to all that craziness?
Dude, all that beginning of the round CT aggro, that was definitely a regional experience from the APAC, but we just adjusted by just let them push and let them come to us. We just pretended that we're CT side, and then we're just reacted off it.
Just a simple swap of sides. I love that. Okay, last question, because I heard that you're not here alone. You're able to bring some of your family and everything out here all the way to your first international stage. I mean, this has got to be such a huge moment for you, winning in front of the stage, not only with your best friends and your teammates, but with family as well. I mean, how has this experience been for you?
Dude, my mom's in the audience. Shout out to my mom. But she never really understood what esports really was. And then until she actually came to experience and saw how happy I was to play this game, she was just really happy for me, and now really supportive, because she never really understood about what was esports or anything like that. So
mom buff, you got the mom buff.
Yeah, we got the
that's
mom
amazing.
buff.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your answer, Saunders. I know the adrenaline is probably still rushing. It's rushing for me even, and I wasn't playing. So thank you for joining me up here. Good luck as you move on further into the tournament. And that was it. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We have more matches right after this.
room for snitches. Tell it to my face, tell it, tell it, tell it, tell it to my face, tell it, tell it, tell it, tell it, tell it, tell it, tell it to my face, 'cause I hate these lying snitches.
see another day in this tournament, and it's time to see if a second one can do just that as C9Y take Guild X in this NA versus EMEA matchup. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm here on the desk with Kakuka and Sapphire. Welcome back, guys. We have a huge day ahead of us.
I'm so excited. Like, I think we got the best matches here. We've got some NA again. We get to see what the favorites are maybe going to do here. Are they going to fall out? It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, exactly. We're only going to have 4 teams after today. We already have good days for EMEA, so I'm kind of down for a good day for NA.
Are you, though?
I am, because I wanted to stay competitive until the last minute, so G2 can win the whole thing.
Oh, okay, I like that. I like that. But let's talk about C9Y. You know, Heather, you said we have good games today, but this was nearly not the game because C9Y are doing this in the lower bracket this early. I don't think anybody expected
Listen,
that.
I've watched this team for 2.5 years now. Seeing them in the lower bracket is not the norm. No one expected this coming into it. We should not be seeing them at this point. This is not what the expectations were set, and now it's their chance to see have they learned to be able to recover from a loss, because they are not used to a loss in Game Changers.
Oh yeah, completely. I think that everybody came with a lot of expectations for NA and specifically for Cloud9, one of the most competitive regions, and they were on top all the time. So having them here so soon, I completely agree. We need to see them bounce back in a way that they haven't been before. But it's the beauty of the international competition. A lot of surprises always on the table.
Yeah, and speaking of surprises, I actually have a quote here from Alexis of C9Y after their loss against G2 Gozen. Again, you guys have described it. They don't lose very often. And she says here, I think we need to just keep playing aggressive even if we're losing rounds. Keep the confidence up in game even though we're confident out of game. It needs to kind of correlate and show in-game in the server. I don't think I've ever seen or heard an interview from a C9Y player where they aren't feeling as confident in-game as they are out.
I think that it has to do a lot with what happened against G2. Of course, we knew that G2 was bringing in new compositions because of what we heard in the pre-tapes and such, but the way in that they did it, we saw a C9 that was scared because in so many occasions we saw G2 just on the flank and it was never the same player. Sometimes it's Juliano, sometimes you had Glance. It doesn't really matter, but of course they were scared. So the moment that you are scared and your response is just to wait for them, I understand why Alexis looks back at it and be like, you know, if we had instead of just looked so much and fallen into playing their game, if we would just stick to what we prepared, maybe that Pearl would have been different.
For 2.5 years now, we've heard this team say, we are the best team in the world in Game Changers. So like you said, this is the first time we've seen any signs of weakness maybe in their words, any sign of being a bit timid. So today we need to see what the best team is.
I mean, this is my question. How do they bounce back? Again, Sapphire, like you said, over the last 2 years, how many times have they even been in the lower bracket?
Once, tops.
But that's what I mean.
And they still, won the event.
Won the entire thing, yeah.
Yeah, the pressure really
How
wasn't
did they
on.
bounce back today? What would you like to see them do?
Well, I mean, first off, like learning to lose is like a skill that you have to learn over time, and we know that we'll talk about eventually. Guild has learned that skill, so hopefully through their IGL, through their coach, through the more veteran players, they've talked about reviewing the VODs, changing things up, and again keeping that pressure on because we know this is a very aggressive team. We didn't see that against 2. We need that pressure again today. They need to set the tone.
The most important bit is the time, because talking about bouncing back, we also talked a lot about how G2 needed that last loss to come in so strong into this tournament. But now they've had 2 days to actually talk about and go through, what went wrong. I love the fact that Alexis, spotted it, and they're very sure about what went wrong. So now we want to see how they fix it in the server, because they're going up against the EMEA again.
Yeah, this is what I mean, though. How much has our expectations differed? Because it is G2 Gozen. I think a lot of people maybe underestimated them, C9 perhaps included. Are the narratives still the same going into Guild, considering these are the first seeds of their regions?
Yeah. If we think about that, and also the fact that Guild is a veteran of the lower bracket, so many times we've seen them in the same spot, and that, okay, we lose always against G2 and we got to do all that run so many times. They've made it to the finals and didn't get it, and on the last one they managed to get it. So of course you're going against veterans every single time that you face at EMEA.
Well, we're talking about the bounce back here. Let's hear from C9Y's Kasumi right after her loss against G2 to see how they plan for the team to bounce back.
Yeah, I think for an international event, the competition is definitely a lot higher, and we learned that today. I think crew, they played like really aggressively, and I think that the thing that definitely brought us the win over them was our patience and our ability to like take things really slow, and like when they are forced to take the move first every round because that's what they're used to, it kind of takes them off guard when we don't react in the way they want. While I do think that we underestimated G2 a little bit, I think we also kind of outplayed ourselves in some ways. I think it did come as a surprise to us, especially when we took first map. It wasn't even very close, but I'm excited to take everything that we learned today, keep moving forward.
But the utility from Glance could be important.
Huge opening pick for Katsumi.
Right now, I think there are a lot of parallels for us with the Game Changers in which we lost a series to Shopify. I think we're going to have a lot of lessons that we took away from that will help us here. I think we definitely need to go in and review these maps that we lost and really just focus in on these weaknesses in our gameplay that lost us these games. Oh, I'm fully confident in our lower bracket run. I fully expect to be in grand finals and take the win.
I'm really glad that she is confident because if they want to win this tournament, Sapphire, they have to make the lower bracket run. It's not about if they can do it here and there. They have to win every single game now.
Yeah, I mean, for this team, anything less than winning is going to be a failure, both in their minds and a lot of fans. There's been so much hype from this team, and we need to see more. And it's just not what we expect from what's considered to be the best team in not just North America, but potentially the world.
Yeah, and not only that, they're going up against a team that is also very aggressive, both on the attack and on the defense. Katsumi was already thinking about how the next plan is going to be, how they're going to macerate all the changes that they want to make. Of course, as we said, the time has not been, as long as they wanted, but this is how competition works nowadays. You wanted to get into the international stage. This is how things are. You only get a couple of days. You go up against another team that has had a little bit of a taste of what ANA has been going like. But, we're also talking about a guild that was pretty reformed from day one into day two.
And can I just say, having watched this team for so long, when they're mad, they're very scary. And they're not happy. I've seen them walking through the hallways of the hotel, it's game face on at every point. It is fire. They're not laughing. They're not doing dances. They're here for business.
They're like the anti-Fennel, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, this is what we want to see. We want to see some fire from them. And speaking of fire, it is first seed against first seed. I think Guild's position is a little bit different.
Yes.
But Kakuka, what they've shown so far in LAN, at least for me, it's exceeded my expectations.
Oh yeah, completely. I mean, I remember day one, and this is something that I also said on the desk yesterday. In so many parts of the first part of the map, we saw so much nerves coming in from these girls, and I think it's very important to say that I expected Join to maybe take a pause after 3 rounds, let's say, and just give them the time to breathe. Sometimes, the pauses do not have to be tactical. Sometimes it has to be about, hey girls, I can see you on the server. I know that we had a plan for this, and you're not applying it. Whatever the reason is, it's not the moment to discuss it now. We need to see past this. We are supposed to be professionals. If you need a minute, this is the time to just put your hands off the keyboard, breathe, and just get back into the game. On day 1, they could not make it, but on day 2, the guild that we saw is the guild of the lower bracket.
Yeah, and they looked after those pauses yesterday, the changes on their face, the vibes, the fist bumps started coming to life. That's really what they need to reset themselves. We know that there's some nerves there. This is the first time on LAN for a few of them. Being able to take that reset and then rely on your veterans like Roxy and Claudia, that's where you're going to find success.
I'm really looking forward to see how they're going to be on the stage, because I think that's also very important. Cloud9, even when they were losing, and we could see that the rounds that they won, they were like, hey, let's go, girls. You don't go to her side, you don't go to my side. You know that we have all those funny bits. If they're able to translate it and to keep it going for the rest of the competition, I think that's going to be very healthy for them and their minds now that they have to go on the lower bracket run.
I think one thing that, you spoke about, the guild in the lower bracket, the online guild, I was a little bit nervous coming into this. Are they going to be able to just do their thing and not let it get in their heads? And the good news is the level of aggression, Sapphire, they've been bringing on the server is exactly what we we saw online.
Oh my god, Smurfette yesterday, like, she was wild. And especially like Anya enabling her. Anya was like a rock star yesterday. Like literally probably the best breach in the tournament right now.
Oh, 100%.
This clip was so fun to watch.
The things that we saw yesterday is not only about Anya. Like, I want to give credit to the entirety of Guild because it was such a big difference. Everybody knew what their role was, where they should be on the map, who are they supporting, what parts and what corners are they looking after, especially after the changes, you know, when you don't have so many radish spots on Pearl specifically. It was so beautiful to watch, and I love that we highlight Anya because in the 5 maps that Guild has played, she's been playing Breach on 4 of them, and it's 34% in the entire tournament. So she's like the Bridge when you think about this championships of Game Changers.
You know what is going to be interesting though is like Alexa has her, you know, she's got her moments on Breach too, which is going to be very interesting. So I'm excited to see that duel today.
I mean, I think people are forgetting that there are 4 duelists really
Oh,
on
yeah,
this team.
yeah.
Like everyone has their moments, but this is the thing, right? Because Guild, they are the first seed. Whether people think that they deserved it or not, they came into this tournament as the winners of the last one in EMEA. They are the first seed. So in theory, do you guys feel like they should be a tougher challenge for C9Y than G2 was?
So here's the thing: they are the first seed, but they are it for a different reason. We talk about C9, we talk about complete domination of the region. We are the team to beat. For Guild, it was all about hard work, all about changing stuff, changing players, and changing the stuff, changing a lot of modus operandis inside the game that are actually, you know, made them to what they are today. For C9, it's been a different story. So I feel like the comparison is really complicated in this case.
I think what Guild did really well in Series 3 is they learned how to adapt to their number one opponent in G2. And they figured it out and they were able to counter them. However, when we look at the picture as a whole, I think it's still clear with G2's experience, their young Zoomers, I think in the minds of many people, and it was, you know, potentially proven the other day, is that Guild might be like not necessarily on paper, but like in theory, that true number one team. However, Guild, like they're good at countering. They're good at like looking at an opponent and figuring out what to change to adapt to that.
So do you still feel like even in this matchup, the C9 Whites are the favorite, despite what happened in the upper bracket?
I'll answer that question after the first map, you know, because no, really, like we only have one sample, one showing of what their lower bracket run can be, and I think it's very important to understand that, of course, we are not in their minds, and everybody is human, so we need to see all that progression. I feel like they're a very strong team, like they're a very strong core. They've been together for a very, very long time, and that is priceless, especially coming into this experience. So I think that if they're able to get into Guild's head and they bring back the Guild that we saw against Shopify, maybe, this could be a 2-0.
Heather is just like, yeah.
Listen, I genuinely like really like Guild, and I love how much growth we've seen from them, and I love the potential, but like I think we're wild not to say that like Cloud9 White currently is the favorite. I like chaos though. I want it to be interesting.
It's just not made for LAN. Could you imagine? Like it would be like
I don't want to see a world where that happens. But we spoke a little bit about Guild already. Let's hear from one of their players. Here is Roxy sharing how nerves played out for Guild X and how the team managed to adapt on the fly.
I would have preferred to win all 3 maps actually, but overall I am happy that we got to take one. For most of us, it's the first time LAN experience. I think it was a little bit stressful for all of us, and trying to calm our teammates down or trying to hear comms. A lot of comms and voices went under. And I feel like some pressure got to us in the first few rounds and matches, and we had to get used to it a lot. But I think towards the end, we actually managed to adapt really well to it, and we had fun playing in front of the crowd and playing offline. The atmosphere on the stage and everything around it felt absolutely amazing, and I feel like I personally thrived under those conditions.
Time starting to dwindle, though they're going to start running out of it. Laurie's position gets checked. Great work from Roxy. And now they're scrambling. They're trying to do what they can. The defuse going to carry on as Roxy on guard duty.
The Guild versus Fennel match, all I know is that me personally, I'm a big fan of Fennel. I love watching them play, so I'm just excited and literally happy to be there to be able to play against them and compete versus APAC. So I'll just hope it's going to be a good match for everybody and that all of us are going to have fun. I feel like EMEA and NA got like a lot more exposure. For some reason, it's way more popular in a way that it has more views. So I feel like APAC and LATAM don't get as much recognition as we do. So I feel like we should actually all be on the same level. That's what I generally believe, and I actually believe it's going to be fair and equal matches. So what I like to say and think is that we're literally all on the same level, and the games could go either way.
It's so Roxy. It's such
Yes.
a nice thing for her to say that everything's going to be on the same level. I mean, I assume that was recorded before they kind of like had their crazy series against Fennel. But does that change your mind at all? Or do you still feel like maybe C9Y is still above them?
No, yeah, you're not. I'm not going to change my mind about that. I've seen so much dominance from this team. There's no reason to say yet that they aren't one of the favorites to win this.
Yeah, completely. As you said, it's a very Roxy thing to say. I think that is kind of what we expected and what we would have wanted, to have almost every team coming in as seed 1, or actually, you know, most of them are the only seed in the region to be on the same level. And also, especially after just one day, so many things can go wrong for a first time. So, you know, I think that she was given a little bit of space for people to take into accountability that we are actually playing on the LAN and it's actually finally happening.
Yeah, and we want that optimism from a team, right? Like you don't want to go in thinking that you're not going to win this, that you're playing against the most difficult team. Like,
or the other way. How about the other way around?
Yeah.
We can all talk about, you know, I think that C9Y is a great example now that we're going to see them. They thought that, you know, they're going to smash it. They're going to destroy every other single region. So you got, you know, both sides of the coin here.
That's true. You got to be realistic.
I think one thing I really want to talk about is the map picks and bans. But before we show all of that, I want to talk about C9Y's picks and bans against G2, because as you guys remember, they left Pearl open against G2, and Kukuka coming from EMEA, you don't do that.
So the thing is, it's very EMEA, because this is what G2 did on Series 3. They started banning the map and being like, yeah, we don't play Pearl, we don't play Pearl. And when it come to the quarterfinals, semifinals, they were like, yeah, we know, we're gonna ban something different. And they started playing Pearl, and they were amazing on it. I remember Juliana playing on the Reign and giving us something completely different. They were like, yeah, we always had it ready. It was an ace under our sleeve that we didn't want to use too soon. And probably the first time that we saw that Pearl being open, they were like, okay, maybe it's the same situation. Let's just say it wasn't.
Yeah, this is what I want to talk about. How big of a mistake do you feel like that was?
Well, I mean, you know, they were trying to do the same thing in that they were trying to bring something that they've prepared for a while. They haven't played it in NA. It usually wasn't necessarily one of their first bans, but other teams were just banning it anyways. They don't play it. And so Cloud9 thought, okay, this is a great opportunity to, you know, bring a secret card here and let it float it by and see if we can do something. I think they also looked at what G2 was doing with the silly Reyna picks and thought, no way, like, we're better than this. We know the meta better. We're going to counter this. And it didn't work out. They took a gamble and it didn't.
That last part is so important. We're talking about when the bracket was released, they knew that on the same day they might be playing against G2 just right off the bat, day 1. And of course, in their minds, they're like, okay, there's a Pearl. Let's see what we have from them. But it was a month, and G2 had a different plan. I do not think that they would expect that Euro peak at all. And the things that Juliana was bringing to the table were completely out of everybody's mind. Everybody was just looking at the screen being like, is this really happening? Like, did she just fake like that? And I do not blame C9Y for being like a little bit like responseless.
I mean, my question is, the reason I wanted to bring this up is because Guild also play a lot of Pearl. Do you think that C9Y can afford to leave that open for them today? Would you like them to see them try again, or, you know, just ban it?
So the thing here is it's a little bit of pick your poison, right? You either go for Fracture, which is a very strong map for Guild, and you just remove that because it's not strong for them, or you go for the Pearl. They literally have, I think it's the biggest decision that they have to make today.
Yeah, that's the reality is they don't necessarily play either map. They've got their 3 favorites that they've been perfecting for 3 years.
Holy Trinity.
The Holy Trinity they've perfected for almost 3 years now. It's picking your poison. Like, you know, they showed things on Pearl, so maybe they go to Fracture because there's more like hidden strats there potentially, but we could fall in the same pitfall of Pearl then say, hey, we prepped a lot of things, but they haven't necessarily tested it in a game day place situation.
That's what I mean. Which is more poisonous in your point of view?
So here's the thing. We know the Guild is a very aggressive team, right? G2 was given the same the other day. I personally would think that they will not let Pearl open again because they were responseless in the game. As I said, they only got like, 3 rounds? So I would go for the leaving the Fracture open and just forget about Pearl. Maybe this is not the moment. I could perfectly understand that, on Fracture, things are easier to turn around, let's call it like that, because when you lose control of the middle pile in Pearl, like, it snowballs so quickly.
Yeah, and we just saw nothing. Like, we didn't see any potential. This wasn't like it was a 13-10 loss or something. Like, they just got smashed on Pearl.
Yeah.
So, like, I'd probably throw that away if I were them.
Both of you don't want to see the Pearl come up today.
I mean, I would be surprised, and don't get me wrong, if they really have, snatch it down and be like, this is why we lost the 13 rounds, we can bring this back. Ballsy of them, I would love to see it, but for me, I don't know. And also knowing how strong it is for Guild to play Fracture, maybe they want to go for the Pearl because they do not expect Guild to bring in changes, and they have a lot of VODs to see from them.
This mind game is
but
giving me a headache.
but also just think about this.
Yeah.
Guild has played 2 matches, and they've played Pearl and Haven twice. Do you want to go to Pearl again after what we saw yesterday?
I actually just wouldn't in general after the G2 game, personally.
No, I don't think so. And then Guild, besides losing their one Pearl map to Shopify, like, they were winning that. Like, they threw that away on individual plays.
Well, we're just waiting for a PC to boot up. But in the meantime, we've got something fun for you. I know how much you guys at home love the music on the show. And we got something special coming from the comms of Guild X in the mix by the one and only DJ John Locke. Check this out.
Women background singers.
I feel like we need you. We need a mix of you. I've heard you sing that song so many times.
I love Britney songs. I'm always singing Britney. I'm always singing, but Britney is one of my favorites.
All right, hear me out. We form a Valorant band, and we call it Taylor Thrifty.
Oof.
Hear me out.
I'm on board.
I'm on board. You don't need to ask me.
Sorry,
Taylor Swift related.
Bracket Taylor's version.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wanted to get that in whilst we were talking about music. But I absolutely love John Locke as well, giving us a lot of really great playlists. I think people have been asking where they can get the music from. I think it's Spotify.
Now we got a Q collab, but John Locke, he's always bringing the music to this event, and I have to say, this event so far has been my favorite. I've been liking every single song. I missed the Jungle one from last year, but we've been having so many great hits. So thank you, John.
Yeah, no, John's always a vibe. Back in my observing room when I'm usually doing that, we're always vibing out to John Locke playlists.
We got to vibe out a little bit more. I believe we have some bird watching. We're doing some tweets from you guys at home over on the Twitter sphere before, Twitter shuts down. We might as well get this in. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
it's
adorable. The frog.
This is incredible.
I feel so untalented when I see people
I know,
making drawings. And they're so good. Like, I wish I could make this for some teams,
This is absolutely adorable. Obviously, we got a shout out to Bob as well, one of the top performers here. This is from one of the fans in the audience, I believe.
Can we, production, please tell me that we have some of the Pepes that Mel draw.
Yeah.
She's been on a roll.
The sign game from the audience has been amazing this event.
I will say that as someone...
there we go. She made all of those, by the way. She's ready for every single halftime, for everything. She said she got them all. I think that every single time that we're on the desk, Mel, we know that you can hear us right now. Please make something cool in dedication to us as well.
By the way, I saw one of her signs. I think EMEA Mel is cheering for Cloud9 today.
Oh, she is.
Wait, you mean that wasn't Mel? You mean that wasn't Cloud9 Mel? Wait, what? I'm getting scammed.
We're actually going to see them on the same room today.
I'm getting absolutely scammed. It's Thunder time. Actually, I was talking to some of the other players from VCT last night, and they were talking about how, like, I kind of want a catchphrase as well, because it's Thunder time is so good.
Yeah, it is.
It just makes so much sense. It
was definitely Thunder time today.
Oh, that's amazing. I love that so much. Yeah, we need to come up with some catchphrases, I feel like. And of course, our last tweet for Daiki as well. She's going to be in action a little bit later
today, yeah.
And we will talk about it later, but that game is just like a whole other thing. I don't even want to think about that game right now.
It's too much. I think that the one that we have ahead of us, there's so many things that can happen and still the day won't be over. So I don't know for how long the Liquid girls and the G2 girls are going to be waiting for, but it's so surprising to see those two there in the upper bracket.
It is indeed, but speaking of the lower bracket, it's elimination time. So, you know, we talk about the first seeds going up against each other.
It's
One
insane.
of them,
We're going to say goodbye to a
they're
first
gone.
seed. It's like the narrative doesn't get better. And it's going to be either NA or EMEA. Come on, what else do you want?
It's probably going to be NA. With that out of the way, let's take a look at the maps and see where we're going to today. We've spoken already a lot about the bans. Will we see Pearl or not? I believe C9 has the first ban. And we're finally... Oh, no, they don't.
It's Guild.
Guild have the first ban.
Breeze, it's not only that we know it. I don't even need production. Just skip it.
One of these days we see Breeze, I'm going to faint. But this is the important pick. And banned. They banned out the Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it very extensively. I think that this is a very good decision coming in from Cloud9. But yeah, this opens the other window for Guild. It's going to be Fracture. And it's not only that it's not looking sharp for C9, it's the fact that we talked about 13-3 that G2 gave to C9. Guild 13-3 G2 on this map. And it was complete domination. And it was during that finals. And it wasn't even like, you know, like the last map where you ran out of fuel. No, that was the second map. Guild chose a battleground and it was Fracture. And more Haven for them.
Yeah, and then, you know, Haven, like Cloud9 White doesn't lose Haven when it comes to Game Changers. They don't lose often anyways, but like Haven is their home territory.
Haven is a map in this pick and bans, and the decider is going to be Ascent.
I think that this is looking extremely good for Guild. Like, I understand that on the mental side, maybe C9 is going to be on top because they're winners and they're used to it. But I think that this is probably Guild's best 3 maps.
Yeah, but it's also Cloud9, 2 of their best 3 maps too, as well.
Like,
so yeah, so even if Guild take Fracture here, as long as like Cloud9 can maintain that confidence, not get too down on themselves, they like those next 2 maps.
So you think that the Fracture doesn't matter too much here?
They got to keep it competitive. They can't get smashed here. I still think this is like obviously a Guild favorite.
Oh, I can't wait to see that map, but it's time for a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. When we return, we're going to be bringing out the teams onto stage. and EMEA. It is my pleasure to welcome the two title contenders, the first seeds meeting in the lower bracket. Give it up for Cloud9 White and Guild X. What a treat we have on our hands. One team who are perpetually in the lower bracket and another we never seen in this position before. I can't wait to see which one's going to come out on top because this is also NA versus EU pride here. And Sapphire, I know you're all about C9 White, but we got to talk about the first map because this is where they're probably likely to not have that advantage.
Yeah, this is not going to be a favorite for them. Obviously, Guild thinks they've got some tricks up their sleeve. They think they can outsmart Cloud9 here. It's going to be interesting. We're going to need the IGL like Mel to really come up to play. She struggled a bit against G2.
Yeah, we saw, for example, Alexis there on the walkout being like, yeah, I don't care, you know, this is gonna be easy. Of course, there is a lot on the line for these two teams. Elimination is right around the corner, so you know, especially in this first map, I think that the first 6 rounds are going to be of vital importance because we cannot see again that Guild that is super nervous. We need to see the Guild that we saw yesterday that had every round under control.
What I find really interesting is when it comes to the team comps, you know, C9 White, they haven't really figured it out yet. Sapphire, they're trying with Cypher, they're trying Omen. Like, where do you feel like we're gonna go here?
I mean, I think, especially on Fracture, I think this is where Mel has fun with her Cypher. We need them to have a lot of good reads, a lot of good site control so they can overstack, hopefully try to counter potentially that Jet or Neon coming out from Smurfette.
So here's the thing, Cloud9 White has been testing a lot of compositions in various different maps, and Fracture has been no stranger to this fact. We've seen them running double controller, maybe the Brimstone, maybe the Omen, maybe, you know, maybe we go for the Race, maybe we go for the Neon. So I think for Guild, they may have fallen into a trap here because how do you prepare for this map, especially for Cloud9 White? You have a plan, but can you trust it 100%? And also, are we going to see a Fracture with no chamber on either side?
I know. That's one of the benefits of Cloud9. They have a very deep agent pool. They have a lot of flexibility. Yeah. We could see Alexis on a Sky or a KO or a Breach. There's a lot of potential there.
We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. Just a reminder, Guild, they've won the last 13 fractures they've played. They haven't lost. They beat G2 Gozen EMEA to get here as well. And again, both of you guys have said we are probably expecting a Cypher on their side, but I'm interested to see what C9 White are going to go for here. Are we going to get the double controller? Well, Bob has gone straight for the KO.
Okay, so no Viper. Katsumi is going to go on the Astra. Okay, so there's the chamber. I had that question. So Mel is not going for the Cypher. This is a new one, but we're talking about control, and Jazzy is on the Neon. I love to see this.
This is a complete change from anything we would have expected from them. Obviously, a lot of comfort picks here, but like not what they usually run on Fracture.
What do you make of it?
I mean, I'm liking it. I think that they want to go for the extra control. You also have the double initiator. I see a lot of potential into this composition, and it's definitely very up to date.
Yes, you know why taking a risk here by letting Fracture through. I can't wait to see what they're going to bring for us here, and it's time for us to jump into the game with your casters, Ender and Mimi.
Thanks very much to Sue and the desk. Yes, we have the top seed from both NA and EMEA facing off in the lower bracket for the possibility of early elimination.
Oh, Cloud9, we already saw the matchup against G2. They fell short. Now, with everything on the line, a rare lower bracket run for Cloud9, and it all comes down starting over on Fracture.
Yeah, and both these teams come in with compositions that are very outside of the norm for Fracture.
Oh, big time, especially like Cloud9 changing a lot of things up, right? Rocking the Astra as opposed to a Brimstone, even the Omen they've run in the past, because we haven't actually seen them play this map in all of Stage 3 of Game Changers. Played it a bunch back in Stage 2 with, you know, different compositions mixed in here and there, but with Jazzykins on the Neon, no breach, interestingly enough, so the setup not as powerful as some other compositions.
But here we go. It is the best of the West. EMEA's first versus NA's best. Only one can continue here at Game Changers Champions.
We know there's a bunch of Guild fans in the crowd. Some C9 White cheers broke through against G2 previously as well. So lots to be said right there as Cloud9 White, 5 players geared up outside of BA. Notice Claudia put a shorty down inside of tower. So keep your eyes on that as the execute looks to come through very, very shortly.
Guild are running just that solar controller on the Viper, but she provides quite a lot of stall when you're on that defensive side. You see that orb already slowing C9 down.
I think Katsumi actually used 2 stars there, only has the 1 remaining in this round. She's playing outside of B main. The flash, the late reaggression from Smurfette and the team interacts with Katsumi. She's able to find the first. It's traded out, but Jazzy is there, C9 with the advantage.
Patience rewarded, and look at Mel. She's wrapped all the way to the north side, and with no Cypher cam up this side, wide open. Jazzy, another big kill, and C9 will have the post plant.
Very calm calling there from Cloud9 as they showed some presence outside of B, fell off, and then re-aggress when Guild pop out from them. They find those picks and spin it right around. That's the calm you expect. The leadership of Mel at work.
Anya and Ness left, two of the top performers for Guild in their match yesterday, but they set up from Cloud9 so hard to breach. Mel the first point of contact, and she's able to dodge that flash. Alexis ready to swing off of her as well, with Guild going so slow. Their opportunities starting to drain. Mel is spotted, but setup just too strong.
C9 Knight making quick work right there, only losing Katsumi in the process to finish things off. And I think there's so much to dive into with these compositions. I feel like we just get straight into that because Cloud9 not rocking the breach, right? One of the most powerful things you can have for sort of A main control. I think it's really interesting how they're going to try to follow up off of Alexis's utility, right? Using the cats to maybe open door because you don't have a Raze boombot, for example, to accomplish that.
Yeah, talk to me about this KO pick as well. A big pivot from the breach that Cloud9 White used to play and that most teams do play on this map.
Yeah, previously Bob has been playing the KO. Alexis was in breach duty, so it really does put a lot of reliance on Bob as the sole flasher for the team to get things going. I think it does make playing both sides of the map a little bit more challenging too when you don't have that double flash initiator to set up your Neon and Chamber to take early fights.
And that's exactly it. I think it makes the job of Jazzykins just a little bit harder in this comp, particularly when they are attacking. You don't have that stun for the early fights. It has to be a bit more coordinated with those flashes from Bob in order to make those plays work.
Yeah, the other thing too is Jazzykins has to really be concerned about the Cypher tripwires. Like Roxy, the most based Sentinel player at Game Changers Champions, she's always, you know, forgetting about the Chamber and playing the Killjoy and the Cypher. But I think Cypher is a legitimate counter pick into the Neon, right? Without the Raze to break the tripwires and all this stuff, the Neon can struggle and sort of get ahead of herself running into the trips. Already you see that Jazzy stalled out.
Yeah, that she is on site. Is Roxy and actually finds one there. Trade not to come through yet. Smurfette has found another. C9 White a little bit stalled out, but are holding strong. Roxy, a Spectrum recovered, but very low on HP.
They know she's down underneath on B site. Watching Mel come on through. Smurfette's able to find a kill and get on out of there. 25 HP though puts her in a nearly impossible situation. Mel is holding the angle and takes her down.
Still, that damage fantastic out of Guild. C9 will have to reinvest heavily or have a pretty rough true bonus into the third.
And that was just like a perfect example of the Cypher tripwire in action because it's Neon flying out in front of the pack, getting hit by it. And what it does with her snapping back, the team not breaking it, is it turns a Alexis into the entry, and that's not ideal.
Yeah, and it is just like the perfect anti-Neon composition. When you have that raise, when you're diving, you're satcheling, and it's going to break those trips for you. But here, a lot of the pressure is on Alexis and Bob's utility to be able to clear out those trips.
Big Southside crunch on the way here for Guild. They have the rifles in hand, and they want to go sprinting back at Cloud9 White. Smurfette is here.
The flash from Bob, though, lined it up for a moment. They'll reaggress in on you ready. Smurfette close. Guild wants nothing more. They'll get out of this one with their player advantage.
It's a slow A main play from the two controller Senti duo. Ness and Roxy come on board. Ness finds a couple, commits to the spray as Roxy finishes everyone off. Only Alexis to remain alive, and they're coming around from all different corners, but she is good. It's a 3K.
Caught on the reload, 1 versus 2. C's ready. It's Claudia caught in at half HP, but the angle well held. And Guild hold on. That third round converted for them.
Looked like a moment Alexis could spin a miracle, but well thought through setup from Guild. Initially pushing down out of B main. I actually really liked the patience shown from both Roxy and Ness. You can see they walked up A main, and then as soon as the chamber dies, that tripwire not actually giving the protection that C9 White were relying on at tab right there. Maybe missed in the comms, maybe missed in the chaos of the round, but it's a perfect timing on that walkout.
Nice attempt from Alexis, though. She's been having a fantastic tournament thus far for Cloud9 White. One of their players online that tends to be on the lower end of the scoreboard, very much being that role player. But here at LAN, she has been activated.
She has been so good, and in round 4 has access to that ultimate, so can use that similar to a breach and sort of scout out all of B site and send the Prowlers, and Neon is going to go sprinting right behind it.
Look at Roxy. She not only has a tripwire, but a shorty as well, prepped in heaven. That is unavailable space. Ness will anchor on the site as well. Needs a second here, damaged up by the ult, and Bob holding the flank. Smurfette is down. There's a second player here. They absolutely know about it. So now in trouble is Anya. This is a tough decision. Do you commit to the flank? Do you fall back out? And C9 is pushing the issue.
Yeah, they got to push it back. Bob is able to find the kill, but Roxy, they know, remains in tower. That is going to signal to Cloud9 White, ignore B, sprint all the way over to A, but their positions are seen, and Claudia is going to beat them on the rotate.
And look at her utility. Stun and a flash to be able to stall this one on out. How much can she do? Roxy so far away. It's been a utility invested. Claudia on the swing. She's playing this careful balance. You don't want to concede the site, but you don't want to give away your life. And C9 do get the plant.
Roxy goes all the way A main. She's going to be here on such a fast timing. Will Cloud9 White be prepared?
Is Alexis holding for this? Is Alexis ready? She's holding the other side. Takes down Claudia, the second player here. And look at Bob, the awareness. Tucks close on site instead. Now Alexis has picked up this angle. The timing is there for Roxy down. 2 for Alexis, a third to C9.
Okay, Alexis, keep on showing us what you got. That is just crisp out of her round after round. Up to 6 here, started the playoff with that ultimate over towards the B side, and I think it's smart from Cloud9 White. Again, without the raise, it's a little harder to sprint up into topside tower. You also don't have the breach concuss for that, so instead, looping around, attacking the site, and dealing with tower later. They weren't actually able to remove Roxy from that position, but Cloud9 White make the correct call, rotate off, and win out with Alexis. She knows who she is.
Oh, yeah, she does. And I think the setup for Guild has been very interesting thus far. You kind of have a combination of the heavy stall with your Cypher, with your Viper. You can play these really entrenched setups. And you also have Smurfette on your team, who just wants to push and take an opening gambit every single round. So they've been really balancing with these heavy one-sided stacks where the Neon is pushing the other side for these kind of late-round flanks.
And the heavy stack is a little bit different to other comps, because usually you play 4 players on one side and the Chamber on the other who can take a fight and then TP off, and you can still play 5 players on the retake. They're not afforded that same luxury, it does seem. So you can maybe use the Cypher to get the info, but you don't have the chances in terms of actual fighting power to perhaps find an early pick. Although if Cloud9 White do run into the Cypher late, it could be an issue for them. Still, Bob will have the knife, and that could be an issue for Roxy playing so close on slant on site. If you get hit by the knife, the utility falls apart, and all of a sudden the trades and the swing from Smurfette backside is not going to be there.
Flash already in. Jazzy on the run, finds Smurfette, and just wants to disengage.
Get the pick and then instantly sprinting back over towards A. You can see Mel was posted here for quite some time. Still a player in the way. Claudia not going to be an issue for Mel, though, as her and the team continue to move on to A.
I'm in a position to maybe try and fight through this smoke, but she's not really being given an opportunity by Cloud9. Plant to come through. This one looking clean thus far. It's all going to be from spawn on this retake for Guild.
Now, Bob was watching the flank for the time being, and Mel still posted up. actually decides to fall off. So it may be Ness waiting for another cycle on that Viper wall. 4 more seconds before she could potentially pop that again. She's actually just got a shorty, so not ideal whatsoever. As the Sheriff will try and take the first contact here with Roxy. It's a little bit labored from Jazzykins, but the kills come in at the end. Alexis with another couple.
Yeah, Prime Gaming flawless in that one. I love that post-plant setup from Cloud9 White. In a lot of compositions, in most, I would say, on Fracture, you're playing offsite, you're relying on that breach and Brim utility to close out. Cloud9 doesn't have that. Instead, they're happy to play these more entrenched post-plants and just trust their crossfires to win out.
Yeah, I actually wonder if Bob has some kind of a C4 lineup from back in attacker spawn, because usually if you have a Brimstone, that's who's watching flank, and you have the Molly to sort of follow up there. So something to keep our eyes on as we continue to move in throughout this game. But I think Guild, right, they need to be aware that Cloud9 White aren't just full committing into the sites. That was a really clever play going for the quick pick into rotation, and it's off of what Mel can accomplish on the lurk. So she is IGLing also with how she's getting space, and on contact can instantly say, if she runs into this Neon, everyone expedite over towards B.
I think Mel did make contact there, so wants to try and back away here. Regroup with her team. Execute is forthcoming towards A, but I'm looking for this triple flank. Is the trip effective? No, but Ness will take care of Jazzykins regardless, and now she's able to tuck on the site with this Viper's Pit. Cloud9 are forced to disengage here, and with Guild not committing to the multi-point.
Smurfette is still posted in A main, is able to shut down Mel, and now what do Cloud9 White do? Mel is out of the picture. Jazzykins is gone too. Those are 2 your biggest playmakers, especially on this map. Bob has done some crazy things before, knows there's going to be a player tower.
That trip still up on one side, the Viper's Pit on the other, and Guild actually wanting to continue to press the issue here. Great sees, but it's not enough to save Cat. Alexis stuck in this corner, getting destroyed by the utility, but somehow still alive. 1 HP, no worries, she'll claim 2. Cloud9 might be back in this round.
Alexis is just on one today. What is that? Still not looking easy. The Viper's Pit online, they have to creep on through. Actually using ultimate there to scout out. Bob is going to be removed. Roxy just a little bit too clean on that one. He'll take their second.
And you can hear how much the crowd loves this team. Roxy, the German representation here at Game Changers Champions.
I love it. We saw the Make Germany Proud sign in the crowd yesterday. Certainly on pace to continue to do that, especially with a win against Cloud9 White. Both teams coming in as the #1 seeds, but I think a lot of people still expect Guild to be the underdogs against C9. And for some good reasons, right? You can see what Alexis is accomplishing even in a losing round, but Guild, a big way to fight back there. And I think the lockdown, the stalling power of this composition could pose problems for C9.
I thought it was going to be a north side crunch, but instead it's another one of these contact pushes between Smurfette and Roxy. Is the timing right? Not quite. Alexis again will take down Smurfette. Trade is there, and with the spike drop, that's good information of C9's early intentions over to Guild.
I'm getting the vibes right now that, you know, usually talk duelist, chamber, all this stuff. I'm feeling Alexis versus Roxy. That's my initial inclination right here as Jazzykins goes zooming into this A side. 2 players here, and Ness is able to hold very strong.
But Mel in main has already found one, the sole player anchoring on the stairs, and Ness can't be the monster today. Instead, it's going to be Guild with 2 on this retake.
Anya just taking it like a champ right there. Some brutal stuff. The position of that breach player is noted. Claudia and Roxy fighting their way through here. Roxy with a 3K, Roxy in a 1v1. Roxy versus Mel. Just 30 HP and trying to walk herself out onto the site.
Does she have the timing on this one? Mel holding just on the other side. A tap on the spike, but Mel ready. Roxy can't do it this time.
Mel's got it all. The brains, the hands, the game sense, everything. The calm in the clutch to carry it through. And she has just been a rock. I mean, what a player on this team for so long. From building this team, from handpicking the players, putting it all together. Bob, the newest addition. She has been at the top of Game Changers in North America. No one has surpassed here, and it's not going to happen in this clutch either.
Yeah, she just does not lose those. She may be the IGL, but she has these games. She can absolutely take over. Fast play here from Guild, though. Another one of these attempts at the south side crunch, but Cloud9 good with the reactive utility. It's only Mel here, and she can very much get out if she can just get to that zip line.
Oh no, Mel really getting pinched down on 1 kill, comes around the opposite side. Anya will trade it out.
But that's not a gun, that was just the tour de force. They don't gain much off of that, and C9 has the site in the meantime.
It's a bit of an awkward play there from Guild because the reactive utility was actually Smurfette getting concussed by her own breach. There's not a breach on the opposite side to get that done.
Wait a minute. Good reaction.
Just sort of sprinted into it. The 6th man from C9 as Bob holding the angle, as she often does.
Just these 2 players in main. Ness does find a big frag, but C9 have another one of these crossfires established. Jazzy gets a relay bolt to pop off contact if she wants to stall this one a little bit more, and just forced away from this angle. Time ticking against her, still healthy. A duel versus Jazzy, she can take that one, but it's high-low from Cloud9 on the site.
And very nicely done, Guild. They, bit of a scuff by, go for the south side crunch. I think a lot of this aggression has just not worked because C9 are sort of playing that pack mentality. Even with Mel isolated on her own on the bot side, the only player to sort of stray away from the group, has the operator, is able to trade at least 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Does look like Guild in a good position this round.
Likely just be down on that save. They'll take their first tactical timeout here. And in this moment, I want to talk a little bit more about these compositions, because for Guild, with this Cypher in the mix, how much are they looking to achieve on this defensive side, do you think?
I mean, I would have been expecting quite a lot. Like, I think Cypher has so much value, especially when your opposition is not locking in the Rays on the opposite side, who can just break your utility so easily. There's a Fade that can break a lot of those pieces, but I think that the way C9 have been playing, it hasn't been a lot of finding those wires and breaking them early on. If anything, Cloud9 have just adapted and are now ready for the trips and snapping them the second Jazzy runs through.
Yeah, and they've been playing a lot more of this mid-round. Pressure one side, get the reaction on the other side, punish that, and then reevaluate. I don't think we've seen really a single round where they went for just one of those like fast, like B site, like optic execs with the neon that you normally define this comp by.
Yeah, it seems like it's a lot of early scouting, Mel playing on her own, trying to hear if there are going to be rotations, because players do get a little bit more loose with the rotations, I think, on Fracture, because you can just rotate so quickly on that defensive side. But if you can find out where the main stalling power is, right, the Cypher and the Viper are holding hands towards that A site.
Yeah, and look at the north side here. Mel is putting that trip just on the barrier outside B, because she knows Guild loves these walk pushes out arcade.
Yeah, it is kind of hard for Guild to find flanks because their smokes are a Viper. How do you actually smoke past the trip? It's really Roxy if she's going to be flanking, but she's been much more of an anchor for the team, so it's very hard for Guild to actually find north or south side flanks with this composition and with the way Roxy's been playing for the most part.
And C9 was expecting another aggressive play on this eco. Guild's been throwing one pretty much every other eco in the past. There is aggression, but it's a bit more mild from Guild, just trying to set up these traps towards the north side.
It's interesting because Cloud9 White really just have not played towards A main much at all. And I think it is a symptom of not rocking the breach in your composition so you can have that counter concuss. You have so much control there. Their Neon is just so effective at sprinting on through. Now Jazzy has downloaded the positioning of those tripwires, or maybe just spamming entirely and got a little bit lucky on the first shot. But regardless, accomplishes exactly what she needs to call some rotations over.
She might have a timing here onto Cat walking all the way under. Cat only has the knife out. She's down. That's the spike too. Could become problematic for Cloud9. But look at Jazzy seizing this opportunity to walk into B.
And I like the Guild have played a little bit more restrained. Falling back entirely back towards Arcade. This tower push from Jazzy. She hears absolutely everything. Finds the first kill and is now in full control of the site. But Anya has a potential timing here if she were to commit up rope. But the longer she waits, the more suspecting Jazzykins is, and that is 2 kills to start things off.
Just too aware to let that one by her. Bob trying to take another fight. She'll take the head of 2. Well controlled by Cloud9. They may have lost their spike, but the recovery is perfection. Roxy will hope for some damage, but it's Jazzy holding on the other side, and you just can't get past her.
Interesting idea from Guild there, the late underpass push. I liked it. It was able to find a kill in the eco, try to carve something out for themselves. Ultimately not enough to win there, especially with Jazzykins finding the timing, and as soon as she sees the 2 players underpass, site's gotta be open. She instantly seizes that, even without the support of her team behind her. So again, it looks like C9 are just gonna stick to sort of 4-1 split for the moment, potentially testing the north side of the map as we head into this next one. And interestingly enough, whoa. Ness is going to be rocking the operator. We didn't even talk about that, really. Guild's comp does not have a dedicated op slot as much as, we've seen the Neop before and stuff like this. It is Ness to be able to hold things down.
Yeah, and look at this push. They've walked all the way up just outside the south side, trying to Maybe activate a play forward off contact. Mel makes that contact. She's aware of the tendencies of Guild. They love these pushes, so she just wants to get out, keep her life. And that will activate Cloud9 to go for this fast hit towards A. Site completely open.
Yeah, it might be a little bit hard to plant open without A main control. They might just go for it regardless, as Mel does drop on the north side of the map. Roxy very much in control. Jazzykins pushes on forward. They are finding absolutely everything. Cloud9 White are not satisfied with just the site. They want it all.
Bob pushing for more. That op is down in an instant. And it's only Roxy. North side, too slow to help her team and trapped out of this one. The post plant well established by Cloud9, and with $0 in her account, this one might just be a save.
Yeah, this one is not looking too likely for Roxy. Cloud9 White with yet another very solid look, continually ping-ponging between leaning heavily towards north side or south side. Roxy finds her one and is going to disengage from this situation, but that is...
Look at Jazzy. She is a psychopath.
Oh my God.
She's going across the zip. Okay, no chaos today. Just a little bit more damage for Roxy. Not bad out of her, but...
Okay, Roxy! Okay.
Eco frags, or excuse me, economy damaging frags.
Man.
I guess that's the way to put it. Crowd loves it regardless.
Yeah. Look, Roxy just here to give a little show over towards the crowd. You know, Guild are known as, they do some trash talk sometimes. Anya, a player that's gotten in maybe a little bit of hot water, some deleted tweets here and there, has Guild too when they get the upset versus G2, bust out the trash bags and whatnot. But this is not the game they were hoping for, not the one in terms of the trash talk, and they're taking everything they can get.
If there's any trash talk, it just seems more that Cloud9 is displaying that their confidence is well earned. Coming into the tournament, they were telling us, we're going to win this 100%. This is our tournament, and they're looking to prove this. They love winning games dominantly.
C9 spotted 3 players, I think, drop there with Bob's knife, so they are instantly running over towards B. Now they know it is the Cypher and the Viper over on this area, so not tempting fate up near tower just yet. Instead, trying to push into CT. Look at that from Jazzykins as the fight is on site as well. She gets her one, falls back, considers another with the flash to get her into the situation. Cloud9 White are just tearing through Guild.
So many flanks upon flanks here. Cloud9 execute the site initially, then push deep towards spawn. Then Mel is wrapping, takes care of Roxy, who fell out from tower. Was so well executed out of them. That conk as well that Jazzykins threw, the relay bolt, bouncing off the box to stun the player in spawn, was really cool stuff.
It goes to show that C9 White, who have been playing some fairly slow rounds, sort of testing the water, they get one big knife from Bob and instantly pivot. In no time at all, Mel says, we are going into B, we're going fast, ignore tower. They knew exactly what they wanted from that round.
And this comp is making more and more sense as I continue to watch. They're realizing that Guild is a team that will sometimes make these aggressive plays, that will, sometimes play these more slower entrenched rounds. And when you have this, in a way, double scout between the Fade and this KO, you can gain so much information from Mel to call off of.
Yeah, Alexis has been so solid in terms of finding info and also just fragging out of her mind. She has been insane. I think this is the area of the map C9 White have gone toward most frequently, playing towards B main, see if they can find a peek. Mel peeking a little bit further out as Ness gonna tuck in there and stay alive.
Well, Mel wants more though. Ness just prepping on this Viper's pit, but not hearing any players committing just yet. We'll save that for the time being.
Yeah, it's the
Mel's
last round.
mission is successful though. She just wanted to drop down that site for utility, and they're just gonna leave, rotate back to this A site.
Yeah, I mean, losing the ultimate there, not necessarily the end of the world. Just wait, Guild has fully rotated off of this A site. What is going on? Biting that one entirely. Claudia not in position to step in front of the smoke, and Jazzykins is just on a world tour, potentially looking to push into spawn, and there she is. Cloud9 White take 2.
Great crossfire there from Cloud9. Jazzy goes deep past her wall. Her teammates there to trade from behind, and there's only 3 left to make this retake happen. 1 from the north side. This player drop could be pivotal. How much can Anya do? It's Jazzykins just below her, waiting to try and find an opportunity. Alexis in a position to trade as well. And Guild's receiving no opening. They've already invested those cages to try and get out, but the smoke goes back up towards spawn. Flash will reveal the position of that KO. The camera broken. Jazzy at this point just sacrifice, trying to hold on to her space as long as possible, and she's done her job. Bob locks it down with 3, and Cloud9 White claim a dominant 10-2 half.
C9 are here to play. They took that loss to G2 personally and are trying to battle back against the EMEA region. Absolutely insane. A 10-2 half. And Alexis, the standout player here. Yeah, Bob, Jazzykins, everyone's looking good, but I've got to say Alexis really impressed.
Absolutely no weak link for Cloud9 White, but Guild, maybe still something going in the second half. We'll have a little chat with our desk before that.
Indeed, Mimi, attack side of map, co-PM right here. But Heather, you got every right to be smug about this. You know why they look incredible.
Oh, yeah. Jazzy and Bob were absolutely popping off there in the later rounds, but I really think it's Alexis that set the tone for them. In those early rounds, the amount of, like, pushes that she was stalling, she was stopping the retakes, some really nice like transfers here, crisp headshots, like it was all about Alexis, and then her celebrations right after that, like they're mad. Like I said, she means business.
She's a warrior. Like the reactions that we're getting from her, especially the decision making later in the round, how she's 100% going into the plan. We were wondering if this was the right pick. Definitely just by this half, we can say that it is. But moving forward, what can we expect of Guild? Because now they're jumping onto the attack. Who has to step up? Definitely it has to be Smurfette. We've been seeing it in this past 2 days. She has to be the entry. She's going on the hunt for those first duels, and most importantly, there's not going to be a Cypher on the other side. But watch out, because you have Bob playing on the KO, and I think she's going to do wonders trying to stop Smurfette and every single entrance. Very important as well, we're talking about the double initiator, the double flashes on the side of Guild, everything to enable Smurfette. So Smurfette, girl, I don't know if you're nervous, but you should be, because everything's going to be on you.
Yeah, we got to see those smiles back from the team. You know, we were calling like a timeout needed to happen a little earlier, get their minds back into the game.
Well, this is going to be a massive pistol here for Guild if they want to get back into the game, and I'm going to throw this back to your casters and Mimi to get the second half underway.
Yeah, Cloud9 White looking unstoppable here. Alexis, Bob, Jazzykins all absolutely dominating here on Fracture.
They are smurfing. C9 White looking so strong. And full credit to Alexis, whose micro just looks so incredible. So much improvement there. I just can't believe how consistent this player has become. But we'll see what Guild can accomplish here. It's going to be a whimper or a fight here on Fractures. Very quickly just dealing with that chamber tripwire, and Cloud9 White slowly creep down towards the south side.
Roxy the one to receive. And aware of the possibility, close on her tripwire. She takes the swing, but unable to find a kill. Cloud9 will continue this push forward. Cat is hit. It's a pinch from main as well. Katsumi, an easy frag for her, and already a player advantage and full control of the south side.
Whoa. It leaves B site open, but Guild are going for a bit of a tour. They go 3 into spawn. That leaves Anya completely isolated on site here. That could be somewhat problematic, but they have the Viper Orb blocking off B main. Now Cloud9 White, a very uncomfortable round, I think. Not many situations where the attackers have full control over defender spawn on Fracture.
A very strange round here, but Cat still has at least 1 star left in the tank. Bob some utility as well, and that wall for Jazzy, they have these layers to try and force Guild to fight. And there's the first smoke. Guild will either have to rely on the spam or fight their way out of it. When does that tap come through? When is Cloud9 going to commit to this one? Spam is in. Is someone going to take this swing? Is someone going to commit to the fight? Smurfette will. Takes her kill. Alexis on the trade. Bob for another. And she's pushed deep into spawn as Mel just holds it down. Smurfette was locked in a corner. 4K will not matter as C9 take 11.
Oh, Smurfette tries absolutely everything there with the 4K. And I love the idea from Guild pushing in towards defender spawn. But Cloud9 White just get it done. Alexis and Mel close it out.
I feel you just need one player out of spawn. You need one player saying tower or northside or something to be that late backstab, because they should be aware that C9 has 2 characters left that could have smokes.
I think that's 100% the right read there, Mimi. And you know what? Guild are going to have to force into this round. Up against 11, light armor, 4 Spectres, so absolutely doable now for Guild. Not full utility, so Claudia actually out of flashes now. Only 1 concuss on Smurfette too. Not ideal, but they'll have to do something with what they've got. What is that? Smurfette right up inside of that wall. Bob concussed, but not going to be under pressure as Mel finds the kill on Smurfette.
Great work there out of Mel to support her teammate on the site. It's even trades towards B, as A will now be that destination for Guild. Cloud9 set up a little bit interesting. No one invested on this site. Sent everyone out towards danger in main, but it doesn't seem to matter. Katsumi just gets a spam kill.
Roxy's positioning her is really good. Cloud9 White, yes, they have the numbers advantage, but Roxy could turn that right around with a well-timed peek. She's tempting forward as Claudia gets absolutely smashed. Mel continuing to swing on board once, just a little bit more. The rest of C9 popping out of A main. It is match point for Cloud9.
It doesn't seem like anyone can stop Cloud9 right now. Sure, they are in the lower bracket, but when C9 is in the lower bracket, they are a dangerous beast. Remember a few game changes ago? Shopify beats them, they go down below. And Cloud9 talked about the fact that they were just pissed when that happened. They did not want to lose. They saw it as unacceptable to be in the lower bracket in Game Changers.
They were literally neon ulted. IRL, absolutely upset there. And now they have everything to play for. A lower bracket run, trying to go all the way. Guild, tournament lives on the line here in this BO3. Jazzykins in a lot of trouble, but is able to get on out.
Okay, somehow still alive. We stay even. Cloud9 holding towards door, but Guild finds 3. Mel late on this rotation, and Sight conceded.
You can't count C9 out, though, just yet, because Bob is alive, and Bob's got a Phantom. Mel, maybe a little bit more challenging to get something done.
But look at the health.
They're so
That's
low.
essentially an operator onto at least 2 of these players.
That is actually insane. Bob's actually going to set up Mel, potentially with an early flash, electing instead to play contact, but the setup with 2 players A main, 1 site, and 1 drop. This is a change from Guild. This is great.
And they have a Cypher Cam for first contact. They confirm the location of Cloud9 and can adjust off
They
of
saw
that.
1. They only saw the 1.
Unaware of the second still. So many angles for Cloud9 to clear here, and Roxy activates. Well played out of her. Bob, can she make this happen to already? Time ticking against her, and Guild in a good post plant setup. 1 player low, Ness alone, and yeah, just not enough time to make it happen. Bob will fall away. Guild will take a round.
Yes, they will. Bob holds down, is able to remove Roxy from the field of play, and that is such a different Guild, right? Because we talk about the pistol round, all 4 players sprinted to roughly the same location. Defender spawn. This time, great setup. Multiple ways they can trade off one another, perfect angles, and C9 just cannot clear with 2 players alone. Still, the skill of C9 close to make it real tight between those 2 teams, but Guild are able to think themselves through that round.
Roxy seems like the player that, if anyone, will be the savior for Guild. Another big round from her.
Another situation. Look at the utility from Guild. It's just not there. Smurfette and Claudia don't have no flashes on Claudia. Light armor on everyone. So it is gunplay galore here from Guild. I think early plays is the name of the game. You have to capitalize off those first pieces of utility, and Mel won't let it happen against Smurfette or Claudia.
Does not TP out, sticks around, and brings the player advantage to 2. Guild are out of options here. They're getting crunched from behind. They're stuck in A main. Roxy does have this spot that she has been in so often. Mel aware! 3 from the IGL. She's confident. Pops the ult. Knows that this is the round 2 closeout.
That is absolutely correct. It is Mel's world. She is on fire here. And a chance to even ace to close it out.
What a way it would be. 3 kills already. They're walking into her just maybe here. Guild reconsidering, cautious of this flank. Knows that they need perfection on this execute. The wall is up, so Mel off the line, and Guild, at very least, will have this sight. Unless Alexis has the angle, not quite taken down by Ness. That's an opening, and the Aster Pool will miss, which means Ness gets to commit to this plant and the Viper's Pit.
2 players flanking A main from Cloud9, although the Viper's Pit won't make it easy. Anya, you gotta be aware, possibly there could be another player here. Jazzykins stabs her straight in the back.
It's just Ness. Can she hold on? 1 versus 3. Pit working in her favor. She spotted out Jazzykins, but Jazzy's got the shot. Cloud9 White, 13-3, dominate Guild on Fracture.
It's not just Mel's world, it's Cloud9's world through it all, right there. Putting the opponents to sleep, 13-3 to kick things off. Pure and utter dominance from the American team.
And look at them, they're not popping off. This was the expected result for Cloud9. They've come into this series with 1 goal, dominate, get on to the next as fast as possible.
Guild gonna have to retreat and lick their wounds after that, because frankly, I'm not sure if there's a lot you can take away from a game like that, just beaten on every level. And it wasn't even the C9 outthink, you know? It was Alexis and some of the individual players here just absolutely owning in every single fight. Alexis, so crisp on the aim today. She came ready to play.
That she did. A couple moments from Guild, and by that I mean exactly 3 moments out of them. Roxy, probably the only player you can walk away with seeing some of those highlights. She was having her moments, but for the rest of the squad, it really was an uphill battle. I think, though, if there's someone to walk away with, it's Alexis. She's playing that well, just taking a nap in the middle of the game as well. No worries for Lexi.
Yeah, she didn't have a lot of time off because she just wasn't dying.
Yeah.
But I guess, you know, get a quick power nap in for the next round. That's a great idea. On all things considered, had some interesting ideas from Guild. The pistol round in the second half, definitely one that you can go back and I think learn a lot from. Is a situation you just absolutely never see in Valorant. But through and through, Cloud9 White, the stronger team.
Yeah, absolutely. Guild, they showed us some interesting ideas. They made a go of things, but we'll have to see if that is enough. Haven, our next map in this series, and the bounce back is going to have to be huge if Guild wants a chance at that one. We'll send things to a break. The desk on the other side.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Tell it to my face, cause I hate these lying snitches. I got riches, I got bitches, I ain't got no room for snitches. Tell it to my face, tell it, tell it, tell it. Tell it to my face, tell it, tell it, tell it. Tell it, tell it, tell it, tell it. Tell it to my face, cause I hate these lying snitches.
What a dominant start for Cloud9 White. They looked incredible on that fracture against Guild X. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here on the desk with Kakuka and Sapphire. I don't think any of us could have expected that dominant of a performance. What did you guys make of it?
I love the fact that we've been making so many comparisons with what a good wake-up call is. Definitely losing against G2 has shifted differently with C9 White. The things that we've seen on the server were clean, and we're sadly back to seeing a Guild that literally has no response. But can we fully blame them for it?
Yeah, we didn't really know what to expect from Cloud9 White on Fracture, but for them, I don't think the map was relevant. Like, they were in the zone. Every single player was on point. Finally, we needed to see that when their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, I was mentioning, you know, the swaps in all the compositions that C9 has played on this map. They come in with a completely different one, and we love to see Mel on the chamber. I think the duo with Jazzykins and Alexis was on a different level. Same goes for Bob. For Guild, even though I think that they actually bit the bait, because obviously they could not prepare for what they saw on the server.
I mean, Roxy tried, right? She tried her darn best.
Ness
but,
as well.
Look at this as well, Heather. This is what you spoke about. They're fired up. Game faces are on.
Yeah, these aren't smiles here. These are game faces. They are serious, right?
They're
Okay,
thirsty
okay,
for
there we go.
blood.
Katsumi's always smiling, but yeah, exactly.
It's Alexis.
They're
It's Alexis.
beasts right now. Absolute beasts.
Alexis had a fire on her eyes. Look at that. Just every single post went for them. Of course, we're talking about a 13-3, but I think it's also worth mentioning that there were so many occasions where Guild had that one-player advantage, had that 5v4 situation, and still with that, just because of the overheat and just because of wanting to close the round, of needing the round so much to stay in the game, they fell into making the same old mistakes. And C9 White, they expected that to happen.
Yeah, they did indeed. And you guys, as you guys said, Alexis was on a different planet, I feel like, today. She, even from like when she did her walkout, it was like, okay, something is different. Like the air feels different.
Yeah, remember yesterday we saw the wholesome walkouts, hearts, fist bumps, hugging? No way. Like, not even looking at her opponents in the eyes. She's so focused and just thinking about her game and what she needs to do.
Listen, she's not here to make any friends. She has enough. She has 4 on her team. She doesn't need any other.
I'll be her friend. She can.
I'll be her friend anytime.
She can absolutely slaughter me on Fracture anytime she wants. Honestly, I'm fine with that. But I do want to say though, are we worried, Jeff, for Guild? Like, are you concerned?
Terrified.
100%. Especially now that we're going on to Haven and there's so many showings of what they do and how they do it, and mentally seeing your opponent playing like that from the other side of the room and you being responseless. I think especially with how close it was with Shopify on that Haven, I think we're going to have a repetition and it's going to go for C9.
And especially if Alexis is going to be on the form that she is right now. And here she is warming up in the AIM Lab shoot-around. Again, not that she needs to warm up or anything, Heather. She's already,
she definitely warmed up.
She's already crispy.
Oh, she is warm right here. Look at
Crispy.
these shots.
I mean, that's the thing, though. How do you respond as Guild to a situation where you're just getting completely rolled?
Yeah, I mean, this is where their coach needs to step up. Their veteran, Claudia, like, you have to erase that. You can't even think about that. You can't talk about what you could have done. Like, it's 0-0 now. Fresh start, fresh mindset. This is your last chance.
She doesn't waste a bullet. It's insane. I also wanted to say one of the things that I really loved about Alexis is her utility economy just on herself. So many times on the mid round, she still had so many things to offer, so many things to counter how Guild is so prone to just utility dumping on you. And she was really conscious of everything. So the fire that we are seeing in her eyes, it's definitely on the server as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to move on to the map 2, which I feel like on paper is more of an even footing when it comes to these two teams. Fracture, we knew Guild loved this map. C9Y, we didn't even know what comp they were going to play. But Haven, we've seen both teams already. And Heather, again, if you were Guild, you probably back yourself. But on the same way, if you're C9Y, you're loving this map here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Guild's had some nice performances. They defeated Shopify the other day. They smashed Fennel on it. It's a good map for them. But we have never seen any weakness from Cloud9 White on Haven ever. This is their bread and butter.
Yeah, we're talking about a map that they are undefeated on in Game Changers. In fact, I am very sad that we do not have Athena here with us today because the only team that even made it to double digits against them on Haven was TSM. And she's not here because we need to know, Athena, how did you do it? Because we're talking about, 13-6, 13-4, 13-1, and the most was 13-11, and it was TSM, and also another overtime. So definitely there is something about the way that they play, and especially knowing that Alexis is having such a great day. She's going to enable Jessicans so easily on this map. If I were Guild, I'd be scared. Like, I'm scared and I'm not even Guild. So.
Yeah, we saw a lot of comp changes on Fracture for them. Like, I don't expect any changes here. Like, they're going to go to exactly what they know, what they've been practicing for 2.5 years on this map.
I do want to give the Guild fans, a little bit of, just a tiny bit of hope here, because once again, Guild, they haven't looked bad here. It's not like the advantage is so drastic that this is their worst map. They hate playing here. here, Kukuka, they've shown a lot of great things here too.
Oh yeah, for sure. First thing, we have Anya back on the breach. I think that when we talk about all that initiating power coming from the side of Cloud9, you need someone to stop them. And we also, in this map, we just saw Roxy playing on the Cypher for the rest of the tournament here. She's been killing Killjoy, and now she's going to be going back to that comfort pick. So, I mean, as long as we don't have any surprises, which I do not expect, but you know, this is how the game goes. But especially, I think that if we have those two stopping powers, maybe there's something that they can do. I do not want to see the overheating again.
I'm glad you mentioned Roxy because despite losing that badly, she was the kind of beacon of light on Fracture.
Yeah, exactly. And with this Killjoy potentially coming up, it gives the team a chance to do a few more over-rotates, overstack sites, allow Roxy to just hold one of the extremities and the rest of the teams can go elsewhere, and that's what they need. They're going to have to overpower Cloud9 somehow.
Is that the win condition? The overpowerment? Is that a word?
Don't ask me.
Oh, yeah. We are going to head into the Prime Gaming Asia Select here, but if you guys at home know if I just made a terrible grammatical mistake, let me know here. But like you both said, not expecting any massive changes, but also the breach too. We speak about Anya's breach, but Alexis, who's already fired up, this is going to get pretty scary.
Yeah, completely. Like, the compositions are not going to differ that much. We see, obviously, the controller diff and Smurfette going for the jet instead of the chamber. But besides that, we do not expect any surprises. I think that homework for Guild, the pistols, please, that is such a big issue that we were having back in EMEA, and one of the keys of their success against G2 on that final. We need to go back to revisiting every single thing that they can fix with those things, and if you want to take this serious, you got to take it right from the beginning.
We need momentum right away from Guild to even give this a chance at map 3.
Do they have a chance at map 2 though?
Oh wow, you know, I want to say that for Guild fans, but again, this is Cloud9 is feeling so comfortable right now.
It's not over until it's over. I'm here for Guild. I believe that they can do something here, and my God, they have to if they want to stay in this tournament. Over to you, Ender and Mimi, for map 2.
That they do, Yinsu, upsetting G2, making a crazy run to qualify as the EMEA first seed. Now elimination on the line, getting stomped out by Cloud9 White. What's the hope here for Guild?
Guild have got to hope to be able to spin things around, and I've got to look at a player who turned around and contributed so much to the upset against G2, and that was Ness, a new addition to the team brought in, and she was so good in that finals. The clutch demon of Guild, always coming away 1v2s, 1v3s, to be able to beat down those G2 players. An excellent side anchor in her own right, but she has to find something here against C9.
Elimination on the line here for Guild against Cloud9 White. Berlin, if you want Guild to have a chance to get back in this one, let's hear it for them now.
We know there's a lot of Guild fans in the house.
Never mind.
Oh, but C9's got some too. Here we go. Guild X bursting out onto the C site. And what's the idea from C9? Because there's so much mid presence from them, and they've done their homework. They know that Roxy loves to play around mid. She might hear some of this as well as all 4 players work up.
Did they spot her? I think Jazzy just might have. Yeah, awareness there. Paranoia through Roxy. 1 for 1 in that trade, but look at this reaction from Guild. They've already pushed quickly into the garage. Spike is ticking away, and they're putting emphasis on holding the space. But Cloud9 have a pinch back in. Will it be enough? Absolutely. 2 for 2 on the trade, but Claudia making a play forward. A big kill onto Alexis, and now just Bob. 1 versus 3. Haunt ready. That'll find the reveal onto Claudia, but time is ticking. Bob needs this kill now, and it's just barely eluding her. 2 bullets. Needs a tap, needs something now, needs something quick, and well, she has the first kill. There's still a pull available. This round is just not gonna be possible. It's Ness to win things out for Guild.
The shots come in, but Guild start off strong. They needed that momentum. They needed the positive opening. And after only finding 3 rounds on Fracture, moving into C9's map pick, they secure the pistol. So important for them. It actually looked like Smurfette was dropped a Vandal on that, maybe even bought that herself. So really investing into this second round. C9 really threw a curveball towards Guild. I think they did a good job at trying to react a little bit to that pinch into Garage, continually sending players forward, right? This was not a scared Guild. This was Claudia, after 3 of her teammates died, pushing into 2 players in Garage, absolutely no fear.
None at all. Cloud9, though, they are making some form of investment here. A couple sheriffs, a dangerous sort for them, but Guild, their goal here, just make this as clean as possible. Allow these rifles to flow through into the next, and it starts
Mel
rough.
things.
Claudia down.
Yeah, just Mel things on that one. And you got to say, Guild, they're not just trying to win round 2, they're trying to win round 3. Claudia had a Phantom. That goes over to Roxy now. And they had 3 Bulldogs and a Vandal as well. So big rifles to try and be able to convert a round 3. Still moving into just Mel. And she's got a couple of bullets left in that Headhunter. Waiting for the peak.
Teleport's ready.
Mel spotted.
1.
Only 1 shot. And she won't be given the chance to take that one. Actually, no smoke going to Heaven in this one. Instead, just that smoke towards spawn, saving.
Ooh, I don't think the
that second
cooldown's
star for
there.
a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, Ness, sometimes you run into issues where you can't actually get double smokes off when you go for these late hits on the Astra after burning those. So an opportunity to peek out from Heaven here. As the rest of C9 get here.
Sees nade. Roxy, she's trapped in that one. The nade will take her. That's big for Cloud9. Can they convert on the way back in? Anya holding towards spawn. Finds Stu. Massive from the Bulldog in Heaven. Cloud9 need to drop out. Alexis and Jazzy can
15 HP!
Ness has no help!
What?
Jazzy with the slam dunk across the court. C9 win the eco.
It just can't happen. Cloud9 White, picture perfect on the retake, supported by Mel finding that opening frag, and 2 paint shell kills from Jazzykins. The utility
2 different
combined.
paint shells, by the way.
Yes.
She gets 1 kill with the paint shells, gets a second, re-earns it, and closes the round off of that.
What is that? And all of the wind out of Guild Sales, again, investing.
What? Okay, that stat is actually insane. 60% of their 4v5s have been won thus far.
60% of the 4v5s, and that one right there, it's against full rifles on the opposite side. Like, it's not the rinky-dink Spectres or Stingers, anything like this. No, Cloud9 White just are better, just simply better. And now, on the eco, Guild will work up towards a Katsumi, who is just the solid C anchor for Cloud9 White. She is always managing to find multi-kills when players work in here. She loves to dance around back plat where she is now, smoke herself on site, and dance around all of those to perfection.
I think she's one of the most underrated players on this team. Everyone an all-star, but it's always, you know, your Jazzies, your Mels, your Bobs taking the cake for this squad. But when she's put in these positions to thrive, she's always good for it. This round, though, it's not headed towards Katsumi, at least not initially. Just this pressure in mid, but opportunity to split C late if that's what Guild wants to do.
Flashing into garage. Bob almost quick enough to turn away from that flash. Very near on that one. Guild still haven't really made up their minds. They were just really hoping Cloud9 were going to give them the chance with an early fight, but no such luck on this one. And that's an operator, by the way, on Mel. They're slowly about to contact into.
Anya just on the other side. Mel patient for it. Roxy tries to lurk up. That activates Anya. Mel good for her shot. Will get out of the sight, but considers the second peek. Will commit to it instead. Cloud9 will just be playing the retake here on A.
Location revealed.
I mean, Spike is late, 10 seconds. If they can deny this now, if there's any utility, nade in, can that stop the plant? Ness is holding, and she'll be able to get this one through.
It all comes in at the end, but the rest of Cloud9 first back onto the site. Nothing doing for Guild in that situation. Cloud9 take their second, as should be the case. And Guild, I think, a lot of the value when they play, especially on a map like Haven, because Roxy plays so much for...
Rude.
Yeah. Because Alexis plays, or Roxy plays so much for mid control, rather, I was going to say is catching players as they push forward.
Mel's just laughing.
Yeah, she's just laughing, and they're not giving the fights to Guild. Guild waited so long for those. They just never happened as Cloud9 held their ground and play these retakes perfectly.
You can always tell when Cloud9 is confident when you see Mel lock in that chamber. There's a lot of maps where she's moved away from it, where she started playing the Cypher, the Killjoy when they play their important matches. But here, they're committed still to this chamber pick. They know Mel's good for it.
Yeah, the classic Mel is play the Giga Chad chamber up until the finals, then go back over to the Cypher or the KJ. For a long time, though, the chamber has been her pick of choice on this map. Has to play that anchor towards A as the rest of her team leaning very heavily into B. And keep your eyes on Roxy. She's been able to sneak up into Cubby outside of B 2 rounds in a row, but the clear from Bob is perfect. Bob has just this uncanny ability of knowing the timings that players can creep forward. It doesn't matter what map she is on, but when she is in the scout role, the fade or the Sova, she is constantly catching out these Lurk players.
Always good for it. C9 again, playing this retake on A. It's been very effective for them thus far.
Ultimate on the it's not even a retake, it's a pre-take right there as the spike hasn't even been planted. Just trading out. Jazzykin's knew Roxy was playing around mid, and with the late wraparound is able to get that.
Lineup for Bob here, Haunt ready. They want to go quickly with this one, but the Aftershock will delay, so that Haunt not going to find any value. 4 versus 4. Jazzy ready, a nade and satchels from Heaven.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're trying to play for the paint shells, no C's or anything. A little hard to retake with 2 playing up towards Heaven, but they're really counting on the utility. It's not a C's, it's a concuss on to Anya. That's another paint shell kill, but Smurfette finds 2 kills out from Heaven. Ness locks it down 1 versus 1.
Bob above, dropping in from high! She'll find it somehow! Bob is unbelievable!
No shot! Bob! Can you believe it? Impossible, dropping down from Heaven, but deciding not to go fully down, jumps onto the box, doesn't want to break the legs on that one. Of course, it's all started by Jazzykins finding the kill. And the utility combination. Guild are a team that love to play locked and loaded, entrenched on the site.
That is gross. It's not a bird. It's not a plane. It's just Bob dropping in. Okay. Moonchopper can't believe it either.
Moonchopper's like, damn, my job's so easy. I got this player on my team. Her name's Bob. She just sort of wins me rounds sometimes. Gotta love it.
And C9 straight back to it. Sees nade towards Grass, excuse me. Still reeling from that one.
What do you say to that? Like, Guild get absolutely shut out on Fracture. Now they're trying to make a quick play in. It's an eco, but Smurfette has the knives. That cracked out Turkish Jet, what can she accomplish? Not much, with Alexis coming around the corner. Actually, it's gonna be a 2K, and over the top, it's 3, 2 versus 2 now. And Claudia has a chance, but Bob is just better.
She pulls out the Sheriff, swings for more, and has the 1-tap. But Bob's a psychopath. She's just popping, swinging into the backside. She does not care.
Bob. Remember the name. It'll be one you're gonna hear for a long, long time. In 5 rounds, she has killed 10 players and died 0 times.
I think that's 2 per round. I'm pretty good at math, and she's pretty good at
long
Valorant.
division. Unbelievable. She's just splitting them apart right there.
The confidence to go for this peak, by the way. Mel can't believe it.
Yeah, we just had the coach react. Now we have the IGL react like, damn, my job is easy. I've got this player on my team called Bob. Sometimes she just wins me around.
Yeah, it's all fun and games for C9, but for Guild, you can see how much those last 2 rounds hurt. They very reasonably could have won both of those, if not for Bob. Back-to-back hero plays for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, Smurfette that round. That was a thrifty
You
fight.
thought she was out of it. Gets 3 kills immediately after.
Insane, and it was 2 kills sort of spinning around, playing logs to garage, and then updrafting with 2 players backside and still finding one. So yes, Cloud9 White, what is that, 17-4 in terms of rounds today. But you have these moments from Guild where they are showing brightness, where they are showing an ability to fight back. And now heading in to this 6th round, they've got 3 giant ultimates to play off of. And I would not be surprised to see them really commit all of them to try and carve out a round.
We'll see what that decision has come to. Thus far, it's consistently been play this slow default, get Roxy in a position mid where she can find this late round lurk and then execute towards A. But Roxy's lurks have not been able to find effect on this map thus far.
No, I mean, the scouting from Bob, again, it's not just the gunplay. It's that utility has just not given her much of a chance at all. Big lean from C9 towards this A site.
Setup, right? This is normal. Mel is often taking this angle, but everyone else is tucked. It's almost a trap to be activated off of Mel leaving.
And I think that this is the perfect read from Cloud9 White, right? Again, the way Guild are set up, like these ultimates, they want to work into the A site. That's why Roxy's setup is just to block off that C-long push-up. And as Claudia steps forward herself, no utility to clear the corners, it's again a 5v4 for C9.
It's such good conditioning. Mel has been there every time. She's conceded that space and been alone. And this time, trap activated. Mel even reposts for another kill. Jazzy just holding the line. Cloud9's getting victory on every front.
Cloud9 aren't going to give him a chance to use those ultimates, right? Like the Breach ult, the Killjoy ult, like those are ones you need to get up right next to the outside of the site and then slam them down. So C9 have the call, we step forward, we fight Guild before they can take any space past lobby. You gotta love the idea from C9, and now they've fallen completely off of C. They've shrunk their position down. This is one of the best things you can do when you have a big numbers advantage like this. Up 3 players for C9 is they give up all the space on the map. C site doesn't matter. Allow Guild to plant. Instead, make it impossible for Guild to find any fights that cannot be traded.
And look at Jazzy, another angle. How many times has she repositioned, found a new location, a new kill this round? Cloud9 so mobile in the mid round, and a lot of that credit does go to Mel. If you watch her player camera when we're spectating her, there's not once that she stops talking. She is always calming something to her team. She is always making a change, no matter how dominant the game is.
It's actually crazy. You can have players so talented, you don't have to micro any of them, but you can just control how the entire game plays.
That was nasty. We didn't get to see that shot initially, but Mel's on one.
Mel's on one. So is Jazzy, by the way, a 4K to finish things off.
And a Prime Gaming flawless as well. Snappy one there for Cloud9.
So Guild, what is it going to be? Not much of a buy to work with. Again, those 3 ultimates still held on to. A bit of a trap towards window with the utility. Ooh, they do send the paint shell through anyways. I think they were maybe trying to wait and see if they saw that tether line on the C's before committing that one, but go for it regardless.
Stun for Anya here. Jazzy will be caught by it. Not allowed to repeat here, and Cat could be in a bit of trouble. He's that Omen, so he can teleport out if she needs to.
I'm sorry. What was that smoke from Ness? A little bit of a pullback trying to get into the corner. I like that idea. And check out how Roxy has been able to work up into B.
She has a gap in this one. Has usurped Bob. Jazzykins is so aware, though. Cloud9 always know when they're leaving a gap and are ready to take care of it. Guild, though, want to continue pushing here.
Hold on. Guild have B site, but the spike is in their spawn. No one has it, and Mel has a big walk up. She does not know the spike is outside window. And it's going to be a long walk for either Claudia or Ness to try and recover this, looping all the way back into spawn. There is an alarm that Mel would potentially be running into, but this creates a very strange situation where Guild hold on to the positioning in B. C9 and White are waiting for that plant before committing any big spells on this retake.
Spells?
And it allows...
This is the LEC studio, but we're not allowed to say that. No.
My bad. Abilities, utility, any of these types of things. No wizard character in Valorant yet.
Rob Wiz, he's in the tournament, coaching Shopify. We'll talk about that one later. Plant is down for Guild, and Ness has a pretty big kill here onto Jazzykins. This was just an eco to start, but Guild has the ult,
Ness.
and now the kills to close this one out. Roxy hitting a banger as well. This is exactly what the EMEA first seed needs. Only 2 left. Mel and Jazzy for this retake, and I don't think they'll even be allowed an opportunity to get in.
Roxy and Ness. Roxy and Ness. How many times do we have to keep telling you about these 2 players? Absolutely insane. You're waiting for them to show up. Mel now forced to sprint away. What a strange round with the spike being abandoned for so long, but it is Ness, the clutch factor in these big matches. She is always there for Guild and will be the leader they need if they want to challenge C9.
And Mel gets away with her operator as well. So much invested to get rid of her, but all the Guild care about right now is the round.
So much just came down to Ness here on the timing. I think actually it was the turret she was swinging off of there, so not even a 50-50 fight. The one against Bob absolutely was, but goes for it regardless. Gotta love that. Spectre a laser beam in Ness's hands and deals Bob's first death of the match.
The first step for Guild here. As they'll go back into things, it's Mel again getting forward on this angle towards A long. They've defaulted back to the setup with the chamber anchoring alone towards A, and the rest of the team, Initiators plus Jazzy being that quick rotate.
They're going to try to quickly flash out of this smoke with Breach, and the smoke is deep, so Jet can smoke dash out onto the site. No smoke necessary, and that's going to be a problem because Jazzykins finds Smurfette, the utility not there.
But it's not just her, it was a paranoia from Cat to set all that up. They'll try and re-exec in. Jazzy has the rocket, shot goes in, lands onto Nasty. Well, Roxy has a kill on this lurk. It's only her. Her own team's wall in her face, a nade at her feet. She has to try and isolate a kill here, but Cloud9 just not giving it. Bob Talk to Alexis just on the other side as well. She's forced to take a 50-50 fight here. Does she pick right? First gamble is correct, but Bob is there. Trade is good, and Cloud9 back in control.
Just a little bit too much to deal with there. I think Guild, I like the idea of trying to mix it up after playing a little slower a couple rounds previously. Instead, trying to burst out onto C with that smoke they had been placing a couple rounds in a row. So a little bit of there, but Smurfette late on the smoke out. I think that was a big problem in the round. Like I said, the paranoia also solid, right? It really throws a wrench into the plans of Guild, but it's just not going to work. If you try to go into the C site, you know Katsumi is going to be there. Well, she has been a little quiet this game. She has been so good consistently on this map.
Probably because they've never once come to her site and
That's
really given her
true.
an opportunity. Practically every round has been ending towards A for Guild.
Looks like Mel is on the stinger for this one, as the chop has pushed up all the way into A lobby again. C9 love this position. They post Mel all the way forward, and then can play much more aggressively toward B and C.
And that allows the rest of Cloud9 so heavily fight for space in mid and garage. This time though, Guild is fast out. Alexis ready. This breach ult could be massive. She's flashed off the line, so can't instantly react. Morfett is forward, but Bob from behind, running straight on in. 3 kills. It's easy for Bob, as Mel's there to clean up. Mel and Bob, what a duo for Cloud9.
Mel and Bob with a full house right there, 3 and 2. And can I just say, the way C9 are playing whenever they have that huge ultimate on Alexis, it's the pre-takes, right? They get on site, Guild get in there, but they can't plant because instantly that ult is ripping through. Bob's positioning is perfect. And it all is, if you rewind back, Mel had the forward position down A long, so you have 2 players ready to fight instantly onto B. That is not normal on this map. Usually you put a chamber trip there, maybe 1 player can sort of float around the area, but the way C9 are playing, they are just not giving room for Guild to breathe.
No opportunities to Guild, but this time the pressure is on to Mel. And she's ready for it. Smurfette down, recall smoke won't work. Mel, another angle to be posted as well.
This has been the setup so consistently for her. I mean, if just Mel can lock down A and just Cat can lock down C, where do you go?
I mean, they literally have not rotated. The Initiator players are still just playing float. They're so happy to play retake A. They're so trusting that Mel can hold that they don't even need to fully commit to a rotate onto this A site.
The thing that hurts is Anya and Roxy have ultimates, but 4v5
but Aftershock is right around the corner. If they commit this kill to it, it's just insta-gone.
It's relatively useless until much later, I think, in the round. If you do a bit of a deeper one, maybe in the post-plant, you can use it just to bait out the utility as the smoke does go off. Perhaps they can get a plant down onto the site.
Alexis ready. Flash, is Mel gonna drop out of this one? Right off the smoke fade, Melly is there! 3 for her, Bob her first, Alexis too close out. It's the combination again, the mob. Mel and Bob, you can't stop them, committing crime every which way.
Mel Capone leading the mob right there. It's absolutely insane. And you know what? We've seen this a couple times. Alexis absolutely letting Guild know. 8-2 now. After Guild even won the pistol, rewind back to that. How just gut-wrenching is it to lose that round too?
1 enemy remaining.
What a series from Cloud9. G2 is no slouch of a team. They looked fantastic yesterday against Fennel. They beat G2 to come here. G2 is the team, by the way, that felled Cloud9 by the transit property. This game should at least be close, but Cloud9 is just that much better.
Transit property, yeah, you know, I did my math homework, but I don't think it's going to come true in this one. Cloud9 White have just been too solid.
There.
And I guess Guild resort to spamming, maybe find an opening frag. I can't remember the last time they actually got the first kill in a round. Cloud9 have just been so thoroughly dominant over Guild. Nightfall to come out, will spot 2 players. They know it's not a full commitment over towards C, and that makes them want to re-clear garage. Potential for a player to step on forward, but Jazzykins is so confident. She just peeks window, right? Like, how wild is that? Not even using a Prowler or Boombot, anything like this to re-clear. No, she's just ready to take the fight if anyone was there.
Again, this setup from Cloud9 means that there has not been any timings for Roxy to activate one of these lurks. Usually that's such a big piece of Guild's mid-round, having those lurks available, having Roxy to activate, but Cloud9 have not allowed it to happen. There's just no way in. 40 seconds, Guild has made no progress.
Because of the early rounds where Roxy got shut down, she sort of stopped going for those lurks. Now actually it's Claudia looking for it, and it will be the attempt over towards the C site. Let's see what Guild can do.
2 players spotted. Bob on the site as well here. And support from Cat. She's given her opportunity. First kill. Paranoia up and ready to go. It's just going to be Guild locked out. Claudia's down on the lurk. Roxy able to trade one back, but they're still not into the site. Bob is not stunned, and she is ready. Bob shut down, but it's only Roxy, and she is unable to do it herself. 9-2. Cloud9 refuse to relent.
They just never give an opening to Guild. No early fights that Guild ever have a chance to win. The lurks shut down instantly. I think it was Alexis that time. Backside B shutting it down. Doesn't matter who it is from Guild trying to make it happen. And these entries from Smurfette too, every single time she's dashing forward, that's twice in a row she's been hit by a big piece of utility. She hasn't been able to dash into her smoke and actually get out to default on the site. Nothing is working for Guild.
Cover going out.
And Bob's got a note. Insult to injury. Another layer.
You know, we talk about the bop. This is the Bowden coming on out here for Bob.
Something new. We'll workshop that name.
I think we keep it.
Okay, I'll give you this one. And, well, I'd see if Cloud9 will give anything away in this round. Because again, Guild is struggling to find an opening.
Oh wait, she's got a Vandal too.
Okay.
She's got it all.
2 guns, 1 shot, easy kill on Tanya. Garage is locked down by Bob. And Guild have to look elsewhere.
Actually so disgustingly wealthy. Bob enough to buy multiple rifles in this one, get the whole package, the full loadout as well. The dash away from Smurfette is perfect. The knives are here. She was so good with them previously. To get a 3rd round on the board, she must go above and beyond.
Alexis is dead. They have the Killjoy ult. That could be massive in this post.
Look at Ness with the lurk up here. She finds an opportunity finally to get the job done.
On the very last round, the pieces are starting to fall into place. Bob shut down. Big kill for Claudia. Only 2 for Cloud9.
It's a pure chaos round. Mel with an opportunity. Jazzykins as well starting to pinch down onto the players of Guild, but Roxy wins her fight. It comes down to Jazzy, but Roxy finishes the job. Guild will not falter here. They get a 3rd round before we go to the half.
Finally unlock a route in. Finally get an opportunity. It's a 4v5. That round didn't start good for them. With this kill from Ness, with this lurk finally being activated, it's huge for Guild.
That's the thing, right? Throughout the half, they went garage lurks, B lurks. None of these worked. They went through Roxy and Claudia, and it's finally Ness with that C-long walk. It all comes together for a round.
It all comes down to this. 9-3 for Cloud9. We'll hear from the desk.
Thank you very much, Mimi and Ender. It's all Cloud9 right now, but Kukuka Guild, they heard you. They won the pistol, but God, everything else just fell apart after that.
I actually wanted to take a look back at what happened at round 2, because this to me was the beginning of the end. We knew that Cloud9 had amazing results on this map already, but it's the balance of the perfect balance that they found between going on for the retake and actually going in for the fights. On this 2nd round, everything is so well orchestrated. It's so important to buy your utility for the 2nd round, even if you don't win the 1st one, because it can be the difference maker. We see Anya here trying to get the kills. Jazzykins finds the 1st one with the nade. She gets another one just by the 2 kills, and all of 2 kills out of utility, plus you good position and good timing on the retake, and actually everything going at the same pace opens a lot of windows of opportunity for you. And given into what they did on the rest of the half, I understand that they could be very glad with this performance.
Thankfully for Guild, Roxy had a nice little moment in the final round there. She got a nice 3K. Really, we're going to need to see Roxy carry on the 2nd half. Defensively, on Haven, she's the team's rock. She is the best Killjoy in all of Game Changers. Someone can try to argue with me, but she's the best one. And on Haven here, we're going to need her defensively to bring them back into this.
Oh yeah, completely. We were talking about, the stars that are shining on the side of Cloud9. She has to be one of the stopping powers on the side of Guild. If we even want to think about Game 3, again, it's elimination on the line. So if there is a moment to wake up, Guild, this is it.
Well, Guild, they are staring down. They're on the precipice of getting eliminated here. They're staring down the barrel. Mimi and Ender, we gotta see something more from them if they want to stay in this tournament.
Yes, we do, Sue. Cloud9 stars are shining bright, and right now, Guild needs to activate that as well. Roxy and Ness. The Ness was talking about it. Roxy the Rock locking it down on defense. Ness with these clutches. We need to see these players coming online.
Yeah, they're going to be the anchors as well to shut it down early. We'll see, because Guild, right now, they have those anchors. A, N, C, 3 players, a firing squad ready. As Smurfette holds for Claudia to walk down mid. This could be big, but everyone from Cloud9 White with a 10-second swing in. It's a 1-for-1 trade to kick things off. A bit of a unique look with that late multi-swing.
And that stun from Anya was really good. That's what canceled that additional trade, that additional kill from coming through for C9.
Roxy gets shot at, looking to re-peek in, but gets instantly chunked out. Alexis trying to play off that so quickly.
She could be in trouble here. I'm not sure if there's time to get off the site. Support is inbound by Anya, but Roxy's gonna have to fight this one. Trapped in the site, flash through, it's great onto Alexis, but no kill has come. Alexis alive for a little too long. Mel there, Roxy for hers, the 1 HP. Doesn't matter, but Bob on the scene. Sheriff in hand, a 1 versus 2, and so smart from Smurfette. She just dips Cloudburst out of the site.
100% the right call. Actually, Bob piecing out entirely as well, was expecting the late flank to come in, but that actually got canceled by Ness. With the numbers advantage, Guild making a very calm decision to group up with one another and make sure the trades come in, because you give individual shots to Bob, she will win
30
them.
seconds left.
Initially expecting a reflank. Bob doesn't find it, and we'll have it all the way to the C site. Guild so far away, they're gonna have to fully rotate off this plant.
Bob finished the first half with 18 kills and 3 deaths. That's positive 15 after 12 rounds. That is frankly disgusting. And now, Guild will have to shut her down. It's a 2 versus 1. The odds are in their favor, but it's single tap headshots with that share for Bob against these players.
Guild needs this round. They cannot let Bob get away with this, and they won't allow it. Double swing from Spawn. The share shots miss, and Guild claim a pivotal pistol round.
They secured that pistol in the first half, and we remember what happened. Cloud9 White were able to win that, and that wasn't even with a force. Because they get the plant off, there is a choice now, a decision to be made with C9. I think with such an advantage, you probably don't go for that force, but at the same time, I don't know, because C9 White are so confident after this. Smurfette will get some back herself, but I'm seeing on my screen right now, C9 White are deciding to go for the force. This is not going to be an easy round for Guild to run away with.
No, it will not be. Guild changed their setup for the second round. Both initiators towards A. Roxy using her utility to hold down mid, and Smurfette allowed to just be the rotate player on this one. We'll float with that Marshall and try and find something early as Mel goes forward and finds a shot. Normally she only does that play to bait out a C's nade, but here she gets a kill off of it.
She gets the kill. No raise on the opposite side, and things are looking fairly similar to the first half. What happened in that round 2? Mel found an early pick with a headhunter, gave C9 White the numbers advantage.
I'm sure that round is echoing in the heads of Guild right now as well.
Oh.
They spotted the players long. Ness is here. She needs to hold down this site, but they're so fast. Jazzykins in her face. Roxy trying to be a hero, but it's a second from the raise of Jazzykins.
Absolutely loving it. C9 White, big advantage here, 4 versus 2. And Smurfette and Claudia, they were the ones to do it previously. Now, what do you even make happen? All 4 players of C9 White have actually completely abandoned the site. The utility, not fantastic. Smurfette has the Cloudburst to maybe try and stick it to half. But with Bulldog in hand, a Spectre for Cat, they're gonna really have to do some kind of miracle. Claudia is going to be able to get to half, maybe even a full. They're really committing for this. They do not have any eyes on the spike. Guild lose the team, but they win the round.
Magic from Guild. The stick coming through at the very last moment. And a round stolen from Cloud9. That's exactly what they needed.
Oh my god. Guild, collective sigh of relief in the Red Bull clutch with that defuse. Because Jazzykins and Mel just sort of ran over this site. Yeah, Rock's able to trade one back, but Smurfette, while she is fighting forward, how clever is that? Throwing the smokes for her teammate. Usually Jets will just smoke and go for the defuse themselves, but she was the one wanting to take the fight. She was the one wanting to stall out and buy time for her teammate. A massive round win for this team. Oh,
Mel
not
again! Same angle, same outcome. Last time Guild was able to recover. The buy's not stellar for Cloud9. Only those 2 rifles saved from the last, and well, not even that rifle, just the Spectre on Katsumi.
Full coverage in Garage and on B site makes it easier to play a 4 versus 5 out because of the Killjoy, because of multiple pieces of static information utility. That's allowed them to sort of play 2 and 2, leave the middle of the map open, really stalling out, but that pull actually takes Jazzy away from the molly on the ground, so it will delay, but not lead to much damage at all.
Claudia's been holding towards A long, despite the loss of her teammate early. And on the other side, you see Ness on this walk-up. It could become a flank in the late round here, but there is a trip in her path.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. If Mel drops, because she hears it now, if Claudia can win this fight against Mel, you can instantly expedite on the flank. Fight doesn't end up happening, so the break on the trip is going to happen as the repeat comes through from Guild.
Stun from Anya. They are so delayed in long. Cloud9 just waiting for the utility to subside. Now they'll head back in. Paranoia for Katsumi. Both these players stuck close, and Aftershock pushes Anya into the open. And it's only 2. Claudia that sees in Roxy. Can she do anything? 10 seconds. Needs to stay alive, but it's only 1. And that's alone. She's given away her position. Had to fall off of that flank, and now a 1 versus 3.
Ness has been so good in the clutches previously. Setup from C9 though, so damn good. She wins the first fight against Cat, but down to 20 HP. Bob will finish the job and send C9 to 10.
Guild. They found their miracle. They stuck the spike. They denied the force buy, but Cloud9 just that good. And again, it's Mel getting these rounds started. When she locks in this chamber, the confidence flows. And you see it in that opening kill. You see it in the calling to close out this round for Cloud9.
And you know, Guild just keep try swinging her, right? They keep giving her these fights down A main. Oh no. Mel giving him an earful as well as they go for it again. There's the scouting, but opening up to maybe take a shot. Smurfette has knives.
And she's gotten these rounds so close when she's had them before.
And all of Guild backing her up, pushing on forward. They're actually baiting the initial shots. She's going to swing out from behind them, trying to capitalize off of those.
Bob in spawn. Smurfette holding for it, but Bob has the adjustment. 2 from the fade.
Whoa, 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 there's still a player in window though. Anya's position is absolutely ridiculous for it to be there, but Jazzykins is still clearing it
and
on the way around.
And look at the flashbacks. Her raise micro is just so good. Bounces Anya away. Alexis takes the kill. Bob has another. Perfect work from Cloud9. And a Prime Gaming flawless to boot. Another multi-kill for Bob.
Still waiting.
Bob just on a different planet right now, cruising through Guild. And you know, if you're an EMEA fan, you didn't watch a lot of NA, and you see C9 lose to G2, you start feeling real confident about Guild. But it goes to show that C9, when you deliver a wound, and when you wound them, they just become way more fierce. This lower bracket, they are just taking completely seriously. And Guild have only been able to amass 8 rounds across these first 2 maps.
This went a bit faster for C9. 4 players, bottom C long, spotted out by Claudia. So Smurfette here to support, but there's really no stall utility on this one. They just have to swing for the fights, and Cat lines them up. A 2K for the Omen, and a sight for Cloud9. That's unless Ness can do something. She's worked her way deep into this site, but Alexis, ready for it.
Alexis might keep going here. I don't know, for a second I was a believer, but C9 playing a little bit more restraint. They love to do this, the fake plant to bait out utility. A huge ultimate, though Anya is blinded on the opposite end. No one can see a thing, and Anya wins the opening fight.
But Katsumi on the angle again. Melver, it's a crossfire, and it can't be broken. Cloud9 keep it going. Match, series point, Guild facing elimination.
Guild gets so close so often in some of these rounds, but C9 absolutely running them over. Katsumi shows up in a massive round.
And Cloud9 in this lower bracket look awoken. When they lose a match, they get better. And they prove it again here, looking incredible versus Guild. Shopify on the other side. It feels like destiny for Cloud9 to win this.
Just waiting for that NA rematch. Alexis finds the opening kill. Who better? And all 5 ultimates are online for Cloud9 White. Everything is stacked. The odds most certainly in their favor. Working over towards Roxy's site. She has been a hero for Guild. She's gonna fall back.
She wants to fight though. She knows she needs it. And she's got it onto Jazzy. Something for the hometown hero.
Quick push up mid. Look at that. Just posting Anya up in window. She's not over pushing this time around though. Just holding that ground, waiting. If she can hear a rotation, if she can hear anything. But C9 White have not made any noise on this rotate over towards C.
Claudia has a cat though. If she could clear out Bob, she could show the intention of Cloud9. She's suspicious of it, but not committing any utility just yet.
With all the quiet, Roxy has actually walked all the way up A main. Posted in a solid position in the jump peak. Sees ahead. Guild know exactly what's going on.
Fatal for Fatal. And now that utility coming in, they're trying to make this flank happen here, trying to stall out. Katsumi, though, just ults into the backlines. Site taken, Guild conceding. It's going to be a retake, and look at the ults for Cloud9.
What an ult!
In the post plant, but look at that. Is that breakable? I don't think so.
No, it's not breakable by any piece of utility.
They have to play on site.
It forces the players on site. Mel was trying to hold the flank. It's opened up a solo player flank. Roxy could go huge.
She could. She's on the angle, but Cat's holding it down. 3 versus 2. Breach ult in Cat for a second. And it's only Ness. This one might just be beyond her grasp as she'll swing out. She'll spot 2. They line up, but she can't find the shot. Cat TP's away. The opportunity squandered. Now just the 1 versus 2. The time continues to tick. Cloud9 continues to hold the high-low setup. And that's just waiting for the inevitable. Cloud9 White, their destiny predetermined. Another match against Shopify Rebels.
In the battle of NA1 versus EMEA1, with their tournament lives on the line, it is not even remotely close. Cloud9 White pummel Guild at every step of the way. Bob on top of the world, 24-6 at the close of Haven. This is not the same team that lost G2. This is the team that so many fans predicted to win the whole damn thing.
Every single tournament they have won in North America. And here in the lower bracket, here globally, they are here to play. Cloud9 White doesn't just want to win, but they want to dominate the rest of this tournament.
Shopify up next. TL, G2, other names in the mix. But first they had to deal with Guild. A commendable tournament from them. They had their individual moments. Before today, so incredibly powerful.
But not enough against the strength of Cloud9. 2-0. And tomorrow, a match, an opportunity against Shopify Rebellion. Every time it ends up here.
And you know, we had actually a lot of C9 White fans in the audience today. We heard all about Mel's world.
One enemy remaining.
It's definitely hers. The rest of C9 White. It's Bob's world. It's Jazzy's world. It's Alexis's world. It's Cat's world.
It really feels that way. Every single member of
that
Cloud9 is absolutely on point this tournament.
Moonchopper, yeah. Okay.
I felt the same way. And Guild, they had their moments. They showed us what they've got, playing some really incredibly close matches, being able to push this tournament so close, but unfortunately, they will be out of contention. G2 remains the only hope for EMEA.
And what a rematch. That would potentially be a long road to go for C9 White yet. But if they keep delivering performances like that, that is peak Valorant right there.
Yeah, and you know it's difficult. We've got the in-zone MVP poll, and I'm looking at my screen here, and I'm seeing pretty much every single player from Cloud9 White playing. Who you think?
Bob. You can spell it backwards, still Bob. And just absolutely insane. Both maps a top performer. Honorable mention to Alexis as well, who on Fracture was insane. Haven not bad either, but of course, Bob had to take the cake right there.
I don't know. I think I might give my vote to Alexis. Such an improved player since the online tournament. She has come into this land looking absolutely incredible. But that does wrap things up for Cloud9 White versus Guild. Guild on their way home, and Cloud9 another match against Shopify. But the day is not done. We have our first grand finalist to determine on the other side of this break and the desk.
treat we have on our hands. One team who are perpetually in the lower bracket, and another we never seen in this position before. This is also NA versus EU pride here.
To remain alive, they're coming around from all different corners, but she is so good. It's a 3K. Roxy very much in control. Jazzy seconds, pushes on board. Cloud9 White are not satisfied with just the site. They want it all. You have to capitalize off those first pieces of utility, and Mel won't let it happen against Smurfette or Claudia.
Let's go. Let's go. Cloud9 White, 13-3, dominate Guild on Fracture.
Over the top, it's 2 versus 2 now, and Claudia has a chance, but Bob is just better.
Bob's a psychopath. She's just popping it into the backside. She does not care.
What the? Bob! Can you believe it?
Smurfette is forward, but Bob from behind, running straight on in. 3 kills. Sheesh! Bob in spawn. Bob has another. Perfect work from Cloud9. Cloud9 White, their destiny predetermined. Another match against Shopify Rebels.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Another NA team are through C9 White. They're on their way to do the lower bracket run that they claimed that they were going to do here after falling to G2 Gozen. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Sapphire. You were right. You were just right.
Well,
yeah.
There's no reason not to believe that they're going to dominate on Haven. They always have, and they continue to do that.
I'm kind of sad, you know, because this is, you know, saying goodbye to Gil, but I think that Cloud9 deserved it today. We saw absolute beast today on the server. Everybody was playing to the best of their strengths. I did not see even a slight nerf on the side of Cloud9 1. I saw a Guild that was constantly scared of making the next step because everything was wrong, overheated. The same one that we saw on day 1. And Cloud9 just, you know, saw the opportunity and took it.
Like you said, Heather, you don't want to see them angry. So they're even better when they're in that situation. But it does also feel like every single player on Cloud9 White today were flawless.
Oh, yeah. I can't remember really like a slip up from any player. Like everyone was perfect today. They are on their game.
Yeah, I completely agree. Most of them, I think all of them ended up with a positive in first kills versus first deaths. It doesn't matter what player you're looking at. All of them had the good results, had the good positioning, because obviously it's not only being 100% on the duel, but also are you where you're supposed to be when you're taking it? Are you in the advantageous position for C9 Wide? I mean, we saw it across both the maps. There was not a lot of flaws to spot there.
Yeah, and sadly, we got to say goodbye to Guild. They were the EMEA first seeds. I feel like we haven't even seen enough of them yet, Kakuka, and we got to let them go.
Listen, they were the first seed, but they are not our last hope. We still have G2. What we know is that in the next match is going to be Shopify versus Cloud9 Y, so it's going to be one EMEA versus one NA, and we have Brazil in the mix still, so I think it's going to be very exciting.
But statistically, only the top 3 regions are from different regions. It's impossible to have 2 teams from the same region.
Yeah, I love it, but I am happy by what Guild did. I think that they got now the experience playing against the top teams of NA. We've seen them win, we've seen them lose. It's all about what they do from now. They know that they're a very beloved team, not only in our region, but also worldwide. So congratulations for the performance. I think that even making it to here deserves a lot of respect.
Yeah, they made a lot of fans this event. Now you're going to see names like Smurfette and Roxy, our household names in the Game Changers community. There's a lot to praise them. Hopefully they don't beat themselves up over this match. Obviously, like the Shopify one was the one that sent them to this, and you know, there's going to be positive things from the future. They've been dominating EMEA, and I expect them to continue to do that.
We'll get them next time. But first, we're going to show you guys the Verizon high-speed moment of the map, and this was something that was just unfair, Kakuka.
It was completely unfair. If everybody remembers this retake, it's not the first time that we saw how crazy the retakes were being. It's not only that Bob gets that kill, Is this flash bullet? What is that bullet? What is that? How is that a kill? In my case,
I actually just refuse to believe that she got that.
It doesn't make sense. And how is it a headshot? Like what? I don't get it.
What are you supposed to do?
You can't.
You're like, okay, let's wait for the right timing. Who has the priority in the pig? Okay, the spike's ticking. No, she's just dropping. He prefires a little bit, and it's done. So yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of Bob, she was in the poll for the running. Ender wanted to see Bob win the in-zone fan poll, but I don't know what you guys voted for. Oh, you listened to Ender. I mean, very, very well deserved, but again, I got a shout out for Alexis here. For me, she was my MVP.
But Bob was flashy today. It was incredible. But Alexis was like fantastic. I know Mel did an interview before this event. She said, bro, if you're not picking our full roster as a super team, what are you doing? The replies were like, yeah, of course you keep Mel and Bob, but I replace this player, this player, this player. Like, Alexis took that personally, and she came into this event, and she's like, no,
I love that.
I am the super team.
I love that. I love that. That is the kind of motivation that if you can take the best out of a bad comment like that and you come and have this performance, now you can just go on Twitter and be like, by the way, this is my result. Just because of that, I would have given her the MVP because I understand that Bob, especially the last map, was unreal. Like, she was on fire. But for the first map, 100% I would have given it to Alexis.
Yeah, I think it set the tone, right? It set the tone for the rest of the match as well. Alexis, she's had her game face on all day, and who better to interview her than the man who is known to have a lot of game faces in the past. Here is Golden Boy in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much. Is it like that one? Is that my game face? It is? Okay, good to know, Yinsu. Yes, I'm joined here by Alexis. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How you feel?
Really good.
I mean, you came up here, we started talking, and you just had this swagger, this demeanor, this whole time.
It's the confidence.
It's the confidence. I found out that you're from Long Island, so obviously that plays a factor in here. People don't know about that. But the thing is that Guild, obviously, formidable squad. But you guys, honestly just made it look like not only you were prepped, but it was like every answer, every solution was forthcoming for you guys. What was the preparation like for Guild?
So we have 3 coaches, and they put a lot of time and effort into watching their VODs and making sure we know all of their tendencies. But also, we just needed to play our own game. I think that was maybe one of the issues going into G2. I think we prepped too hard, and we know that just using our own strats, we can dominate these teams. We don't have to overthink it, and I think that's what we did today.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that played out in spades. Also helps too when Bob gets miracle shots when she jumps out.
Yeah, that's always nice. Yeah.
It really felt like the Valorant gods were shining on you today. Like everything that could possibly go right was going right there. How does it feel when you're in the server and the team's vibing like that? Because it seemed like every single time you guys were just, you could tell it was just immaculate vibes across the board.
Yeah, our mental was on point today. Everyone woke up in a good mood. We're hanging out, we're singing songs. We're all vibing, and I think that's when we play our best, is when we're all just chill. We're not overthinking it.
Yeah. Now, moving forward, right, you're going to play against Shopify Rebellion, a team that you have played against many times, except this time around you're going to be doing it on LAN. I know that I've no doubt in my mind, with you, that you are confident in that. But anything that you've seen from them throughout all of Game Changers Championship that maybe might give you some pause?
Nothing we haven't seen before. We play them every GC and finals. At this, we play them 9 times, 9 series. They've won 1. So we're not expecting anything out of the blue, out of the ordinary that we haven't already seen before. Yeah. So not a lot of pressure going into it.
No, that's fair. And then obviously, to address the elephant in the room, you guys dropped that game to G2 Gozen. G2's obviously a great team, and put in a ton of work for that. What do you think went wrong for you guys? I know you mentioned before that you felt like you weren't playing your game, but also there was a little bit of question marks, I think, for a lot of us in the draft and whatnot for the maps. What's your take?
Respect to G2 for pulling out the gimmicks on us. They definitely worked hard on that. We could tell.
Yeah.
I do think we maybe scuffed our veto a little bit. I think we overthought it.
Yeah.
I think we expected them to do something different, and we just overthought it.
Yeah.
I will say though, better we lose then than in the finals. We learned so much from that BO3. We're not going to lose like that again at all.
Okay, I love the confidence. Yeah. What after that? You guys get back to the hotel. What were you guys chatting about? Was there a big conversation, or was Mel and the rest of the crew just trying to keep everyone calm and focus on the task ahead?
We're sad for an hour, and then instantly, game faces, we're watching the VODs. We watched the VODs back multiple times. We're talking about solutions for everything they did.
Yeah.
We're just so solution-oriented. We're not results-oriented. So just watching those games back and learning so much from them, it brought our confidence back, seeing, the only reason we're losing this round is because of our mistakes. They're not doing anything out of the ordinary.
You know what? If there's one thing I appreciate about all you guys is just the confidence, the way you carry yourselves, true professionals through and through. So do you feel like this is just the path to the finals?
It's in the script. It's in the script.
It's in the
script.
I like that, Alexis. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank
Congratulations on the win as well. For now, though, we're going to send it back over to Yinsu for an announcement.
Thank you very much, GB, for a great interview there with Alexis. We have a quick update to the VALORANT Game Changers Championship schedule to ensure that our events meet the local requirements. We will be moving the starter matches on Saturday, November 19th to 4 p.m. CET, and for fans attending on-site, doors will be opening at 3 p.m. CET. So we'll look forward to seeing you guys there for sure. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we have G2 Gozens versus Team Liquid right after this.
Nobody party money long like I'm a and you all sound the same, just got a different name. Original you play, rocking all your fancy chains, put all your bars in lane. You got nothing on me. Mind if I'm all of the smoke, like Maxine and Montage, or Tarzan, I'll show you the ropes. Like karma, you reap what you sow. When I'm vibing, it's a rapping. You can't stop it when you wanna talk shit. I gotta block it. Gonna put it to the side. Put it to the side. Ain't no drama in my tribe when I'm dropping. And I'm round and globe. You know, round the globe. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. You know, all you do is scroll. Like you study on the low. This ain't a nobody party. Money, money, money. Round and round the globe. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. You know all you do is scroll. Like you study on the low. Tryna figure out the flow. I'm like, yo, yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm such a master in my zone. Cooking up, switching up. We could light this up, come light this up. Even when you shake me up, I feel the love. When I'm vibing, it's a rapping. You can't stop it, but you wanna talk shit. I gotta put it to the side, put it to the side. Ain't no drama in my tribe when I'm dropping. Round the globe, you know, round the globe. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. You know all you do is scroll. Like you study on the low. It's so vibing. Put it to the side, put it to the side, put it to the side. What you let me live my life. Put it to the side. What you let me live my life. Yeah, I love. Put it to the side. What you let me live my life. Yeah, this ain't a nobody party. Money, money, money. Round the globe, you know, round the globe. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. Drop the dice, I'm on a roll. You know all you do is scroll. Like you study on the low. To the side, yeah. Let me live my life.
Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface? You're with the
and figure it out. We can do whatever, I just want you around. Tell it to the world when I don't pick up your calls. And if you're thinking something stupid, don't say nothing at all.
Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface? Don't talk.
And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. I wish I could have gone a little cleaner. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. But most of us aren't good with that either.
Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth
Tell me how you feel, boy. Tell me how you feel, boy.
Tell it to my face, 'cause I hate these lying snitches. I got riches, I got bitches. I ain't got no room for snitches.
You're great. You're great. You're great. You're amazing. You're amazing. You're good. You're insane. You're insane. You're insane. You're insane. You're insane. You're insane in the head. True. Good. Good. Great. Good. Good. Great. Good. Great. Good. True. Good. Good. Great. Good. Good. Great. You're insane. Good. Good. Great. Good. 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 True. Good. Good. Great. Good. Good. You're insane in the head. Good. True.
You're insane.
You're good.
You're amazing.
True. I love that.
You missed it in the head.
Oh, in the head.
True.
We're going to have to do it all again. Shout out to John Locke once again. We get a music video every single time something cool happens. Absolutely love that. But we're not just here for music. We're here for a spot for the grand finals here at Game Changers Berlin. G2 goes and we get to see them play again. The last time we saw them play, I think they impressed absolutely everyone. And Kukuka, I think there's a similar thing I think we're going to expect today.
Yeah, exactly. It's been actually a few days, right? Because we got to see them on day one and the performance that they brought on the first match and on the second, with every single composition being new, definitely standing up to the standard that we expected from, you know, such a legacy and such experienced players in LAN. It's lovely to see that G2 came so prepared to this event.
There's been a lot of talk the last couple days about that big victory. The real ones know, though. The real ones knew it might be coming. If you know the history of some of these players, they've played on some of the biggest stages in front of a massive audience. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, and Petra here in an interview with .esports saying, I'm really impressed with how the youngsters here, the Zoomers, are playing. They're cool, they're doing their thing, they're not stressed out. I am so proud of them. Of course, she's referring to Mary and Glance, Sapphire, who both, they're playing like they've been to LANs before.
Yeah, I guess so. And what's really impressive is, like, they're taking over the shoes of a legend. And I think that legend is here today. Zaz is in the audience. But to take over, that's so much pressure, and they're playing like they've done this for years.
I love the fact that we moved away from the mini Sass to having Mary full stand. And again, Sass, if you're here, welcome to the stage. We hope that you enjoy. We definitely know who you're cheering for, but I love to see that we moved away from that stance. I also have to say, I was kind of worried about how Glance was going to do, because online, sometimes she didn't have the best of performances. Girl, game one, map one, she gets an ace on the first round, and I'm like, okay, she's gonna be fine. She's gonna be fine.
Yeah, and it was Zaz who said that people were underestimating the LAN performances. And I remember she even tweeted out being like, where are the doubters now? I don't think there are many of them out there after seeing what happened against C9 White.
No, I don't think so. They know what these players are now capable of. They've proved it playing against the team that everyone said was the #1 coming into this.
Yeah, after especially seeing the interview that we had with Alexis, I think that the stake has risen again. Like they're now so high, knowing that the performance that we get from G2 today, if they keep going in crescendo, if they are super dominant against Team Liquid, things are gonna take a very crazy turn in that sense, because then we're going to expect even more from C9, and they got to keep that run going.
My question is, are there any weaknesses on for G2 right now? Do you see a way for a team to beat them?
If they can bring in new compositions in every single map, I think it's very complicated, because it's literally taken a month and finding gold, diamonds, and every single stone that you would like to find in there.
And speaking of gold and diamonds, Mary is definitely one of the ones that we're keeping our eyes out for on this G2 Gozen roster. And here she is talking about what it was like for them to get into this upper bracket.
So against Ascent, it wasn't really like hard to play against them, because they were like, I feel like they were a bit like shaky and nervous, and we have the upper hand when it comes to that, especially with 3 of my teammates that have that experience. We did not do anything different, honestly. Like, we just forgot that we lost Ascent. I moved on to the next map like it was nothing, like it was 0-0 again. I think having that mentality is really good, especially after you lose the first map and you know what you're capable of. We came in here, like, I already have a good gut feeling with this tournament. We just need to, you know, just work on ourselves a bit more, I would say.
Spots one, goes out with the overdrive, but overheats, and then it's going to be G2 just, once again, all over the board.
So being on LAN, especially being 16, it's my first LAN. It's not like stressful, and I don't really put that mindset that, oh, there's people watching me. It's just like, am I really gonna perform? Am I really gonna do the right job? And that's what like is on my mind. But what I learned from these 2 matches that we played against 2 teams, that it doesn't matter. You do your own job, you focus on yourself, and everything will go smoothly.
I mean, you can definitely tell that Mary does not play like she's remotely stressed about anything in the world. And Safa, I think that's what's so scary about this team.
Oh yeah, they're all very confident. They're loose. You can tell they've got like a big support team around them, making sure they're in the right mindset as they approach these matches.
Well, they're gonna have a tough task today, I think. I don't know if it's gonna get harder for them after going up against C9 White, but it's definitely a team that can match up to the likes of G2 Gozen. But the problem is, while G2 have had days off where they could like prep and prepare, it's Team Liquid, Kakuka, they've been kind of clawing at their victories. It has not been easy.
Yeah, exactly. And so many of their steers have gone to that 3rd map. So many questions off the table when it comes to this roster that have been so undefeated on their region, going into lands, getting that experience. But also they get here and we get those losses, especially like against Fennel in maps like Icebox. They were kind of surprised to see those performances being a little bit lackluster on their side. And definitely doesn't give the same feeling of dominance that G2 has been giving.
Sure, but at the same time, they also had a few nice comebacks too, where like Shopify looked like they were absolutely going to take a map there, and Team Liquid was able to claw it back and push it to a 3rd. So they have shown a lot of potential here as well.
I mean, look how close this was. That bind 14-12, a lot of Ecos Thrifties back and forth in that series. And may I remind you, they were saved by a cabbage. They nearly were not here if it weren't for that cabbage, Cuckoo. That's how close
Some people do not know what the cabbage is. Maybe you call it a jelly.
It's a cabbage.
Yeah, it is a cabbage, in case you've never seen a cabbage before. Or you can also call it the Seeker, that ultimate from Sky on that bind. I'm never going to forget. I remember that we were watching from the green room, and I said, if Shopify loses now, they're never going to forget about that round, because he was so insanely close. Same goes for Liquid. You shouldn't be that lucky. Maybe you were on the lower bracket, and maybe that makes them appreciate more the position that they have today.
Yeah, we need to have them like take all this experience that they had in the Fennel match, and they need to they can't let these slip away. They need to make this a more dominant match. They need to assert pressure against what's the most pressuring team here.
This is the thing though, right? Because it is G2 Gozen, so if they were in that cabbage situation, G2 would have just taken the opportunity and closed it out. They're not gonna be able to let them get away with those mistakes.
Yeah, G2 doesn't let those like little flaws get to them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the biggest difference between these two teams, even though they're both in the upper bracket, is that we saw G2 and we were so convinced, even after that first loss on Ascent against Cloud9, we were very sure, like, oh my God, they're showing so much new stuff. We see the plan, we see the intention, very few mistakes. On the side of Team Liquid, they fought with everything that they had to make it here, even going, a little bit under the table in some occasions.
Yeah, and I want to look to the IGLs from both teams because Giuliano, everyone in the world, I feel like at this point, knows who she is. And Daiki on the other side, however, is a new kid on the block, especially Kukuka when it comes to IGLing experience.
Yeah, exactly. And if you don't know who Giuliano is, I mean, get your priorities in order, okay? But we are talking about, look at that first match. How's that, 9 years ago? Just think about where you were 9 years ago, where I tell you what Giuliano was playing already, getting that experience, building the player that she is today. We're talking about 11 years of difference between these two players. We're talking about Daiki, who comes from being a Reina OTP into learning how to play other agents, into just with 18 years old of age, deciding to IGL.
Heather, there's no one better than you to be able to talk about Giuliano's history here.
Yeah, I was there. I was there 9 years ago when she had that match. I was there when she lifted her trophy for the first time. No one knew about this player, and she was able to create this team of nobodies and make them into world championships, and now Daiki's going to want to do the same.
I mean, this is the problem, right? When things get tough for G2 Gozen, they have someone like Giuliano. Do you feel like Daiki can match up to that if G2 start creating problems for Team Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of pressure, but like she seems to have a good head on her shoulders. The team has like really great chemistry. Like a lot of your IGLing is being able to like understand, put your players in the best position to succeed.
When I came into this tournament, I said, for teams, for example, like Shopify, I need them to give me something to believe in. And I have to say, for Shopify, I think I found it. For Team Liquid, I think I need it now. I was very much convinced when I got into the tournament. Now I have a little bit of doubts just because of those lucky moments that, do not happen all the time. And they're not likely to happen against G2.
Well, maybe they can help you settle those doubts a little bit because we managed to have a chat with Team Liquid's Naxi. And she shared that even though the G2 was a practice partner for them heading into Game Changers Championship, she knows that competing in a boot camp and competing on LAN are two very different experiences.
Eu tô muito feliz com toda essa vitória, então, tanto a de ontem quanto a de hoje, mas acredito que a vitória de hoje foi muito importante pra gente. E o primeiro mapa foi muito close, acho que teve muito mérito delas, claro, mas pequenos erros nossos. Então a gente sabia como tava, a gente tinha o jogo nas nossas mãos, então a gente sabia exatamente o que a gente tinha que fazer e a gente só precisava trabalhar nisso.
Wait a minute, time to plant. Naxi should swing this one and it will be over.
Nós estávamos fazendo bootcamp na Holanda, nós fizemos bootcamp lá 2 ou 3 vezes e a gente já chegou a treinar, fazer alguns treinos, poucos treinos contra as meninas da G2, então mundialmente elas eram o único time que a gente já podia ter treinado, mas eu acho que treino é uma coisa que não tem como levar muito em consideração, a gente sabe o que espera, a gente sabe o que enfrenta, são meninas muito boas, mas é LAN, é diferente, são coisas novas, é um presencial, é um mundial, então não tem como dizer, não tem como saber o que esperar, mas eu só quero dizer que esperem um bom jogo, porque será um bom jogo. Meu sonho desde 2012, desde que eu aprendi a jogar jogos online, é competir no mundial e poder estar aqui, poder estar mostrando do que o meu time é capaz, é inexplicável, é super importante pra mim e eu amo games, né, não tem o que falar, eu amo Valorant.
Well, I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys knew this, but G2 Gozen, they don't usually prac against GC teams. In fact, they kind of steer away from that. So the fact that these girls have had experience, as a practice partner in the past, it's going to really, really help them today.
Oh yeah, completely. They said that, of course, I think it's a different testing ground because there's many ways to face a scrim. Sometimes you play them to win, sometimes you play them to experiment. But we'll see, you know, what matters the most is what you do face to face.
And also what maps we're going to be playing today. Let's head to the floor now and see which ones we're going to be heading towards. Pearl, Heather has been the question on our lips all day today. Do you think we're going to see it? Will Liquid leave it open?
I don't think so. It's not a map that Liquid likes to play usually, and I don't think they want to take any risks with the cheese comps from G2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think they insta-banned it on the 2 series that they played previously. If you're going to repeat that selection, I think that against G2 it makes the most sense out of all. I'm wondering what that first pick is going to be. G2 decides to go for Fracture. I mean, it's what they banned against Extend, so I think that Fracture makes sense here. Okay, I like this pick for Team Liquid. It's definitely a good map for them. We saw what they did against Veto, and especially if you're looking for a weakness on the side of G2, this is the only map that they've lost since those changed the compositions and since they've been in this tournament.
I like this here on the Breeze pick for G2. If it's not Pearl, it's Breeze that they're absolutely dominating on. It's a map that Liquid doesn't necessarily hate. They've had some success on it against Fennel the other day. So it's a good map either way, but G2 certainly dominates on this, defeating Cloud9 earlier this week.
Yeah, here I expected Team Liquid to go for this ban because I think they want to orientate things more into the Icebox side, and I think that G2 proved that redemption arc on that part. I'm really liking this selection. I'm really looking forward to see a little bit more Reyna, but I'm down for it.
Said no one ever. Yeah, I mean,
listen, you're going to see what you can do with the Lear from mid. You can make them be so scared of Tube from almost everywhere on the map. It's crazy.
Honestly, if it was any other team, I would be like, eh, but it's Giuliano G2, so I'm with it. I'm with it as well. But it does feel like the map features are pretty balanced. You know,
Yeah,
all things
totally.
considered.
I think that they have pretty similar map pools, these two teams. Of course, you know, for G2, definitely we have to talk about the changes of compositions again and the changes of roles. Mary going back on that chamber that she looks, especially on the first map, she didn't look as comfortable. But you know, with a little bit of room, with more rounds on the board, she definitely looked like she knew what she was doing.
This map pool really sets us up for just a really good, exciting series. We don't look at a map and say, oh, you know, we're concerned here, this could be a blowout. Like, no, it's really going to come down who's the most prepared, who's playing their game today.
Yeah, we haven't seen G2 play in a while, so I'm not sure what to expect. Even Ascent, I feel like
them.
Yeah, I do too. But I feel like Ascent is where, like you said, it wasn't super successful, so
yeah,
who knows?
But you could say the same for Icebox, that map for Team Liquid versus Fennel that we were all looking at Festival and Zuzu and being like, oh my god, what is going on? What are these mid rounds? So I think that is a little bit of redemption for the both if we end up going to that third map.
Will we go to the third map, Heather?
It's a tall task. I think, you know, just like the previous match, like I think we do have a favorite here, but I think this might be a little closer. Like Team Liquid has been talked about for a year now, probably 2 years actually, when they were Game Landers. They are the most dominant team in their region. Brazil has always been a very strong region in Valorant. I think they're going to make this competitive.
I also think that even though we spoke about the fact that it was a struggle for them to get here, they were so resilient. The fact that they managed to close things out like that after the cabbage, after everything else that happened, and you need that level of resilience against G2.
Yeah, we're talking about very long matches. We're talking about playing day after day after day. So I think that if this goes the distance, maybe Team Liquid, you know, has also an upper hand. And also G2, the 2 matches that they played with, you know, one next to the other one. So it was like a very good day in the office for them.
Yeah, I think so. You know, you could argue either way. Like one side, like G2 has had a couple days to sit there and, you know, relax, come out with a plan, watch VODs, but at the same time, like Team Liquid's been in the server every single day. Even little things like getting, adjusting to lighting and desk and chairs and sound, like all of those things help. So they've got a number of more rounds getting used to the environment here.
I think that's a really good point. A lot of teams say that they prefer to have the reps here on LAN, right? But we're going to step away for a second. Don't go anywhere. We're going to bring out Team Liquid and G2 goes in right after this. the next series will earn the victorious squad a spot in that grand finals. See if Brazil or EMEA will stand tall as we welcome Team Liquid and G2 Gozen to the stage. X10 and C9Y both fell at the hands of G2 Gozen. It's time for Team Liquid to take their shot. Let me remind you guys one more time at home that this is for a place in the grand finals. The winner, they're gonna be relaxing and chilling on Sunday, and the loser, they're gonna have to fight through the lower brackets where C9Y and Shopify are both currently waiting.
It's not looking good, but remember, this is a guaranteed top 2 in the first ever international event for Game Changers. So of course there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, there's obviously good spirits here from G2, which is like a big change from what we saw from Cloud9 and White. Like, they're just really feeling like comfortable. I don't feel like, you know, they're just gonna play their game like just good team chemistry. This is all about the fun for them. They know it gets them a spot in the finals.
I remember Mary being very nervous on that first day. Look at her now. She's just with a couple pair of sunglasses.
I want to know why she's got
She feels
2.
like a winner already.
Yeah, but why she got 2? I need to find out. Mary, if you can hear me before you put your earbuds in, I need to know later. Why you got 2 pairs of sunglasses, girl?
It's called fashion.
Say one for me. Say one for me. Yeah, I mean, like you said, they're just having a great time. I've seen so much social media presence of them just like singing. I think they're having like races in the hotel.
Oh my god,
as well.
I love the signs. Hello, Sam.
Yeah, and by the way, this is their home turf. Their headquarters is just down the street. So they've got a big audience here cheering them on.
The House of Gozen, as we've been hearing all week here. We're going to go into Asian Select soon, but I want to ask you guys because Ascent, there were changes, but did we like those changes? Do you want to see the Brimstone back here as well?
Yes, so that is one of the questions that we might have for this matchup. Both the teams started the first match here at Game Changers Championship in this Ascent. Of course, the result was different for both the Dems. As you said, Yinsu, we saw changes coming in from G2. Are we completely sold on that Brimstone? I think that it's not the best pick, but I do not think that that was the reason for them failing. I still think that there was more to that Brimstone that we did not get to see against Cloud9 White.
I want the Killjoy back.
Oh, of course. I think we're gonna see that here from Mime. It's what she's been playing online, is what they've been dominating with. That's what I kind of see there.
I think that moving, now that Mary has moved to that chamber, it makes a lot of sense that you do not have the Killjoy. I mean, you can go for the double control, and don't get me wrong, I love it. Maybe we see some of those changes, but we're talking about all that they did in that month time that they had. They've had, what, 3 days? I'd say that that is enough for G2 to make such a slight change. It's not that Mimi is a stranger to playing on that role, but especially, you know, now that she's on the KO and such, I can see, like, maybe if we see a change, maybe it comes on the hands of guns.
And I think it was Juliana the other day that said, like, we have so many comps prepared on every single map. Like,
maybe Juliana is not on the stage.
She might not be. They've been prepping so many different scenarios.
I'm going to be completely mind blown if we see G2 bringing in new compositions on the 3 maps again today. Like, if we on Breeze we don't see, if we see a change here and we do not see, for example, Rain on Breeze, I'm going to be completely mind blown.
Yeah, I mean, what they might try to do, if I'm putting myself in their head, I think they're going to consider themselves the favorite here. They know they're going to maybe have another difficult match later in this event against Cloud9 again, so they might be saving some of those comps for here. here and they just go with their comfort picks right now.
I mean, it would be a G2 thing to do, to be fair. I just think, again, there's been a role change, right? As you mentioned, Kakuka.
Yes.
So if I wanted to see the KJ bag, it would be a Mary KJ, which I feel really weird about that with Mimi's on the team.
Yeah, like if you want that, you have to swap a lot of things around. We've talked about this before. If you specifically want an agent back, you have to make everything else fit when you do these role changes. And talking a little bit about Liquid, of course, we're focusing the most on G2 because it was them who changed their composition last time. But let's see actually how Bastarda's going to be doing on Jet, because she didn't have the best of the performances when they played. Still, you know, it was enough for them to win the match, but we know that she is a key component to winning matches, and we're talking about we need a Team Liquid that convinces us from the first second, and for that, we need Bastarda to be on top of her game since the beginning.
Bastarda was incredible the other day in Fennel. That's the reason they were able to take that to the end. Her plays on Jet, that's what we want to see again today.
But also I feel like the fact they were able to beat Fennel 13-4 when Bastarda was relatively like muted on Ascent. So imagine what they could do if she was on her best game. We're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select now, and hopefully a lot of our answers are going to be, a lot of our questions even are going to be answered by the side of G2 when it comes to their team comps. This is the pick of Team Liquid. They've always looked really, really strong in Ascent, so it will be weird for them to change anything here.
Yeah, exactly. Mary, let's see if we see the changes right off the bat. It has to start with Mary. We do not see changes on that side, so everything else should stay the same as we saw on that first day, for example, at least on the side of G2.
They're doubling down with it.
Yeah, Juliana also going back on that Sage. Very early walls, I remember. Okay, that makes sense. If you change something, maybe it's that Brimstone Glance is no stranger to playing with that Omen. Jinsu, you want a Killjoy? Nax is going to give it to you. That's your dose for today. We know that you love it. No surprises on the side of Team Liquid.
And it's the same for G2 besides that Omen pick. You know, I think, again, going with what they found success in and making that small change with the Brim to Omen.
Honestly, I like that Omen pick so much more, and I'm so excited to get the action going as we head into map 1 with your casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. I think really set this up well, taking their time, talking through how these two teams got to this point. Now, Michael, I kind of want to touch on what Heather said there, that wanted to almost see a more dominant match out of Team Liquid, and you got first-hand experience watching them play. Do you echo that sentiment?
Yeah, I do. I think it's been a little more laboured to get here for Liquid. In my eyes, again, just coming into this, haven't really met the mark. Kakuka even references, I still haven't seen the thing I want to cling on to for the hopes for Liquid, right? I think that absolutely nails it. Coming into Ascent here, one big bonus is actually Bastarda being back on the Jet. Much more comfortable role. We know we struggle with some of the flex in some of these compositions, so that's a real positive coming into Ascent here for Liquid.
Well, we are now seconds away. G2 jumping into this one. This is a map that is going to be a little sore for them, still having that loss relatively recently, whereas Liquid, of course, looking to pick up that reputation. We're live into this one. The audience joining us here today, looking a little in favor to G2.
Cool.
And quickly reminded as to why maybe they can't write Liquid off.
See knife coming in from all the way on the other side from Mimi. A little ahead of the curve there on that peak. Mary will be punished. Really though, Mimi's made her way over towards defensive spawn outside B. Liquid just cutting sound for the time being. Actually still a double stack with Glance and Giuliano over towards short, but this Aldron should be a big indicator. Petra might feel the pinch pretty quickly here.
Let's see if Mimi can do any chip damage prior to that door shutting. Didn't quite get what she would have wanted there. So this is lovely work so far for Liquid. Taking over the side quite comfortably. Yes, losing one on the way, but this should be a safe plant. I don't think there's been much to really add too much issue to that. No. So Spike now down. Mimi and Glance, the two to try and break back in against the 4. Standing relatively healthy on Liquid, even with some chip damage.
Cleaned up very quickly there, ahead of any pressure coming towards Cyan. Actually, Naxi picking up 1 kill over in that lurk position towards top mid. Key in terms of catching that rotation. I said Mimi did actually entertain the thought of coming across and double stacking just ahead of Mary falling here at the start of it. It's an unfortunate angle there. Mary actually exposed a little more so than I imagined she thought. Good start for Liquid here. A similar setup once again. On the attacking side, at least, with 4 members of G2 over towards A side. Mary, let's get this done. Maybe coming across to just place a safe TP, yeah. So Classics across the board, not expecting too much resistance in the form of Petra here towards B side if Liquid do force the issue.
And for Liquid, I do want to see not just and talking bigger picture here, because this is just classic, so this round shouldn't pose too many problems, and already Petra being the one down to 23, this should be par for course. I do want to see confidence, I do want to see dominance on this map, because we know that G2 can run it back. They are happy to go to these sort of depths. Now, at this point, Spike is going to be going down.
Juliano, I was going to say, just catching a headshot there, already used the heal for Petra. DRN going to line up 3 hits. Beautiful cleanup.
Confidence builders there for DRN, and you want to see these players feel comfortable on the stage. Certainly getting used to it now. They have had that busier schedule, the busier side of the schedule at least. Keep themselves warmed up, plenty of server time. And on the other side, of course, G2 be able to watch the vast majority of these games prepare for the opponent. So very much polarizing in that experience. But the last 2 players, be surprising if they get much. Maybe just trying to posture for some exits, but given no opportunities at this so far. DRN wants to get out of that, and Mimi won't attempt to catch anyone. No, not going to happen. So Mimi now knows this is probably cooked, and it is clean work from Liquid Force, standing, keeping both Bulldogs, Spike down, really navigating any potential threats G2 could have potentially posed.
Yeah, looking towards this round now, first buy round for G2, whether or not they want to kind of slow things down here or even speed up trying to find this opener. Obviously with this composition, it's Mary that they're really going to look to put in a position to find that engagement early on. I'll switch up once again, keep my eye on Mary's TP of exactly where she's going to end up. Trap's head towards Pizza, so maybe an early peek into mid here with the wall. Just close off B. There's been heavy presence outside B here from Liquid.
Yeah, they've very much set the precedent that this is something they want to try and win consistently. They're willing to fight for early B main control, and actually Mary able to slip a little bit deeper through towards middle.
And not spotted actually by Daiki as well.
Correct, so she can post up here if she wants to for quite some time, depending on when she feels that pressure coming back in, or if maybe Juliano does call for maybe some audio cues. Mimi as well, very dangerous throughout, almost mirrored to an extent, but it does look like that search party leaning back through. Mary's time to shine, 3 players on the other side. How diligent will Liquid be? Oh, the timing, disastrous, but Mary does get away. Keeps her life for now, and we look across the rest of the map. It's leaning towards this A site. Mary trying to fill that void towards tree. Utility put into place to maybe try and disrupt this pinch coming up short. Glance is on an island here, has to commit to this.
I say Glance actually getting ahead of it. Looked like a pop flash setup, but Mimi going to find the second when that split through short. But Nachi and Naxi actually responding with kills of their own. Daiki now going to win out versus Glance.
This was the rifles that G2 had up against Liquid with bits and pieces. Giuliano needs some of his heroics to come through here. A 1v3, and they have 2 recovered rifles and the Bulldog to boot. Gonna go for the safer plant this time around. Give no opportunity to Giuliano.
Spike planted.
Looking for the first victim, finds the first target. Notes the second, and can assume the third would have gone for the plant. But there it is. Clean work in the bonus here. Team Liquid really navigating again those threats. We saw Mary postured up in middle, that pinch coming towards tree. This all worked out very well for Liquid.
The Mary push, I mean, if that just goes any other way, potentially even 2 kills there before dipping away, but we saw the timing, getting a little bit paranoid about some top mid presence. Which obviously Daiki was positioned there, didn't show her hand whatsoever. Again, interesting to see. I'm not sure if that was just an audible call there, because Mimi looked like she was set up for a pop flash to enable Glance to find that pick towards A main, but ended up just pushing it, find it anyway.
Yeah, and I do want to see that tested more often. How does that little duo look? How does the combination look towards A, controlling that A main presence? Because so far, Liquid are bringing a very, very fluid game, looking wonderfully well-rounded in this. And again, Mimi finding a little bit of space, and this could be tells for later on to explore, but you can see where that fairy tale may end around this corner. DRN very prepared for anyone to try and start pressuring this, maybe considering Mary's exploration mission just around prior. And timing's everything. Who gets it? And it's checked on.
Even with the flash as well, though.
Heads up play here, and DRN taking a lot of damage. Don't forget that. That's a real vulnerability. Maybe closed up there. As Glance goes down, it does bring it back to this 4v3, and most of those threats are starting to be handled. They've got to be careful on the time, though, Mike.
No, indeed. Bastardo did spot Mary's cross. Really actually finding the angle there. Giuliano maybe play close contact here, but punished. Mary actually with a trade, though. Beautiful wallbang to come through. Still, 2v3 here. DRN down to just 5 HP, so this is doable here. No retrieve weapons, though. It's going to be the concern for G2. Actually, no headhunter shots left either for Mary.
So a quick
Upgrade
little
to the
grab.
Sheriff, yeah.
Yeah, that's why they took a few additional steps towards short there by Tree to gather that, but now the opportunities are limited. Now that plant's down, this does get really hard to find some of those problems. Still on hand, flash and a swing. That's going to put you on the chopping block. Oh, Mary finds another. DRN goes down now. Now they're going to know the position and the pressure. Mary is postured up, but this gets taken down in the 1v1. Petra tries to tap on the defuse. Actually, calm, cool, and collected. The Red Bull clutch denies any of that danger G2 are trying to build. It wasn't pretty, but it is 4-0.
Again, the flash through door looked perfect there. Mary still stands her ground, finds the first. DRM, we noted, down to 5 HP, just caught in no man's land out on sight. Beautiful shot from Mary to open that. The double headshot as well to Nachi as well. Even here, it's very difficult to really secure that kill in main. Well, that time had run through as well. The big positive though, damage done. Actually off the rip here, going to pop the null command. It's a fast A hit here, Lauren.
Love a pace change. Now, be it work out or not, we'll find out. But I really like them turning the screws here, playing with confidence, playing with some of that dominance we were asking for and requesting at the very start. So into the post plan and already that first pick. Mimi now removed, you're down to 4 for G2 to try and work their way back in on this A site.
Still lots of utility here as well. With their ability to just force their way onto the side with the null command. Big shock die, actually. Ton of damage onto Petra and Juliana. Going to slow things down, but Petra coming through with the Odin here.
And the lockdown. Invested. Petra finds one. Looks for a follow-up. Sprays and prays. Asada down below, playing from hell. Beautiful pickup. And looks like the mouse had a moment there, not going to lie to you. There's Juliano left in the 1v2. Let's forget it for now. As Juliana looks like she's going to wrap this round, get that operator, and back away. So Liquid walking away potentially here with another round, but we do need to see if Juliano keeps this operator. Quite a boon and a missed shot. Lovely from Liquid. This is a big wake-up call back here for G2.
Yeah, and we talk about G2, the ones to really be the masters of momentum, right? And their ability to just steamroll, kind of almost play with arrogance, right? Just looking for these raw gunfights here. Liquid in the driving seat. They're dictating the pace. Not allowing G2 for any of these individuals to shine whatsoever. I think it was actually an early celebration here from Bastarda.
Oh my god, it was? I thought it was the mouse.
Yeah. I thought I noticed it on the player cam there. Confirmed with the replay. You get Naxi coming through, punishing that economy even further, removing that operator. Tour de force available though. So maybe we'll have a scope regardless. Sheriffs to round things out. At this point, I mean, well, Nachi and Bastarda down to 1450 apiece. Bladestorm available to offset that. Again, you're not even really looking for damage here.
Mary. Gonna notice another player, gets back to TP and gets out of danger. So a bit of a trade out, but that is the danger player noted now.
Yeah, no risks taken as well. Didn't want to hang around for a second opportunity there. Heads up play from Mary. Actually going to pick up this angle on short. Not drifting this way. I mean, Nachi got the knife online. So a well-placed suppress could actually make this a little easier on the way in.
Certainly could, and you've seen those rotations now probably going to be confirmed by the owl drone as well. More confident in it, and away we go. Bastarda straight towards the side. Look and see if Mary does get controlled here. Not going to be the case, and this is where the problems could really start to mount. The slow going to deny the quick presence and isolate the first on the side, which is Bastarda. Now, can't just go for that quick plant. Now just going to be hope to be kept safe, and player advantage is with G2. Yes, it is Sheriffs and that tour de force, though.
Actually, no command popped all the way back through here for Mimi. Mary with the headhunter, and going to find
Mary! What an absolute belting round from Mary! Incredible work, and one more to find. And around the world they're going. Now they don't predict the timing on this one, but the defuse, they can't stop it in time. This has been wondrous from Mary. There's a reason we questioned them going towards that A site. They found the danger player early, and they decided to run their luck. And look what happened.
To say, not really looking for damage in this sort of round, but Mary makes it work with the tour de force. Beautiful opener onto DRN. And like you said, the timing, the placement of this kill here isolates Bastarda on site. Even here, just looks for the opener. What a round. Fantastic stuff. An absolute disaster for Liquid. Yes, the scoreline fairly comfortable. Not really going to feel the pressure too much in terms of the repurchase, but that's one to definitely slow that momentum Liquid built early on.
And I had the pleasure of sitting actually in the audience for one of the previous G2 games. Got to watch that play out, and I've got to say, for the young player, Mary is one of the more vocal ones. Obviously, we saw Petra and Mimi
she's
having the back
active on
and forth.
stage, yeah.
She is loud, she's got that confidence, she's got that kind of young gun approach to it, and it's great to see her active, because the others, hey, if you're having a bad game, you're going to quiet, you're like, okay, we've got to pick it up a little here, a little bit more focused, introverted. She has that Zuma confidence just, by the bucket load. So great to see her propping up the side here for now, because they are sitting at a massive deficit. We've got to flip the coin here and look at Liquid as well.
Yeah, just to come back to Mary as well, like I said, the decision-making in that, you find that kill, no risks taken. Retreats all the way back, waits for that rotation to come through. There's no overheating factor.
Very impressive
Yeah.
of a player that young as well to not
Especially when you can do that in a round.
Absolutely, you've got all that potential, you decide to be composed, really play it to the absolute letter. And to flip the script, though, we still have to give credit to this initial scoreline from Liquid. We'll highlight it every time we see it. This is not a repeatable round. Mary is a phenomenal player, but okay, just find 5 for the next couple and we'll see where we're at. Until this point, Liquid have been reigning supreme. They have been running this game. I don't know if there is a long-term solution yet made by G2.
Turret destroyed.
Petra actually testing the waters once again. A little bit of a bait, actually, with how deep this wall is. Nachi nearly losing a life for it. Petra, likewise, down to 30 HP. We'll be able to grab a heal, though.
DRN caught sleeping. Straight up napping. What?
G2 really switching. This is a shift walk out catwalk.
And considering where the rest of Liquid were, that is quite surprising they got there, but they were completely unawares of the possibility. Deep flash towards middle just to retake a little bit of that space coming in, and Mary wants the pick and gets one. Quick trade, though. They still know that Mimi is around here. Now, the rest of G2, do they try and bail her out? Do they try and play around it? Do they try and support this glance? Has a little bit of utility to play here. Mimi is in a whole lot of trouble.
Ooh.
Just about alive.
Giuliano going to come through, though. Finds a headshot. Nachi returns, but glance there
Trade.
to find the final kill. Beautiful round from G2. All this happening off screen. Like you said, DRN almost caught sleeping there. No awareness of what could be going on elsewhere on the map, and I think actually it's on the back of 3 members outside B, a little bit of pressure there, so they're calling to wait. They're calling to hold off until this engagement has run dry.
Yeah, this is...
Mary looking sharp, though, again.
Enemy remaining.
Looking really solid in this game, and you saw the support, not over-committed, not too quickly jumping in to maybe feed into that. You don't want to see those 2v4s starting to come into effect, but very well played out. But a little bit of, the alarm starting to ring for Liquid that, okay, we really need to keep control of the map because a little bit of that aggression has now paid off a couple of times.
Give G2 an inch, they'll take them out. And it's plays like this, it's almost like the distraction run on B main. See, started very quickly up short here with the Blade Storm, an opportunity to punish this A main setup.
And DRN's gone down. It's really on Bastardo to make something of this. Mimi looking a little wounded. The follow-up labored, and the shutdown from G2 out of nowhere.
Blink and you'll miss it. It's like that, the pinch through on this A split. Fantastically coordinated. And just like that, actually, within 2 rounds. This purchase will bring pretty much everything out of Liquid's inventory. So an opportunity here for G2 to really tie things up.
Watch this one again, because it was so hectic towards the end, but it was so quick for G2 after so much initial pressure was coming through. I thought we started finding space.
Petra as well to pick this lurk up.
Absolutely.
Even in the chaos there.
Quite a little hero play, but we see Liquid going back to what was working, this B look, but look who's waiting. Mary around the corner, and again, Mary, the start and end to some of these stories that Liquid are trying to write. The 4 remaining now have that initial plan denied.
They're in a position once again to do damage. He said good read as well. Actually, with the Odin to catch a couple more tags on the way out as well. Daiki down to 56 HP, Nachi down to 77. Ultimates to invest, but Liquid already very early on in recovery mode.
But I quite like the patience being shown. I was kind of curious to see if Mary would readjust towards Cat, maybe make a peek towards middle after denying that pressure
Looks like
towards
it might
B.
come here with a flash.
It could be the later piece with the utility.
Not even
there
a
it
flash.
is. Dry peeking out and finding one. Audacious play. This is confidence building, but it's not overzealous. It's not over pressuring. It really is beautiful watch. Very composed for such a young player. And now the pressure again, still leaning towards that B side, looking to congregate back around towards this. And Petra's here, trying to be that final marker if they need it. Glance, I think, coming over. Petra finds one. CT gets broken in on, so they have a little bit of room, a little bit of breathing room until then. Hand around the throat. This is just DRN left alive. Dealt with G2. Finding form here. springboarding off the back of Mary's work, and it's not stopped.
Yeah, and looking so active around the map. Like you said, patience shown there. I thought maybe it was going to be a flash to come through from short, but didn't even matter. Mary all over the map right now.
Such an impressive way to play. We had kind of the aggression on the start there to get that first pick, falls away, finds a new spot. It's beautiful to watch, a really nice approach to the map, and already 13-7 for Mary. This could be the one where we really start to see her come into her own. On the other side for Liquid as well, a couple of players. It's generally all of them though. They're all having an okay performance, but they've now finally been, let's say the initial look has been solved. Let's say that for now. The operator being in play, whatever it may be, has really started to favor G2 now. How much adjustment does Liquid have? How many times are they pressured like this? How many times are they put in this predicament? This is where we see the depth of that map pool knowledge, how deep they go in this composition, and what they've been working on in the meantime.
The next real counter available here. Nachi does have that null command, whether or not they're almost going to revert back to that pace change. We did see that hit towards A. It worked out very, very nicely for them. Again, great counter towards Mary. If she is going to post up, and actually whether or not the awareness is there for Mary to actually sit a little deeper now.
A change, yeah. Because it does become that chess game of, okay, well, I have to force them, or they may be using more utility to try and clear my position. I can get them to run through that so early on, so many different looks. But again, that's what we're going to be looking out for here. The buy is a little bit shaky. It's a little bit here and there. It's not going to be the big fight, right? This isn't going to be the one where they can put up that equal fight by any means. It's two Bulldogs, Spectre, Sheriff, and they do have the ult ready to go. The null command is there.
So actually, Mary TPing away from this will be noted at least on the reposition, but doesn't even matter.
Again,
stands a grab by a second.
Again, Mary reigning supreme. Still has support there as well. Not alone by any marker. Mimi keeping them safe. And a reposition. You're playing with fire here, Liquid.
Dancing with death there.
Dangerous. They need something to happen. They need something to break here if Liquid want to weigh in, because they've lost so much of that potential approach towards the site now.
Can really secure this hold. Giuliano still picking up the slack in mid. That wall on B main invested as well, so no threat coming on that side, which has allowed G2 to stack 4 over here. 2 Bulldogs and a Sheriff though, so still possibility for Liquid to do some damage. Petra on guard once again with that Odin.
Yeah, glance. And Petra, nice work. And the last found there, G2 again. Prime Gaming flawless here, just very clean, very, very nice. No one overstepping towards main, no one getting overly, again, ambitious to towards Shrine, do damage. No Eco Cobras there. There were some threats in that purchase from Liquid.
Instead, discipline shown. Giuliano holding down the entirety of the rest of the map, but even with 4 members towards A, there's no overpeakers, right? There's nobody, like you said, a little audacious. Mary just landing shot after shot. Concern being now with how active she's been. Operator in hand, tour de force available as well. Liquid don't have an awful lot behind this, and this is round 11. So this almost feels like a must-win here. If they want a chance to come into round 12 with some weaponry.
What did they learn from that previous round? I guess the one bonus here is that Mary isn't, right? The classic, wherever CNED is, go somewhere else. Now, Aldrone. Actually going to challenge Glance, but Glance hasn't moved away from this. They're still sticking by this wall, and away they go. Vastala going to put life on the line. The adjustment's gorgeous. Stunning spray between the two. Finally the response in, but there's still plays. No way, you don't expect Giuliano. Still going to grab one, but it is a 2v2. Mary and Petra. Nashi and Daiki still alive here, and the slow creep out from Petra confirms the presence.
This is Fury available here for Petra. Still got Odin in hand. No possibility of a swap out.
You should run.
Actually got the recon back. I mean, Hunter Fury, perfect counter here. Good to deal with that pretty easily.
But they do get the plant at least. So
I was going to say, yeah, Mary actually not posted up on the back of that.
Oh, this could be huge. I wonder if she gets the timing.
I think she's
find
going to.
the perfect timing as they are completely unawares. A peekaboo. Team Liquid back in the game, breaking ahead on the board once more.
Beautiful reposition from Naxi as well. Look exactly how the funds will lie. And again, should be able to get rifles, at least in 4 hands here. Light shields to round things out. G2 still looking pretty after that run of 5 rounds. And even here, I love the awareness from G2 previously on that null command when it was available. It was a massive pace change towards A. So Giuliano coming across, investing that wall off the rip and looking to reinforce that hold. Again, right back the other way now. Liquid has 5 stacked outside B. Petra has nothing but Mary's trap to slow things down on the way in here.
And that's gone. Bastarda straight in. No mercy shown. Bastarda wants in and doesn't get it. Petra this time. Big denial. Third for Petra. Quiet on this side, but showing why she can be that anchor. And now the 2 players remaining need that plant. They need it down now. Support system is Nashi. That is it. The flash going to force her off the angle and allow Mimi to get in towards the side. Over by Switch. DRN. Paranoia. Denies vision. It's all coming together and now it's down to 1. A 1v3. Standing. Make it 1v2. Giuliano. Safe pair of hands at the end, and somehow this scoreline goes from where it started to where it ends at 6 apiece.
A crazy back and forth. G2 going on a run and closing out round 12 to tie things up for the half. But Mary, man, got to talk about it. What a dominant half from her.
Something just, really showing so much potential in that young player. The little lion coming alive when they needed her most. It was just wondrous to watch the confidence, but not overconfidence coming into play.
Absolutely, and Liquid, even after having that fantastic start, things felt a little laboured in the...
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. It was a little bit laboured for Liquid towards the end, but what a start, Sapphire. And also 6 rounds on the attack. That's very, very good.
Yeah, it was a good start. Like you said, we needed them to come out with aggression, set a tone. I think it was in round 5 that they had this really, really nice quick push on A. They got the plant incredibly quickly, and then they're making sure they go for that operator on Giuliano, so they were able to take that quick control. Unfortunately, Mary just came out of nowhere and just started firing, getting aces. So
as you do, yeah.
It's very complicated. I have to say though, this is the play that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah. So they got really quick plant control here, and then as the defenders are pushing up, Bastarda doesn't let them come to them. She's going to take quick control here, to the point where I think we even saw her celebrating a little too early. She got a little excited. Like unique, I like the stage wall, of course, here from J2. They always show a lot of creativity, but here we go see Bastarda coming out, getting those quick kills, and then they even go and hunt down the operator.
Yeah, it's very special, right? Because you see Bastarda moving away, and she knows that she's getting shot by the Odin. She knows that she has the calls from the rest of the team. But moving forward, we're talking about, is this enough for G2? And the reason why we're doing it is because the other day, when they played against Cloud9, things were not looking too good. Out of 8 rounds that they played on the attack, they only managed to win 1 of them. And who has to step up? Well, the main initiator, we're going to call for them, because she's going to be the one shutting the other team down and enabling her teammates at the same time. She did not have the most brilliant performance at the beginning of this match. We saw a couple of mistakes coming from her, and we're not used to it. So Mimi needs to step up, knowing that they do not have the jet, they do not have the extra mobility that they might need coming and opening on the sides. We need Mimi to step up.
Yeah, we do indeed.
Yeah, of course, and she's a veteran. She's gonna.
Can I say that I just feel right at home seeing G2 versus Team Liquid at the scoreline? I just feel an EMEA, This is
You forget that Liquid are an EMEA team. But yeah, 6-6 at the scoreline. But will it be enough for G2 though to get that 6 rounds on defense? We will find out now. Pansy and Hypok, over to you.
Yeah, you're right. That's what we were waiting for. Is this going to be enough? A couple question marks around Mimi. Does need to now activate herself on this half, become far more present in these rounds, because as much as, yes, we saw the resurgence of G2 there, Liquid were off to a fantastic start, and it took heroics to get G2 back to this scoreline.
For sure, yeah, and with Mary heating up in that first half, really you look towards Bastarda and Natchi over on the side of Liquid to really slow down, limit G2's opportunities in the early round to put Mary in a position to do damage. Early info, though. Bastarda will actually catch a 3rd member as well. A 4th maybe with the frenzy tap, but it's a double swing. Bastarda lucky to get away.
Flash turned. Mary so quick with it, and Mimi's the one to make the most of it. Turns the flash just out of the smoke. No smoke criminals here today. Giuliano up and over the wall, though. This is getting a little bit messy here. Liquid happy to fight, but look at the spike flying in towards the B site. Giuliano's just going to sit here and backhand them all. 2 quick kills! That's the Giuliano you need to be seeing.
Holding down the fort in mid. Beautiful stuff from Giuliano here in the first round of the second half. We've seen this play previously from Liquid, this flash out on contact from Bastardo in mid. This time around, though, Mimi to pick up both kills. Must have heard that death segment. And even here, it's like I said, Bastardo kind of on an island initially with his first peak. Lucky to get away with a life, honestly.
Give me a crumb of that aim, please. Clean. And yeah, starting off perfectly to try and create a bit of distance on the scoreboard. 7-6, sitting quite close here. Just classics, obviously no headhunters or anything of that business coming out for Liquid. So the protocol list for G2 really will be, let's try and note if there's a stack. Let's see if we can find some of these players. And I feel as though that may have been enough to indicate it.
Probably a big indicator to see Bastardo over towards B site and not in mid here. So maybe reading into this, I mean, it is the correct read. Only really Nachi to hold down the fort on tree, but doubt there's going to be too much pressure on G2. Only classics across the board noted. Nothing really to put to use in this round for Liquid. Even coming back to that statement in the first half, not G2 can establish any early momentum. We'd see the 5-round streak. It'd be great if they can keep everything from this round here.
Nice, quick little pick there. But you're right, it's talking about how clean they can keep this, you know, really strengthen that bonus round that then can potentially challenge the buy that will be coming back in here for Liquid in the next round coming up. So let's see what chip damage can be done. Sitting quite comfortably in the post plant here. Currently looking at Liquid, working their way back around towards heaven, a little late though, so it's going to be hard to bring any of those classics to a range that will work in CDRN. Wait and see if they catch anyone on the exits as well. So this will be a matter of G2 keeping it clean. 4 seconds to go. Mary has found DRN, so that could be the escape path they need. And that's one found. It might be... Oh, lovely work. Little mistake there, I'd say, from Mimi. Could have backed away from that, I feel. Because that... So Bulldog, does it get to keep to hand? No. Okay, so it doesn't get drawn over. They do lose 2 players. Could have been 4.
Benefit being it's essentially 3 rifles kept across, right? The Vandal, the 2 Bulldogs. So possibility here, even for Mary to even just run the Headhunter here. Great stuff from G2 though. Like I said, it was enough of an indicator to see Bastardo pinged on that knife over towards B. No nonsense, head over to 8. Even actually a light shield coming through for Nachi in favour of some utility. Bastardo over towards B once again though. Looks like he might get a dart and a flash here.
Ooh. Quick show of force though. Deals with that very early on. Only Mimi noted initially.
I should note the pistol as well. If that's almost going to be a little bit of a bait to come in. It's Mimi and Petra with pistols here. Just ghosts in hand.
Hear this, yes!
She is so sharp today,
Yeah,
Lauren.
the little lion is doing so much damage. Bastardo now put under pressure, does have that rifle, needs to be bailed out. The pinch coming in through from Market. Petra takes her down, and a quick escape route for Daiki trying to get towards the back of Bowhouse. Has the opportunity on one, didn't get it, but a bite of the cherry for the second time works out well, but overwhelmed. G2 are on the site, 4 standing. And these are rifles they get in hand. They can go on a shopping spree over towards that B site.
Yeah, nothing really for Naxi to do, and this might even opt to hold on to the rifle. Looking as if that's going to be the case. Fantastic. Oh, there's so much damage done onto Bastardo with just the pistols, like I said. It's the shock dart to close out that kill. Absolute disaster for Team Liquid here in round 15.
Yeah, this one does make me worry a little bit, because when we look to the map pool, as this will be a save, if we see them chasing, we can kind of talk about it. But when we look to the map pool, you see Breeze, you're like, okay, well, you know, Reyna coming probably back out for Giuliano. That wouldn't be too much of a surprise. And that looks extremely good. We've seen that several times now. Icebox, I still think, is a very solid map for G2 as well. I think, you know, the later end of this map pool, this Veto, sits in their favor. So, you know, I get a little worried if I see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you come back to, obviously, Icebox with Suzu running that Omen versus Liquid and just how much they were able to really catch Liquid off guard. And we were talking about how Liquid were such a prep-heavy team.
Yeah.
Things like the Reyna pick. It's big stuff famine, right? It's exactly,
we've seen some really unique stuff. Now, the hunt there did get shut down. Mary does get caught at the end, but that's fine. You can already see the damage that it will do to the economy after this. And of course, for G2, it starts to swell. They should have at least a buy and pocket at this point, really seeing towards 5k, 4k. Ult cycle starting to be worked towards as well. Starting to look a little better here for G2.
Yeah, the problem being not for Liquid.
Nope. No, Liquid are in a bad position, Mike.
Two off the Blade Storm. It's a Stinger and a Vandal to bring into this. Couple of Sheriffs. Actually, 3 towards mid here. And G2 heavily focused outside A. Actually, I'm not even sure anybody gets pinged on that knife initially. But at least here the... oh, Bastardo's actually found a kill. So Naxi actually cycling that rifle across. We are to punish Giuliano. And now with the sound cues over towards A.
Lovely paranoia too.
DRN and Nachi looking to actually hold down the fort.
And they had to use that rifle. Bastardo had to be the one to make something happen. The others down to Stingers, Sheriffs, and the classic with Naxi. So going back to police this potentially. And actually deal with Bastardo. So sharp. Mary is ridiculous at this game. The new generation looking damn good. Mimi, fair amount of utility left to invest as well. Doesn't actually get away with anything. That Stinger, close range. Could have a little bit of work if they do get lazy on their way in.
Liquid still stacked up here, though. One towards sight, one in heaven. Actually going to pull the trigger on the first, but Mary still turns on him.
Mary's the one to deal with it. Now noting one towards Dice, one towards heaven. They should know these two players, and quickly Mimi gets towards the site. Plant going to be next on the docket. Spike going to go down. And now time on their side. Liquid left with 2. Rifle is in Naxi's hands, though, so that is still something to look towards. Maybe find a bit of presence. Pinged down, tagged up. Naxi put in that terrible position again. What are you meant to do with this? 3 players in front of you. Face the music. Looks like that's what she's choosing, and it's down by Mimi. Double digits for G2. They are starting to get into the swing of this game.
A commanding lead already. Even here with Bastardo finding that opener. You can see actually holding on to about 2,500 to try and get this operator online. So expect her to be put in a position. That's beautiful from Mary. Like I said, looking so sharp today. Even Nachi here with Nachi up close with the Stinger, unable to really do any damage on the way in.
It's down, guns up there.
That operator better be the remedy.
It's a very deep hold on mid, though.
We haven't seen that kind of slow default from G2 ever. It doesn't really allow you to get those picks to, navigate the map like this. So I'm hoping Bastardo can find some positioning. That's not bad, though. Now she's going to find Mimi instantly. That's quite telling, finding Mimi. Feels like to be more behind it. Backing away from this.
The timing's actually disastrous here. No res for Giuliano. Needs this orb and a kill to get Mimi back on her feet. Bastardo does put that operator to use. It's Mary on the other end of it.
Yep. And the door looking like it's starting to shut on this round. G2 not finding any of those opportunities they wanted. Mary gone. Mimi removed. That's flashes. That's so much they could have worked with. But looking across the map for other options, and you can already see Nachi posted on this angle. The one-way, very nice to play around for DRN2. So G2 looking for... They're going to have to really spread thin if they want to try and find a couple of opportunities, but as we can see, information now free-flowing through from the Liquid side.
A bit of a fake here as well. This smoke and the wall going to go out from Giuliano, and actually it's pulled Liquid off short.
Come on! Oh dear. Oh dear, DRN, good work. Uh-oh, but a shot missed. Bastardo gives them an opportunity, and Petra unleashed, punishing DRN. Has to fall away and respect this. That's the plan going to come on through. And the unknown quantity is Giuliano up and over looking for a chance, but no, as soon as that audio cue is heard, staying themselves. Giuliano now starts to go on the prowl. Petra's noted one. Giuliano, the timing could be everything, and now overwhelmed. Too many players as Petra put in the 1v4. The starter holding towards heaven. Knives now out, slowly getting towards the side, finds one, looks for a follow-up, doesn't quite get it cleanly. 31 HP, it's not enough. Liquid holding on with 3 players left alive.
Finally answering back here. Bastardo, like I said, putting that operator to use. We have to carry that across, but Giuliano, like I said, almost making that possible. The timing of the smoke and that wall drew both players off shot. I mean, DRM was sat on that one way, and it was locking down that position. I think actually Nachi as well posted up on it. I'm curious to see, though, what support system's actually going to get Astada in a position to find these picks. Like you said, it's very, very one-sided in terms of the default from G2. There's not really wide presence, not an extremity to pressure here. And yeah, it feels a little awkward dedicating that operator to one site or the other. But with the way G2 are playing, I mean, other than this here, there will be a little bit of pressure towards mid.
Let's find out.
This could be it.
This could be the time to shine. This is the perfect chance for Bastarda. Gets Mimi down again, and Mimi is being questioned time and time again. Not coming up with the answer she needs. Quick moves up middle, though. Going to be looking towards the B site. Mary leading the way.
Here.
Just pointing towards CT, but the stairs could be an issue. Mary making a bit of a meal of it so far. Giuliano does get the res. Mimi back on the feet, but it's Bastarda here towards CT. Big angle to play on this time. Smoked off. Oh, that's huge commitment from Bastarda. Quick shot as well. Nachi still holding towards CT. It ain't clean, it ain't pretty now. G2 being shredded by Liquid.
The Hunter's Fury from all the way on backside leaves Petra. The last one standing here, spike in hand. We're going to cut sound and hope for somebody to drift out of position, overextend just a little bit. No way.
Oh God.
The stars almost aligned for both of those there. But Bastarda finds the third.
And we questioned that operator positioning, but that time you said if there was
That's
a
the
round...
first switch up from G2, yeah. The first time we've actually seen some presence towards tiles. Actually rewarded here, almost actually finding the collapse. Put the res in a very awkward, this was fantastic. And the confidence to swing up here with the updraft.
Yeah, there was this weird moment of stars coming together, and you're thinking,
but the thing is, because you got
so overspin, CT will go CT,
exactly,
catches us over. It could have happened, but
you got to assume Bastarda's double scope there on main, just posted for it.
Okay, pausing now. This is much better. So here's the answer, right? We've finally seen Liquid starting to build in. That operator has actually become quite critical to some of the success that Liquid has had. So what do they do with it now? That was the first time we've really seen them explore middle, though. So that was a new look from G2 that didn't really work out that time.
Well, the thing is, if G2 now actually followed through with this a couple more rounds, if Bastarda now is feeling actually after that, maybe they're not going to entertain mid. If the smoke comes up down on arches, it's going to force Bastarda potentially into another position to make use of this operator. A little off kilter with the ultimates here for G2. Again, actually, two members, Mary down at 800, Glance at 100 credits, so the purchase will be a little bit uncomfortable going forward from this. It's actually an opportunity for Liquid to really apply the pressure here and potentially tie things up if they can win out this buy round.
Bastarda feeling confident now.
I said switch up, yep. And res used in the previous, so.
This is shut down. Beautiful stuff from Liquid. Posted up on both extremities.
Yeah, 3 people to swing through on the opposite side of the map. That's Bastarda on a solo mission to find this opener. Now left to Petra and Glance to try and recover this round.
I like what we're seeing from Liquid here, starting to really come into their own, finding their footing. Sharp stuff. Petra put to bed. Glance now. 1v5. To navigate through market, and you can know that he's watching it, and still quick as before. Prime Gaming flawless. Liquid now powering back up, getting that scoreline, looking almost all even. And let's talk about what they did this round, Mike, because that was a different look. Again, they're showing new faces here.
Like I said, with that previous round, a little bit of pressure towards me. Bastarda obviously finding the opener in the previous. This time around, feeling as if she's going to find value towards B main. It just happens to be Mary on this solo peak, and like I said, 3 members of Liquid on the other extremity. It's the first time, I mean, we talked about G2 not really stacking up in any sort of default. It's drifting one way or the other. This time around, numbers advantage on both sides of the map for Liquid.
Looking tattered here for G2. And on the other side, of course, they now get the buy in pocket. They get, that nice advantage building back through. They could.
And then some, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely start tearing into this game.
Take flight.
Now they need to find that operator. There it is. Petra going to find it towards the top of middle. Obviously not quite as quick to rotate, quick to adjust as Mary, for example.
First time we've actually seen a slower start around some util. The Owl drones to spot out the operator.
They found so much space towards short here.
Yeah, and there's no Killjoy set up there this time. It's over towards B.
So this is a huge issue. They can isolate Team Liquid over towards main. Yes, still a problem because the spike's back up there, but that's something they're going to have to deal with after the fact. Already looking worse for where Bastarda's made it around in time and fighting them trying to pour on through from short. This is a huge amount of information, but they can't do anything with it. And Giuliano caught with hands out here. Just two, Giuliano and Glance. Spawns have a shot at getting a rifle, anything. Not just yet. They're cornered on the site, surrounded on all fronts. Giuliano still going to find another 2v3 now. Glance barely breathing. How much
30
more
seconds left.
can one player do? Heal goes in. 2 towards short, 1 towards heaven. The spike is non-recoverable. Unless Glance, I don't know, gets a kill, gets a TP, goes for a run. Giuliano went for something, didn't get it. 10 seconds now. This one is looking all but over.
10 seconds
Glance can't do
left.
anything with this. Just going to keep the rifle. But that is a big amount of space found, but quickly filled, though.
Big commitment to A main once again, this time around with 2 members. Like I said, that Killjoy setup previously invested on short to enable some safety blanket, right?
Yeah.
This time around, though, Bastarda just catches it on the cross from door, yeah. I mean, Kaznachi and it was a DRN, I think, over towards main. We're really feeling the pinch. Tons of damage done.
Just about getting there in time. It really was seconds away from.
I mean, if anything, it's the paranoia is the only reason that actually Giuliano and Petra aren't literally just W-king, knife out towards main.
They would have been there faster.
Yeah.
Because they caught, I think, both of them in that. So now that's given G2 a couple of glimpses under the hood here, right, of what Liquid are up to. But do they switch? Do they change? And, well, you can see the utility placement. Absolutely they have.
Again, that Killjoy setup on short. Just to make sure this A main stack is some kind of contingency. The drone going to come out once again here.
But look at the mid presence now with all of this utility
They found
invested
another
towards
gap.
short. They've kind of maybe read this after getting the knife towards A and spoiling the KJ, but still it's Bastarda now in between enemy lines, 1 in front, 1 to the back, and now 1 to the side. This is dangerous. TP taken. They want to get there. Bastarda with another bite.
Giuliano's 1 HP.
Giuliano barely breathing but still standing. Murray's gone down. Now who's remaining? It's a 3v3 on either side. Spike still held towards B main. The cross is not safe. And no, it's definitely not safe until then. Mimi does get the kill necessary as DRN on the site doing the dance. As Mimi is right there on the other side, goes down, and now the 1v1, Giuliano up against DRN.
DRN's just slipped through, though. Actually going to retreat all the way to spawn.
Really
Giuliano's going to anticipate this whatsoever. Waiting for the peak to come back through on lane, actually. Giuliano doesn't want to drop to give away the sound cue.
Yeah, smart stuff here, Giuliano.
30 seconds left.
Biding her time, 27 seconds, maybe trying to add a little bit of paranoia, but Omen in the hands of DRN, born into that. Gonna keep cool. Already down on the site though, tap on the spike.
Giuliano actually gets the second heal off here as well, so back to 100.
Closing in, Giuliano under the gun. Comes out on top, 11-10, but again, a very close round. But let's talk about the reads here, Mike, because this feels like a mind game and a half between these two.
I said 3 pinged, a little slow to react initially from that information over towards A main, but finding a massive gap in the defenses of Team Liquid once again. I mean, even after this ping for the knife, nobody from Liquid moved from A main. There wasn't anybody hightailing it towards mid. There was no contingency towards that setup. G2 can keep kind of threading the needle here and find space around the map, because previously, think about these factors in mid. It was Bastarda posted up.
Yeah.
Just dry with an operator. No flash, no arrow, nothing.
Speaking of nothing, Bastarda just walks out A main. While they were dealing with utility sent deep, she's already found the pick. That's perfect. Mimi again gets deleted early on. And it's somewhat back to a normal round until then. Petra, similar scenes on the other side. Openers on both sides of the map. And a quick TP.
Oh.
Considered by Glance.
Let's say, actually, in full vision of Naxi, who has to hit the panic button here. The
but look at Giuliano, the timing on this. She can get anywhere she wants in this. This is huge amounts of info. Does she decide to go heaven? I guess Bastarda then gets the same opportunity to play in between by Tree. Here's one.
Yeah,
surely heard the
step.
step. There it is. Oh, but still gets to keep their life. Wall goes up now. Short is still a problem, but the smoke's there. Good play coming in from G2. Wall goes down. Door shut. Daiki has to respect this. Sit back deep. Lucky to still be standing.
Daiki's going to try and play off a shock dart here, or just wait for them to stack up for the recon. See, it's read towards short here.
They got any utility? I guess Daiki's got the most, right? And best starter.
Mary's going to have her hands full here.
Oh, the little lion.
What?
This time, can't do it. Paranoia sent in, slows down the roll, but the dash in with the smoke. They can try and draw the fire. That second string, who's there? Steps outside, steps out of the smoke, and still fighting. And Daiki now in the 1v1. Petra, burn on the docket, and falls. Daiki, perfect play. After being challenged so quickly in heaven, staying alive has paid off.
And a crucial ping to come through as well to reveal Petra's position. It looked like a fantastic hole for G2 initially. Liquid sending 3 through short. Actually, Bastarda, the one to really actually break through, find that kill onto Mary, just with that pre-fire through that smoke.
Really nice.
And a little bit of a change-up. Bastarda had the money in the previous to buy an operator. It's just hyper-aggressive with the rifle. Finds that pick outside A main onto Mimi, I believe.
Wow. Oh, and you're right. Look at that. Wow. Couldn't have come at a better time then. And speaking of timing and economy that you were discussing there and money, what a time for it to shatter for G2. They are down to Sheriffs. Do have the res for Giuliano. 2 away from Mary Zolt. Petra 1 off, but they're going to need something to work out. And if they found space again?
Liquid almost spinning the wheel on some of these setups.
Really risky.
This time around, retreating away from it. Bastarda going to post up with that operator in heaven once again in a double stack towards short. Glance at Giuliano. Edging closer and closer.
Smoking in. It's Mary to fall over towards B main. There's the trade
Disaster.
though. And actually DRN's got to be careful how she plays this. I'm sure the temptation would have been to try and shut that down, get the trade back, but actually keeps her cool. Decides to hit the brakes now. Need to consider where the spike is. They've had some success. They could potentially fall back for this res if they really feel there's a viability to this round. Mary did fall over towards B main.
It's looking like the plan. Daiki actually floating back and forth in spawn here. It's an opportunity to punish the res with the Hunter's Fury. He did actually come over towards this position on the back of that pressure towards A.
God, the setup as
30
well.
seconds left.
It's a risky res anyway.
Yep, still going to commit for it. Standing there. Hunter's Fury, scatter, and try and run away. Mary's gone down again. And now the quick burst through by main wall goes up, and it's aim training. 2 quick kills for Naxi there, perfect. Gonna try and get themselves to a side, but the spike is on the other side of the wall. Oh, dearie me, it's all gone wrong. 8 seconds left. Can't even get the spike back at this point. This one's done for.
That's heartbreaking.
Just fell on the other side.
Even this round here, Bastarda going to seal the deal. Liquid find their 12th. Massive investment though, see actually if Liquid have got anything left. Yeah, Nachi on that null command. G2, Hunter's Fury of their own, and the Tour de Force.
Huge round for Liquid. Even if it got a little scrappy at the end, if that spike didn't, end up where it was, with all this little piece of success coming through, that potential off the back of this pressure, it does still manage to put 12 next to Liquid's name. That's huge for them. As this game started to close up a bit, get a little bit more dangerous, they have kept themselves in this. One more round. And it's map 1 for them. Otherwise, OT beckons.
There we go, actually stare off here.
Yep. And the knife's going to keep her locked in this position. She wants to stay. She feels she's got the fight in this one. Mary not quite up for that challenge just yet.
First time we've seen actually a little bit of variation to this A-side setup. Actually stacked all the way in cubby on short. Bastarda not in heaven this time around, so DRN going to have her hands full if she wants to challenge ahead of this site hit.
DRN is so
I'm not sure if Glance actually spotted on the cross there.
I just seeing
Yeah,
not
now,
rotating
definitely.
fast, but yeah, of course, now they're going to be pulling in, but they're ahead of the smoke. Mimi's going to find Nachi. This is offset timing. This is OT calling. And Team Liquid, I think they might have just dropped the ball in this one. And it's a little bit of it feels almost underwhelming to see it go down this way. Brilliant offset of the timing for G2 there. But again, Liquid caught sleeping a little, unawares of the progress that had been made. As Daiki, Bastarda, and Naxi have a chance at this retake. But it has to be picture perfect. And they got to get it started now.
A lot of time already elapsed here. And with that operator on the retake as well, no Blade Storm used in the previous. Gonna make it even harder for Bastardo to find some value here.
And
Mary posted up on the tour de force as well.
Yeah,
One
Mary
kill here is going to slow down this entire push.
just about turns away from it as they do start swinging out from heaven. She's going to have that look back in a second here. There it is. They may start falling like flies, they are. And one by one, Petra takes us to OT. It's 12 apiece. And again, Team Liquid, so many times it feels like they are right on that verge of the first half, looking so sewn up. You know, that first run, they went on perfect. Second half, similar scenes, they had answers, Mike.
Yeah.
And it falls away.
Again, this is unfortunate on Nachi actually popping the null command as she swings out of the smoke. So no possibility even of getting that area of effect online, but it's the timing for DRN. Like I said, it's just passing each other back and forth, I think actually with glance. No smoke down on main.
Yeah.
The Paranoia invested immediately as soon as DRN spotted on Generator. And the first time, like I said, they've switched things up for that A main hole.
You're right.
Nachi tucked into cubby. It didn't look as kind of structured as these previous holes. Like I said, DRN just needs to play full retake there because could be overwhelmed. A number of times G2 stacked up to pressure that A main setup.
Big info off the knife. Oh, and a big shot for Mary, though. Bastardo denied any quick access and a quick TP. Again, not overstaying welcome. Does leave a gap available, potentially, for Liquid, but there's pressure on the other side. G2 this time, hyper proactive, pushing extremities. Sadly for Liquid, I need to really get their footing here, barely starting their foray into this round. Mary gets contact towards middle. Another spotted. Mary now playing chicken with the owl drone. Giuliano is closing in around spawn. Giuliano's so close to this as well. They're aware of it. Daiki is looking this way, but it's all a matter of timing. The cape. You know what they say about heroes and capes, shouldn't have them on. Dangerous. Mimi committed, just going to stand and spray, knowing that Giuliano eventually will be their downfall. The connection's good on it, but DRN still going to be standing still. Going to be firing.
Gonna have the TP here with the orb.
Where'd you take it? On the run we go, over towards B. This is going to be a plant.
Going to be able to find two 1v1s as well. Mary on the operator, posted up in spawn. Petra actually coming back towards B main. Did Mary hear those steps?
Not sure. Just on the verge of audio range, but knowing Mary, she might step that smoke. And it's being read, but Mary, the frenzy in hand. Starting to feel herself a little here. First one chalked up in OT.
No nonsense from G2 here.
Nah.
Looking to be decisive in the first round of overtime. Immediately on the back of that pressure elsewhere, Giuliano just swinging out B main. Even here, look at the minimap. Petra and Giuliano are just pushing this entire time.
Yeah, wonderful work between the two, making the map feel tiny, making it feel there was only one site really available. And closing it well. Got a little dangerous at the end there. But it is 13-12 Liquid. How much you got in yet? Do you have the depth to hold on? Because they look good on this side, Mike. This was the one that looked like they came back into the world of the living. An early pressure towards B main.
Bastardo will see the trap placed at least. So G2 anticipating a little push through. Daiki trying to deal with that trap actually to bait Bastardo in a little bit. Fakes the steps away. But the drone's going to be the second problem. Daiki desperate to try and deal with it for Bastardo.
It's alive though.
Yeah. Dash used, so can't really post up in an aggressive angle anymore.
They're testing the waters throughout though, but so far it does seem as though Liquid are going, you know...
Going through the motions now, drawing out some utility. Previously it was a heavy stack towards one side. That Paranoia is good though. DRN going to try and get this one way up.
That should be good for actually no, Mary's ahead of it. Smoke goes in towards the street, so they do have access towards the site. Now you can see that sheep overwhelmed. Mimi's in on the site. Spike on the way as well. And Giuliano starting to go into her own. The final three players try and make a stand here. Naxi, Bastardo, and Daiki need a pick. They need a clean pick here. And Mimi just buying a couple of seconds over towards heaven as well.
So much stall.
Still two flashes as well if she wants
Look
to
at where
play
Giuliano is.
Jeez, Giuliano, come on. And yeah, the door's still shut.
The
They've
awareness
still
is
got
there
time.
though. The turret was invested.
It was. Now last time that pre-fire was on the money. Mary spins around Bastardo. We said we needed one. She's found two and dives in. Puts her life on the line for us down to a 2v2, but it's Giuliano. And had to give away the game, but Mimi was there as a safe pair of hands, but 1v1! Daiki gets caught in the cross as Giuliano to get him to 14. To disrupt our expectations in map 1.
G2 just flipping the script in overtime. Hyper aggressive, happy to take these engagements. They don't want to allow that to drag out any further. Liquid, unfortunately, even in the first batch, started falling pretty much off the rip, slowed things down for Liquid. G2 just punish when it matters most.
An incredibly close game, though, and I do want to say Bastardo really outstanding in my mind here as well.
Yeah.
As you know, we gave Mary a lot of credit with her impact, and I think rightly so. Bastardo did similar things in a very tough scenario in that second half, looking great in the first two. So a couple of key moments here.
You look at the factors as well what Bastardo had to overcome in that first half. G2 was stacked. Like I said, there was no extremity to pressure. And likewise, actually, even when that operator duel did kind of ensue, felt as if had the upper hand in most of those engagements. The strength in numbers for G2, able to time and time again expose these weaknesses in the defense of Liquid.
God, the ace was quite nice.
Beautiful.
Now remember, that was the match that lit the fire. That was one that brought G2 back in this game because it was stomping at the very start.
That was the start of it, yeah. Remember this as well, Giuliano. Fantastic start to the second half. Yep. A very close affair here though on Ascent.
It was.
Felt like this one probably would have tipped in the balance one way or the other. We had a massive switch up. The concern being we go towards Freeze and Icebox, and I mean we make the comments previously that they can turn a little puggy, right? And G2 are the ones that are happy to, like I said, flip the script, completely overhaul the rhythm of some of these games. That's a real concern for Liquid because in their other series, that hasn't looked great sometimes.
Yeah, I think our worries are now going to come to the forefront. We're going to see if Liquid really do have what it takes to go on that deeper run, to get to the grand finals, because that is what is on the line. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
I miss you so much, I broke my heart of glass. Days and nights I see the time goes by, but I feel trapped in the pain I can't deny. 'Cause I never want to cage your soul, never want to hurt you though, but I'll be fine.
G2 goes and continue their win streak here at Game Changers in Berlin as they take down Team Liquid on map 1. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Safa and Kakuka here. After the first half, I wasn't sure if G2 could do it, but Kakuka, what a turnaround. They look so much better on the attack side now.
Yeah, and especially it was those first rounds that we were like, oh my god, they definitely know what they're doing, and maybe Liquid is the one heating up a little too much in those entries, in those first duels, and maybe taking too much the initiative at some points.
Yeah, we saw a little getting crazy from, you know, the G2. They're able to settle it down eventually, but What a hell of a moment from Bastarda. First G2 at the start of that second half, they had the answers, they were shutting her down, and then she had just like a wild comeback there. Like just so like much aggression from her too, taking control mid, taking control A main, and then where Bastarda wasn't, then Nachi1 was there also answering, getting 2-3 Ks at a time.
I wanted us to take a look at this Mary versus Bastarda, B-roll, and also some stats, because it was so much about the operators, Kakuka, that they were playing around.
Yeah, especially. We talk about the defense, we talk about how important that chamber is, not only because you have the tour de force, that could be a completely free operator, but especially if you're the Jet, you have a double task. It's creating the pressure, the extra pressure onto them, and also going with the operator and getting the skills. I think that both Mary and Bastarda had a very similar role going into the defense, and I think that both performed amazingly. Well, you can see it here, the graphic does not differ that much. Actually, you see Bastarda being a little bit on top. This is something that we wanted from Liquid coming into the first map, but definitely it wasn't enough.
And you know, what is it from like operator kills and like getting your team hyped up too? Like it got the team going too. So it's like not just about the frags, but about the momentum that it created and getting the teams their heads back into the game.
I have to say also, when we got to that overtime, the fact that Giuliano is like, I don't care. You know what? We're just going to go on to them. Defense, I'm Sage. I don't care. I'm pushing A. I just don't care about anything. On the next round, okay, we're attacking. We have to go in. I go first. Wall? I don't know that. I just go. I just go. I don't care. I don't care that I'm playing Sage. I'm already on next map. I'm already playing Reyna on Breeze.
I mean, this is the difference, right? When Team Liquid, they faced the other teams in overtime, they managed to pull it back. They were resilient, but we spoke about what Giuliano can do. When they go overtime, G2, they seem like a different team. They have like another layer on top of everything they were doing during the regulation time as well.
Yeah, it was getting back into that serious moment. You know, they were mad. They were pushed to their limits. Like, they don't like being thrown around like that. So Juliana cosplayed her duelist role as the Sage and won those last two.
It was a tough one, but definitely it's a much better performance than what we saw about against Cloud9, probably because the composition that Cloud9 was running is very focused on having a very strong defense. So again, I can understand why Team Liquid decided to go for this one. Probably they expected a different outcome, but we knew that this was going to be a very close series.
It was indeed. You wanted to see something of Mimi during that map, and here she is in the AIM Lab shoot around. And as we move on to the next map, and maybe even map 3 as well, she is the first Lanimal we crowned, the certified Lanimal. And Kakuka, I feel like she needs to warm up a little bit more as well to fulfill that potential we've already seen.
Oh yeah, I think that everybody stepped up in different moments. Like we had so many good rounds from Petra. We also saw mistakes, but we can say that about every single player. We've been seeing Mary hitting some shots or not getting her cards out when she needed to. Same for Mimi, slow start coming into the next one. I think that everything's going to be better, and obviously with this extra warm up, she's going to be even.
Yeah, especially in the next map, we know she has some fun there, so she gets pretty aggressive.
I think this is the thing, right? G2, they seem to have players, if one of them isn't having the best game, the other 4 just sort of pulls the weight, they step up. And again, Ascent was where we thought maybe it didn't look the best for them, and they managed to win it. So how much, Sapphire, does it turn the series on its head going into Breeze?
Well, it's especially heartbreaking for Team Liquid in that they had that comeback. It looks like it was going in their direction, and then momentum swung back to G2. And as we head into Breeze here, like, this is a map that we know that G2 has been scary as hell on. They defeated Cloud9 on this. They smashed Cloud9 the other day on this.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if we look at the side of Team Liquid, like what is awaiting for them on the other side? They had good results against Veto. We watched and they did manage to get the round, but again, we're looking at a Team Liquid that needed a lot of individual plays to make it through, to just keep going and keep getting those rounds. And they have just proved that against G2, that is not going to be enough.
Yeah, we're going to need the same as we saw from Bastarda in the last round or map, but we're going to need more from the rest of the team.
I mean, we spoke about how scary Haven is when it comes to C9Y. For G2, they've only ever lost it once in Game Changers, and that was, again, like Oxygen many, many moons ago. So this is going to be kind of their home turf. And again, on map 1, we were maybe anticipating some changes from them because when people are figuring them out, they want to do something else. And Kakuka, replacing the Reina with a Yoru, maybe?
Could you imagine? I would love to look at Lothar's tweets after that, if that were to happen. I think that I would love to see that, don't get me wrong, but I feel like from what we saw the other day, Juliano still has a lot that she's saving up for the rest of the tournament. There's so many cool things that you can do with Reina, and especially because of that last rounds that we saw with Sage, it makes a lot of sense for them to keep this composition. I do not think that they're still predictable enough for them to have to swap things around.
I feel like they want to pull their tricks out for later in the event. This gets them into the grand finals, but they still have to play that grand finals. Anything less than first to them is not acceptable, so they might play it safe here and not switch off that Reina, which is funny to say that the Reina is safe.
I mean, knowing what we kind of know from G2, are they the sort of team, I feel like for them, they take each challenge for what it is, right? They want to show everything, they want to win, they just want to win. And everything we know of this team, and of course Sapphire from the CS days, they don't want to be in the lower bracket. I don't think they're even going to risk saving things at this stage, I feel like.
Oh yeah, completely. I think that they were on that position when they lost against Guild. It doesn't suit them, it doesn't go with them. So of course we see all these changes and they want to be the best. We were talking about how excited we were for C9 and so many people were like, yeah, they're gonna go out without losing a single map. Probably this is the kind of round that we're gonna go with G2, but they did lose that one map. Come on, it was a fair rivalry that we had there. I still think that everything that they've presented so far has only looked better.
Can they look even better than everything they presented so far, though? I feel like if they look even better, we might as well just pack it up and give them the trophy.
Yeah, it's a good trophy. I like it. No, but I think that there's still a lot of edge to this Breeze because it's not only that you're pulling the Reina, which is like a pocket pick. You know, some people are very scared because it's like if you're not performing individually, you're going to have a really tough time. But Juliano actually makes it so she can not be on that first pick. It's actually Mary, the one that is looking for the first duel. Is very impressive to see how she's actually playing as a support. She's not going for the 1v1 right at the beginning of the round, and that's something that we love to see. And what we need to see from Team Liquid on the other side is the creativity. Because if we think of DRN, for example, going on that KO, the default knives, even if it's the unbreakable one or yada yada, you need to be on the next step to gather the information of where Juliano is.
And actually speaking to that, what we did see from Daiki on this map before, like her darts are great. Like, so if she pulls out that Sova again, that's where they're going to hopefully try to use that information to find Juliano.
I mean, it's also Breeze. We said it over and over again this tournament. If you want to kind of coin flip a map to get an advantage over any of your opponent, it feels like Sapphire Breeze is a good place to do it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think they're going to need to... They're going to have to, right, to get to Icebox. And, you know, if they think they can counter the Reina here, that's a good place to do it.
Well, we'll see if the Reina is going to come in or not as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select again. After the roll stop, we saw Mary go to the Chamber, Mimi go to the KO, Juliano staying on that Reina, which has been a bit of a pocket pick surprise for them in the past, but we're expecting it now. The last time we expected the Reina on Pearl, they gave us a Yoru. So I'm kind of excited to see. Yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to come out, but so far, at least with the first picks with Naxi and Glance, yeah, they're just going to go with the Viper safe.
Yeah, you gotta stay in the line here. Playing the Viper is just too strong on the map. And Juliano is indeed going to go for that Reina. No surprises here on both sides. Remember, the Nachi one has that Cypher that I think, you know, I think is obviously always important, but especially with this composition, the G2 is playing, it loses a lot of value, not a lot, but a significant value when you do not have that massive force to stop. It's not a Neon, it's not a Jet, it's nothing flashy that has that extra mobility.
Yeah, but both teams playing it safe here, but safe in the sense that they're playing their own game. They're worrying about themselves and trying to do what they know to do best.
Well, the grand final is within touching distance for G2 now. Pansy and Hybok, take this away.
Yeah, let's waste no more time. We do have the grand final spot on the line. The first to make it there. It does feel fated that G2 would be one of those teams, and this is a very tough map for Liquid now to walk into and try and run it back on.
It is, yeah, because there were some real concerns actually about the previous performance for Liquid, and actually with G2 starting on the attack here, whether or not it's going to be a recurring theme. The concern being Bastarda kind of left down the line. It's the support system around Bastarda that concerns me for Liquid, right? Here we have G2, Juliana coming onto the Reina. actually puts Mary in more of a power position, right? Kakuka was touching on this, but the concern's going to be what can Liquid do to address mid, because there was a real lack of focus of controlling that area. And previously, I mean, the Neon on Festival and Suzu on the Jet were causing major issues in the middle of the map.
Yeah, and we now prepare ourselves as we go forward. Mary a little unleashed this time. As said, a little bit more of the strain does go on Giuliano's shoulders. But there has been footage, but Mary straight up to task. Quickly traded out by Bastardo, though, as Mimi a little too late to get over here to try and trade that. You can already hear those Lears going through, coming in from Tube. Going to at least facilitate this push through towards the site. Timing from Mimi is exceptional to make that crunch.
That's a headshot coming towards the Daiki as well, but a trade out. Giuliano down to 21. Spike planted here, and actually a late mid flank coming through. Maybe we're going to have her head on a swivel. Posted up here, might fall just ahead of this yet.
Oh, the timing! Wow, Mimi just turned in time to see it before it struck, but now the 2v2. Nice positioning as well, Liquid!
Beautiful.
Fabulous work back in. I thought that one was wraps, Mike.
I mean, I thought the snake bite was going to come down for the shock dart to land, but regardless, the damage was done. Naxi finding that wallbang headshot. Like I said, that late reflank through double doors, really the crucial kill as part of that retake. Even initially here, see Mary posting up immediately towards mid to look for this opener. I started luckily trading it out quickly. Even here, Nachi, I don't know if it was just maybe a little bit of a miscalculation with the cage there, but exposed ahead of that hit. Not sure of the cam placement in the previous round, but whether or not that would have been a factor. It looks like the trend might just continue 4 towards mid here for G2. The one Ghost invested, the headhunter for Mary, so it's going to be the one over towards B. Very quick piece up mid.
Yeah, getting maybe the lay of the land at this point. This round probably won't come to too much considering the purchase. Bastardo already starting to farm it up too. That's good to see her finding a little bit of impact. Underhand naturally slowed down the roll a touch, but they have still made it towards sight. So quick plonk to come in. That's a nice little benefit, but how many of them left standing? Not too many. Petra trying to be a problem here. Mary, the one who could do some damage, but a mile away. Petra would have to somehow play her life to extraordinary standards as Mary just going to make a mad dash. See if there's any more damage to be done. Let's have a little look. 2 more shots in the headhunter. Off angle. Jeez, Mary, you're damn good at this, but left alive here until then. Just going to get up the life, get ready for the next round.
A couple of big rounds from Naxi though. That Viper's bit online for round 3.
Wow, that's good.
Could be a big ultimate to carry in here with G2 on their first full purchase. Bastardo again though, so active early on. I'm curious to see what actually is adjusted in terms of this defensive side for Liquid. Looking as if actually it's almost DRN to play in that buddy system with Bastardo, which is what you want to see after a couple of rounds on Ascent where it's kind of, yeah, if Bastardo doesn't find this kill, it could be wraps.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that I think like, oh, look, it's just a brawl in middle. Bastardo just straight down to the slaughter. G2 comfy with 2 here. Not much of a threat in the bonus so far at all. And it is a bonus, but still.
Yeah, but it's not what you want to see with the Viper's pit invested here. That's to really slow things down. That's why I'm surprised to see such a commitment.
Yeah, not the ideal. Naxi's got to be on the money. Mary, sharp as ever, going to punish DRN. Swings out from elbow. So, Daiki and Naxi, and it's got to feel bad for Naxi as well. You've invested that all, you've done some brilliant early work, and, well, you've lost control everywhere else. I think you're right, it felt a little disjointed there in whatever the approach was meant to be.
I mean, if anything, pop it off contact, or once you have a little bit of information, I'm not sure. The knife lands on pillar in mid. You can see Mary suppressed, but I don't know if it's only her. That's why Bastardo's barreling down mid to try and find this opener, but yeah, a little bit confused here.
Shame. Because that feels like you have Viper's Pit, you have a little bit to work with. You could actually really build around that and challenge in a bonus. And it's fine, they're still okay for money here. They can get a purchase back in.
The flip side is the Viper's Pit goes down on A. They want to heavily focus on mid, look for that kind of other side of the setup. DRN immediately, though, going to shut down Mary. Mimi with the response.
Oh, sitting almost anti-flash for this, though. DRN still going to punish Giuliano. Willing to brawl it out in middle.
Liquid have really switched this up from last time. And early on here, look how deep these kills are occurring. The lurk from Glance, though, actually going to punish Nachi on the retreat.
And this was one of the maps that really put Glance to the forefront of my mind. See if you can rekindle a little bit of that. One of the early players to really find their footing. There's Daiki going to be on leaning forward towards Broken. Petra on going to come in. Still has the Owl drone, so could check on this position as well. Mid still being watched and now removed.
That's a big kill.
This is down to the 2 players on the site, a 2v3 and they're logged in. Oh, it's messy as hell, but Daiki's almost on skate. There's something wrong with the bullets until then. Finally they start hitting. Petra left in no man's land. Great trade for Naxi. And now just one. Glance with 2 to find. Finds the first, but gets spotted on the second. Gonna expect this position. And DRN unawares. The Red Bull clutching Glance created that opportunity and shut down the round as well.
Unfortunately, Daiki not feeling confident about that retreat back to Archers just to stack up. Like I said, a key engagement for DRN towards Mimi, who was posted up looking for that flank to come through. A fantastic opener to this round, though. First as well, actually DRN, I think, gets Giuliano. Yeah. It's a huge positives once again for Liquid in terms of this mid control. But Glance able to find value in that lurk, and actually the one to come full circle, close things out.
How quickly the money just gets put into pieces. The ults they can lean on though. Knives out. Does Mary consider this? Bastarda quietly working through tube, and now all attention can be drawn towards that B site. Start leaning that way regardless. Giuliano caught up in all that mess, but it is Mary to still find Bastarda. A little bit of a different position, but it's still the same sort of result.
Bladestorm gone as well.
And that's the main proponent that could have made danger in this round.
G2 actually cut noise here. You try and get a little bit of control over Elbow. And the advantage now in terms of the numbers. Daiki unnoted as of yet, but going to be very exposed from mid here. DRN's going to be
Did you
heard.
hear this? Yeah, Giuliano definitely heard it. Okay, quick pick up towards middle. Yeah, you're right. Unorthodox in a bit of a weird position. Lovely shot there from Daiki. Trade though. And G2 mostly in control here. Glance.
Oh no.
She got the 2-step on.
Yep.
It's got to feel bad for Naxi. After having the perfect start, it's all starting to go to pieces.
Yeah. G2 come back in. Hunter's Fury, Viper's bit available. Mimi one off the null command. DRN actually already with that available. Not a lot left in the bank after this purchase. Liquid here and an opportunity for G2 to really turn up the heat. Operator in hand now from Mary, so expect that opening engagement to slow down a little bit. Yeah, holding much deeper this time around. Yeah. This is the thing with this composition now, you can have, and this two-pronged attack with 2 members of G2 looking for this opener. Giuliano being the second.
Quite like this posting of position though.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Gonna spot one. Pretty unorthodox here. Maybe they can work off Daiki as well.
No crossfire setup just yet though.
Huh.
Wonder if Daiki's going to come across towards Pillar. Yeah, you can see it
There we
happening
go.
now on the minimap. But conscious that there's a real lack of control over mid once again. Daiki actually forced off it now. So Nachi on an island almost.
And Bastarda's sitting so deep towards top mid that they can't help out at all.
Mimi's clearing that.
Mimi clears that. That is ridiculous. The forethought to just double check. And Glance is so quick with these entries as well towards the site. This round looks wraps already very early on. This is looking like you're going to get the plant and kind of solidify where you started with that sort of entry. But again, Mike, I think even beyond what we were talking about there were some issues that we started to see arising, some gaps in this. You know, there's a couple of the angles being very much not held. Crossfire's not in place. Liquid need a little bit of a kind of a retune here, I feel.
I mean, the crossfire wouldn't even... The fact that Mimi's hard clearing this is on the back of the spy cam, but... Again, it's a similar thing we mentioned on Ascent, where there's kind of one player from Liquid posted up, and it's all riding on that person winning that engagement.
Yep.
Or G2 giving away the opportunity. Liquid try and hold on to these 3 rifles at least. Daiki and actually down to not a lot of credits left. It'll be Bulldogs and potentially Guardians, but G2 on the hunt regardless, because they have a massive bankroll established very early on in this half.
Yep, and actually he just wants to keep hold of this gun, hoping for it. Denies the first attempt at it, and they do get a walkaway 3. So actually pretty important if they want to have a buy into this round. I do wonder if they're going to call the pause here just to try and address some of the problems, because I feel as though they were willing to fight for the first few, right? They've had that fight, they've had the dog in them, right? They were happy to brawl it out in middle. The fact that Mimi is still that committed to it, yeah, you're absolutely right. It didn't really matter what Daiki did at that point. It was already dealt with. It was a one and done position, maybe 2 at best.
I swear G2 we talked about them being the masters of momentum here. They're able to slow things down as soon as this operator comes through. It's just a slow, progressive push. They're trying to post Mary up towards one side or the other, potentially double doors or through tunnel. And Liquid just have no response. We noted that in the previous occurrence of Breeze, where they had no answers. It felt like a real struggle. They were almost sitting just full retake on both sides. Or particularly with Nachi on that Cypher, a much deeper hold towards one side or the other. Like I said, you really need to leverage that, have that security on one side of the map and be able to actually explore elsewhere.
Yeah, and I'm hoping they've learned a couple of lessons and they can start employing them now, because it's getting to that worrying stage where I'm seeing ults really starting to hit for G2, and you touched on the wealth in just that prior round. It is really quite established, considering we're still sitting at a 2-4.
Well, and we've already seen the tour de force from Mary as well, so...
It's got to be a wake-up call for Liquid now. Scoreline still looks fine if they can post a couple more here, but if it keeps going the way it has, G2 so close to that grand final, to lock in that upper bracket spot. So essential, considering how they've already been flexing that map pool. Anyone else walking into them would certainly be feeling at a disadvantage. And once again, a brave attempt.
This is a massive commitment towards mid. This is the sort of thing we did see previously. Shocked I will actually deal with the tripwire, but Daiki posted up on it.
There.
We'll spot Giuliano, but no damage exchanged.
And the 3 players still waiting at the bottom of mid. I think G2 are expecting some aggression off the back of maybe taking some space. And have they felt this out? I hear these steps, so suddenly there's a... And they've just seen Cypher in middle. This should spur on the hit towards B now, and things are going from bad to worse. Bastardo goes down, but Daiki finally finding one. So that's brilliant. Taking down Mimi might give them a shot into playing this one back in. Naxi's still there, Dyke's still there, DRN's still there, but...
Able to set up and
Viper's
secure
Pit.
this post spawn with the Viper's Pit. Hunter's Fury available as well. Mary posted up with the operator outside the ultimate. Actually, the attack come through, yeah. Lucky not to find that kill onto Daiki.
Edging closer. G2 ready to greet them. Nice work, big entry to start with. Petra going down, but Glance is still alive. Glance the one to keep this pit standing. Protection in place, trying to navigate around it to pin towards Mary! Team Liquid! Somehow through the smoke, find the players, find the pressure, get themselves a defuse. I thought that round could have almost been done for, but absolutely not.
That looked sealed, honestly. The fact that even when the recon bolt is dealt with, Petra, unfortunately, hangs around, and I believe Daiki actually just forces the issue, charging into the Viper's Pit. This one slips through G2's fingers. Bastardo completely caught off guard by this double tube exit here.
I really thought the second that actually got found in towards middle on that Cypher, it was done for, because you saw the pace in which they just eyed up that B side, but hey, they'll still fight in them. They still clawed this one back, and they've got a good buy here.
This is sort of like, you watch the minimap every round, it's like, yeah, G2 wants the VOD. They know where the point of weakness is, where they need to manipulate on the map. Actually, Naxi very late towards B site here. Empress will be popped. Bastardo, this time around, we'll actually find one. The operator in hand, Petra will fall. So the next step is here for G2. Again, slow, progressive push here from Mary. Poison Orb over on tunnel here, going to cut off some sight lines. Naxi lucky to get away with her life there, but down to 49 HP.
Bastardo wants to help out, but there's problems. They have no eyes towards middle, still no information on it. There is still players lingering, so it's all on the site now. Mimi does get one, but gets quickly traded out now. Plant going to come in, and Bastardo still has to respect the wall in place. Support now on the way. An attempt at the res, but not to be. Right up, Mary finds them both. Daiki and Nachi now punished.
Teleport's ready.
Now problems for DRN and Bastardo. This cross is being monitored. It's being watched. The young lion herself gonna carry on. Still looking for more. DRN, I think, has to accept defeat on this one.
A little bit of a lack of awareness here of this angle presenting. Again, it's a very aggressive swing from Mary to just take it open towards Archers. But G2 come through and will close out round 8. Put themselves 2 ahead. There's even actually after conceding the first blood. That mid-round looking perfect. Bastardo's just unable to swing that wall. Like I said, desperate to try and help out Naxi, but because of that initial tag from Tunnel, so paranoid of that angle.
Yeah, they're running into some hurdles now. Because again, look at this scoreline. Look at the way the rounds fell down. The first 2 are still the pistol rounds that came in. You see Bastardo dipping in and out, trying to be present, but that's line of sight there for Mary. And then watching this cross. Very present. Not even needing the other 2 players yet to come into effect. Fantastic stuff. But obviously on the other side for Liquid now, they are put in. Ooh, lovely shot from Bastardo. She is making a go at this, Mike.
Yeah.
She is desperately trying for her side.
And this is the comfort pit. We talk about Bastardo on the jet. Giuliano actually might get caught out here. DRN finds the first tag down to 61 for Giuliano. Was potentially trying to find that Naxi. Yeah, doesn't fancy that with the Spectre.
Yeah, but they've lost mid again. It's just the highway to hell here. Naxi has nowhere to really go in. Going to be surrounded, forced out of position. It was inevitable.
Beautiful collapse.
Wall goes back up. These pinches towards the sites have been really nice. And sadly for Bastardo, similar position as before.
Finds the spike though.
That's true, and this is a great reply though. Mimi going to take over that CT site and now leave Bastardo to her own devices. How much more can one player do? Such an attempt so far. Does she have vision on this? Oh, the shot! Bastardo so hyper aware, dashes in. Does she find any more? 15 HP. Oh, she's gone! And it might just be enough of the timing on this. Giuliano
no clue.
playing with her mind. The Soul Reaper herself sitting, waiting over by B main, and Bastardo has to go through the motion. She could be anywhere and still sees nothing. Looks away at Giuliano. The one to define it here. Bastardo made again a valiant attempt at that round.
Heroic attempt at that. And like I said, actually it's Giuliano in that lurk that just leaves Bastardo guessing. And even the plant's not good for Giuliano
No,
there.
it's not.
She has to hold that. Like I said, the timing of actually crossing the pillar there. Giuliano just catching it.
Just want to watch Bastardo's attempt to get this shot here. Beautiful. So very clear. Those positions. And remember, she was a glass cannon at this point. She had 15 HP. No extended fights were allowed. They all had to be that clean. A great attempt, but sadly, the story reads the same. 6 rounds sit with G2 here. And Liquid need a stepping stone, something to set them back in this game.
It reads the same. It's the same concerns as well. In terms of this mid control, G2 definitely aware of what Liquid struggled with previously. And once again, we're left looking for a response from Liquid. How to negate this pressure.
Out of turn.
Mary again, so quickly posted up on this angle. Start around the spy cam adjusted for that very reason.
But I like that they're trying to address middle. Because the problem is, as much as we have seen great hits towards B, it's that mid-pressure. Time and time again, the pinch has been so good. So maybe a little bit of early warning could be very valuable, and they finally have some players on the side. They finally have some support. They finally have bodies here to greet G2. Lovely adjustment coming out from Liquid, and the flank works out well. Giuliano, Soul Reaper herself. This would be a lot. Not gonna happen. Naxi keeps Liquid in this game.
This is what we saw though. Liquid did slip back into these deeper holds, and that necessarily didn't work. Every single time there was something they had to overcome. In this regard, obviously the spy cam spotting out Mary early enough prevents any sort of movement. You've got to play so stationary on B site with Mary getting all the way up towards top mid. Felt a little brute force and ignorance here onto B site from G2. Whether or not now we're going to see any sort of adjustment. Real lack of presence towards A so far in this half for G2. Yeah. I think that all rides on how this engagement towards double doors goes in the early round.
And generally, I've got to say, DRN's been pretty good for it, playing it really well, not overstaying, still doing damage, still staying posted up. Petra going to try and send it, gets it, DRN's down, and now problem starting out for Bastardo. Could be next on the chopping block, does have some support there. Mary trying to clear as she goes. No one in towards Cave, and the flash instantly goes through. No hesitation, no second guessing and on towards the site. Spike not down yet, but
Bastarda!
Bastarda out of nowhere, I think that was just straight through the wall. And another, no, not this time, Mimi. Stemming the bleed, allowing for the plant to come in and securing the site.
Spike planted.
It's late flank coming through though. Trap obviously disabled so far, so Daiki in a position to really get something done. He actually spotted though the rifle barrel, and Glance will punish.
And now the other two trying to work their way back in from CT. There's still one prowling on the side, that's gonna be Mimi.
A Glance is sat on lineups already. So even here, Natty gonna find one first sent out already.
Oh,
Actually, even
dear.
here,
Yeah.
not even sure if this is gonna work. There's no poison orb on the spike.
No, there's not. 3, 2,
She
1.
falls.
There it is. Does go down to it. Naxi falling in the end. And G2 carry on forward. Hadn't seen much of that A site. You noted it finally off the back of a little bit of information play. The ult coming through from Petra. It was time to commit.
A great follow-up from Petra as well. As soon as I think DRN spotted over towards the right side of site, Bastarda did actually
I
find
don't know, they
both
got
of
the
those
two
through.
there, yeah. Wow.
But Petra, bang on the money with that Hunter's Fury to close out. Like I said, maybe G2's big win condition here towards A is that engagement towards double doors, right?
Yeah.
Bastarda's been pretty much absent since then. This time around on the map though, DRN stacked up once again. We did see a couple of flash plays with the two of them early on.
And it looks like Giuliano just, again, a little bit of brute force to it. Testing the early utility. Does eventually back away from it, but that's going to ring some alarm bells. But it looks like they're going to try and maybe punish some of these rotations this time instead. Looking over towards A cave, that might be the case.
They've got to be aware of Bastarda doing this a couple of rounds now.
Yeah, I think someone died towards mid. Not maybe it was Mary lingering around. There's been a couple of instances. These are some good audio cues to note where they're at. They can work off the back of this. I do wonder. Anyone's in audio range. Does Bastarda just hold? Because they're working in through double door. This actually could be a really good position. Playing back in from Bastarda if they can still do some damage on the way. Flash from DRN, playing by Yellow. Not gonna be the one to find it. It's Bastarda. There it is. This is the danger. They've lost control of Cave, and now they have to win back some part of this map. Putting it down into just two hands. Mimi one and Giuliano the other. They fought and won towards CT. Spike still down though, not planted. So many angles to worry about here.
Problem being Giuliano's way out in the open here. Naxi, they create so much pressure. That's actually Bastarda. They still think she's in main.
Still got the flash to play. Bastarda, perfect timing. Giuliano now gives away the game. 13 seconds. Has to make a move. Has to do something. Can't get back for that spike and plant. 5 seconds now. Time dwindling, and it's done. Team Liquid giving themselves maybe just a little bit of hope here. Just enough to go into that second half.
Absolutely, and G2 constantly pressuring in the right areas. So Liquid being tested once again. Bastarda having a fantastic half though. Even in some of these deathmatch style rounds, able to hold her own, Lauren.
Yeah, absolutely. Bastarda being the saving grace in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really trying to keep things together, digging deeper than I expected in a couple of these moments. Hey, against a weaker side, you would have seen them falling to this. You'd have seen more clutches, more damage, almost pulling off the unthinkable a couple of times and getting it to this scoreline that is doable. It is not perfect, but it's manageable. At 5-7, G2 are in the lead, but just barely. Let's find out from the desk if they think it's enough for Liquid.
Was that you in the crowd? Did you just get back from there?
I don't know, like I was listening to that, I was like, oh my god, I don't have those lungs.
I've seen you do that. But Heather, you know, looking at that round, it was so close again, just like map 1.
Yeah, it was really close. It was good to see Team Liquid doing just enough to make this interesting in the second half. However, I think that G2 is going to be pretty comfortable with the rounds they have. They were winning the majority of their 4v5s, including this one in round 8. They've had some really nice post plans here, utilizing the ults, cycling them appropriately. We'll take a look at this round here. After Glance gets the ult, I believe, the plant, her ult's going to pop up here. Oh wait, sorry, wrong. That doesn't pop up. It was the very 2K here when we had the collapse.
Beautiful collapse,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. And it was Mimi's ult to get them into the site. So really nice post-plant holds here.
I think that we're seeing a lot of what we saw in map 1. We see a lot of operator plays being super heavy in the result of the round. Of course, we have these flashy rounds that we knew could happen between these two teams, but I think there's still a lot on the line. This is a very close score. Watch out, because I think it was Team Liquid getting that pistol. And if you think about gun rounds, that's only 3 of them. So we'll see how that advances moving into the next half. Now, Team Liquid is going to be in the attack, and if you take a look at your screen right now, you are seeing a heat map of where on their match against Fennel, they planted the spike. You say 9 plants out of the 10 rounds that they played. So they're very focused on getting that spike down and then working from them. 6 plants, 6 of the plants were on A and 3 of them were on B. Now it's time for G2 to make that decision and actually figure out, are we going to give them the space as well? Because they look very crisp on those post plants, winning 7 out of those 9.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting here from Team Liquid. We know that they like to get a lot pretty aggressive on their post plants, but they're going to get the spike down quickly, and we're going to be interested to see how they defend.
Yeah, I can't wait to see which team is going to come out on top, because once again, a grand final spot is on the line, and also nobody wants to drop into the lower bracket here. Pansy and Hypok, let's take us through the rest of this map.
Yeah, let's do it. 5-7 though, Mike. Leading into this half now, looking at what we've seen from Liquid, is it enough collectively? We've seen enough from Best Starter, right? We've seen that she is absolutely on the money, but I need to see the rest of the team as well.
As I say, it was actually Naxi and Daiki that really came alive in their attacking half, and that was really the turning of the tides, right? The previous showing on Breeze, Liquid looks as if they were just dragging themselves through some of these round victories. The second, like I said here with this stat, Liquid have a 68% attacking round win rate on Breeze. They look so much more comfortable. Not really playing reactively. They're not kind of in that recovery mode that we've questioned just how safe it is. So coming into this, I mean, even here, numerically, yes. But Daiki and Naxi had so much impact on that attacking side. And Bastarda, obviously, different conversation already. She continued to excel.
She did. So we go back in on the half. It is grand final spot on the line, and the lowers waiting for the loser. Big information. Mimi readying the flash though. Giuliano ahead of it, already going to find one. DRN going down, and the flash is good, but no one going to swing through it. No one going to play ahead of it because the perfect positioning from Mimi. Going to punish Naxi on the way back through, but the spike does get planted. So Liquid at least having it on their side, but somehow Mimi is going unchecked in this. Petra doing the damage with the shock darts, and Daiki and Naxi better do something.
Shit, Naxi already playing towards the Snakebite lineup here, almost just leaving Daiki to deal with it. Will fall. Actually, it's way too late here.
Yeah, it's already over half.
And even the poison orb's not on it.
Yeah, it's not good enough this time. An attempt was made, but a fumble there.
Yeah, and again, this is absolutely fine if you have the bodies on site to really run that clock down. But again, maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. There was so much pressure on site from Mimi and Giuliano as well that they can't really run out and plant on, you know, the attacking side of pyramids here. So I'm not sure if this is a miscommunication. Okay, must be nice. Saw Giuliano kind of struggling with the first one. Didn't actually swing off the flash initially, but that's how she finds the opener. Gets herself that over here with the Sheriff on the pistol.
Let's go. Golf clap. 5-8. Buy comes in. 4 Bulldogs, 1 Spectre. So no messing around here. No light purchases really at all. And on the other side, we do see a small investment. The Sheriff's Marshall. But for Liquid, I need to see them really come out swinging here soon. I need to see damage. I need to see all those little factors that make it look like it could be a good half, because little mistakes like that can really build into this. So I'm hoping to see them stabilize now.
Mary actually with a swing. I'm not sure if the spike cam was dealt with there. Liquid will drift towards B site. Petra's also positioned. No pressure towards mid either, so Mary can pretty much post up on this angle. Unless anybody slips through elbow. So you're going to get the arrow off ahead of this knife as well. So big information.
One enemy remaining.
Petra with the cleanup.
Yeah, very sharp, very clean. Exactly what they need. No real big danger. Yes, Mary did fall, but that's fine. They still have the support system there. Actually, this would be a lot. Maybe find another. But Giuliano wants to close this down. It looks like, yeah, the double swing, and a third was there in case needed. G2 eyeing up that 10th round, gets that one step closer here to those grand finals.
Yeah, have to see an answer back from Liquid here for it to feel a little more comfortable. Light shield scattered across, actually even with the plant at the first. Some of those sheriffs. Mary with the accidental kill on the second there for DRN. Feels really bad. Yeah, minimal risk here on the side of G2.
Oh, I'm nervous for him. I'm actually nervous for them. It's the light armor, it's the rifles, it's going to be whatever they can scramble together into this. And it's got to make it count, right? At 5-9, if you don't convert this, you feel that G2's just pushing it further and further. Liquid though, straight on towards the site. Yes, mid-presence, obviously quick TP, and Mary right back into the dart.
Mary's
Get the info.
Mary's TP was actually on broken wall here, so punished with that recon.
Lovely stuff. Post plant quickly set up. Let's see where this really leans towards. 2 through elbow, 1 towards middle, and 1 CT. Big information on towards that back pillar, but still, Daiki, the first one to get that real test swing from Naxi to save her. But she falls. Both of them fall. And it's starting to become worse for wear. Bastarda completely blind. Naxi and Daiki, the last two alive, to try and hold on to this one. It is desperate as Glance is now getting towards the side, but time beginning to tick. And they just about stay alive.
By the skin of their teeth.
Jeez.
I'm not sure if Naxi's kind of trying to early commit back towards this post-plant position with the snake bites, but all nearly went totally wrong outside B main. Even what we're crediting G2 for, this felt so risky in terms of the setup. Even the Bastarda posted up on the backside here, just completely caught off guard by this pop flash from Mimi. Regardless, the first on the board here in the second half.
That's what they needed. Round by round. Gotta draw this one back. Now we can see if they pass the test against the operator. Potentially a different look. We saw how different they looked when Bastarda had that to hand in the previous maps. Now we get to see that look here.
Grant's actually holding on to the wall here, potentially for this retake towards A if Mary does fall. This should be a big indicator here with the Owl Drone. And the Viper wall being invested. Mary has to respect that knife. Doesn't want to hang around, taking no risks, but finds the kill regardless.
Straight through the wall, I'm pretty sure. Didn't have any vision on that. Spray and pray, Giuliano.
Down A.
Gonna find DRN. And a little early on the peak back out there, but actually this is tricky and Mimi wants to get amongst them. Hunter's Fury feels futile at this point, but Naxi is gonna find Mimi, so maybe a 3v2, maybe. Something off at the drop of the wall. Terrible timing for it. It's Daiki now in a 1v3.
Glance posted back up on default as well. Mary holding that angle with the operator. Imagining the swing comes through on her vision. Actually giving up the angle. Just for a second there, but confirmation regardless.
Gives her the first step in the door at least, but the problem is the angles. They're so favorable, but trying to thread the timing gets a little closer. Daiki
no way.
Not giving up on this just yet. That's Mary dead. Needs to find 2 more. 1 to the left, 1 to the right.
Oh.
Impossible. Glance is the one to put him to 10. G2 now. Double digits achieved.
She actually could come back into this, well, 1 rifle in the hands of Nachi initially. Not sure if they're going to reconsider this purchase. But G2 looking really comfortable as well in terms of this ultimate cycle. And previously, actually, knowing that Liquid are trying to plant for this lineup, the spam from Juliana just in anticipation of that open plant spot. Even saw on the heat map previously, it was over to the right side, a safer plant there. The punish there initially, DRN trying to just go for that and dip out. And like you said, the Hunter's Fury a little behind the curve with no solid information on, you know, G2 are being forced into the open and, you know, I'm going to force this player out for you to punish. The wall's up. Naxi hasn't really got the sightlines to do anything on the back of that.
And you've got about, what, 25 seconds now to try and muster something together with very little money, maybe for the rest of the game. I'm a little worried about that tipping point. We haven't even seen the timeout from G2 called yet. I'm pretty sure they're still sitting on everything they need.
Indicators like the smoke being the only thing invested from Glance, sat super deep on B. it's just confidence from G2. They don't feel pressured so far, and they're not taking any risks. They don't have to. They're winning out. Mary, again, shutting things down after she respects that knife. Like I said, it's the awareness to come away and not give Liquid any opportunity to find these openings.
Yeah, maybe some of the teams have been playing a little bit more freely towards it, giving those chances, because we've seen what can happen. Team Liquid, if they are given those chances to get into the rounds, they are fabulous at it. They are fantastic. Bastarda already kind of highlighting that Daiki as well a couple of rounds. We have seen that damage coming in, but I think we are seeing G2 getting into that final form here. There's a broken buy going to come into this round, and it looks quite simplistic towards A here.
Bastarda straight up double doors though. Trying to pressure towards Glance, but plays her life effectively. Does finding a Mimi though, just tapping away from stairs with that Guardian. Not be able to actually flash here for Glance to swing onto it, but and not necessary to take any risks here.
Oh. Very nice. 4 more of those, please. Let's see if you got it in your Naxi. Lovely, okay.
Oh, okay.
3 more. Put in my request. Still got a chance here to do plenty of damage. No flank coming in anytime soon. So Naxi does have a fair bit of play on this. I think G2 now are looking a little more regimented. Fear of God being struck into them here. Spike down, and Naxi gonna get a little closer. They don't know how close she's gotten. But Petra, unfazed by it. The first 2 were lovely. Not gonna discredit that, but still, the round is G2's. And Liquid needs to start it now, Mike. This is where it's gotta happen for them. Otherwise, G2 make it a 12. And it ain't just map point, it's match point.
Stack of ults available for Liquid here. Everything but the Hunter's Fury. So, best possible opportunity here. Oh, the second from Mimi's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Spike down A.
Cut to the Glance B-roll.
Yeah. Oh,
on the flip side, though,
one.
on the flip side, G2, thank you. G2 just one off the Tour de Force and the Hunter's Fury for the full house. Delayed peek here, but Operator posted up on Tube.
They're challenging Mary.
Yeah.
And she ain't backing away just yet. Stuck around for a second, does eventually fall off, and you're right, respecting that timing. We've seen that a couple of times now. Mimi, though, the one to pick up the slack here.
And actually, Mary to come back. They're posted up on the angle. You can see the ping on the minimap.
Flash in, turns it. Not really forced away too far. Being careful. Do they get that freebie to start with? Mary's getting curious again.
This is it where we test what we talked about, right? Do G2 give Liquid this opportunity? Do they re-swing onto this?
Now they're forcing him to try and fight for this. And there's going to be the Headhunter coming out. Bastarda overwhelms Mary. Lovely play. Filtering through towards middle, but this is all going to be heard. So Petra now positions herself, but gets pinched. Deals with one towards main, quick spin towards tunnel. Has to fall away towards broken, spots out another. Trying to buy precious seconds, do a little bit of chip damage, but it ain't enough, DRN. Brute forces their way in. Spike did get lost, that has to be picked back up, but still the final 2 players are pretty far off.
On this angle pretty early on, Mimi's going to be the first to swing it. Good information now. Liquid need to hold back. You look at the credits, they have to hold on to as much money as possible here if they want to try and mount this comeback starting in round 18. I think Mimi and Glance are going to respect it. Just try and hold on to the Operator. Yeah, actually on the flip side, I think Mary would be in a position to purchase. I think Tour de Force was...
It wasn't far off, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it was 1 or 2 off.
Yeah.
I think Petra should have the Hunter's Fury as well. A little bit of investment here, though. Viper's Pit off the rip from Glance, and actually no command here to try and get the retake going. Okay, well, I think G2 probably want to hold on to the Operator more than Liquid want to continue to apply this pressure.
Yeah, not worth the chase with those funds. Liquid not done yet. They're still alive. 7. Mike, they've made it. At least with 4 players standing, right? A couple of these issues we're talking about, their money starting to look rough, but they do have the ult starting to hit here. They're starting to have a couple of these elements coming through for themselves.
There's actually all 3 ultimates invested on the other side for G2. They do come out with Tour de Force and the Hunter's Fury. Beautiful on the second there from DRN.
All right, if there's any
Can
chance.
they build upon that now, especially with 2 Sheriffs coming into this for G2? We have to buy in the next. Obviously, Mary saving the Operator, having the Tour de Force available as well. It's a big offset. First time really Liquid have shown presence towards Tube, and it was heavy, heavy focus. Unfortunately, Mimi and Mary not able to counter that.
Oh, the timing on this, though. Glance has gone all the way down here, DRN. That's your danger player gone as well. That's the operator removed. Now, Glance.
Does Glance wrap back into shop?
I don't know. And the timing's interesting to me here
This
because
is so weird.
finding some I'm glad we were in free cam for once.
Oh, it was DRN that found it.
Yeah, out of it. Oh god. Ooh, this round is not pretty. This isn't pretty, Valorant. If we could skip the replay, I'd appreciate it. Petra and Mimi, last two to find any sort of damage here, but you've got to say, Liquid winning some very unorthodox fights, but you'll take them when you're in this position. You're not going to question it too much.
Petra's been rock solid though. What damage can she do on the way in here? Will be revealed. Atsi going to shoot the knife. That's not going to be anything this time around. DRN, another solid round from her. Potentially get Liquid their 8th bar. Any heroics from Mimi will find the first. The light shield, the flash actually in this round. The G2 did kind of try and hold on to some funds. Just waiting for anything Liquid are happy to give away.
Yeah. Nasty little aimers, Mimi. And I think Liquid know better than this.
Yes, yeah.
I think they're
They
well
probably
aware.
saw the Mimi highlight package from earlier on in the week.
Yeah, probably best to not go for it. And if they can exit as 4, keep that money in a really nice spot. They actually might have a shout at this game. And again, weird round though. I think we all saw that for what it was. Bit strange, odd timings coming through. Messy shots coming out from Glance, for example, but good positioning here and there. And there we go. Mimi will eventually be removed. So that rifle does not make its way over. We do still have that ult in play for Mary if she feels like she needs it, but still on the other side, Liquid far more versed in that form.
Definitely G2 actually going to pump the brakes here.
There we go.
I think the opener here onto Mary, not an awful lot she can do. We talked about previously, or credited her previously. For really showing discipline in terms of these opening peaks. I said the RN starting to heat up though. Like I said, Daiki having a quiet first half, but and that trend continues.
I hope you're stressed.
Are you very stressed?
Go down. No, I'm pretty.
Oh, you've got a shoe off.
They don't know that at home. They don't know that.
Well, they do now.
You're horrible, you are. Just gonna leave that out.
Well, I have no response to that.
No, you're a nasty man. I'm trying to be comfortable here, Michael, because we're not given chairs. All right, we're given timeouts, tech timeouts, no chairs.
Back on this again.
Don't start with me. It's been a long day.
This is tech. This is not tech.
For now. Just you wait. Look what you've done. Look what you've done. Made this happen. 8 rounds, though, in the pocket of Liquid. And I do want to highlight, this is one of those swing rounds. This is one that could give them access back into this game. Let's see if it's the one that they can do it on. This would be 9 for them. G2 somewhat halted here. Some weird rounds, but rounds nonetheless.
And Liquid haven't really had to rely on any of these ultimates either in the last couple of rounds. Looks like it might even be a set piece towards B here with that snakebite lineup. Recon as well. Actually, a little bit of a pace change here. Immediately though, G2 send 2 towards elbow. Giuliano and Mary, they might even catch the Aldrone here.
Oh, the timing. Now, last time around, I think it was Daiki who dealt with both of these players when they went for this pinch coming through from elbow.
But Naxi did overstep. That was the concern previously.
Just Fury. Gonna have the info on 1. Getting the tag. 2 tags, I believe.
Yeah.
Giuliano chomping at the bit as well. Wanted to get into this one. 2 players stuck here. Oh, and the spray's good from Mary. Finds 2, not the 3rd this time. Naxi sharp as hell.
Spike down.
And now we're in a 2v2. The spike's still not planted. The Hunter's Fury being so disruptive to this plan. Glance towards CT, Mimi roaming towards elbow, and the 2 players for Liquid halting.
Discipline once again. Glance not over-peaking here, but the paranoia building about Mimi's positioning. She's all the way over towards the tunnel. They're trying to stack up here. Glance going to find the headshot. That's Spike noted.
Oh no. Now Naxi's in a world of trouble. Wants to find this fight on CT if she can. Spike down. Tunnel. Be the next target. Sprays and gets it.
30 seconds left.
Did they note Mimi? I still don't think they know about Mimi. It was a
Beautiful shot from Mimi to close it out.
really nice. I'd love to see it from that perspective because, man, that was quick as anything.
A similar problem once again, though. It's Naxi that kind of receives that pressure towards window. Straight away, Mary and Giuliano. No fear whatsoever.
Look at this. Oof.
Beautiful transfer as well, even with a wallbang. Naxi did her best.
Wow.
2 sharp responses here.
Made something of it.
Said Mimi, able to reposition effectively. And that's 12 on the board for G2. Still got some ultimates here for Liquid. Still got some money in the bank as well. You heard it right there, the tour de force online here. Mary's going hunting.
Oh,
Punish,
there
though.
it is. Perfect. He denies. Now the spike is still committing towards that A site a little, but still, a 5v4 is the dream. This is a start they could build off of, but look at G2 posted close. They haven't seen this yet. Stuck in the corner. Do they go through the motions to check this? Are they diligent enough? She's going to hear this. Does she consider going ahead? No, plays patiently. Again, didn't get checked on. Now Glance pulls the trigger, denies Bastarda. That's your headhunter, your superstar gone for Liquid. Mimi, again, waiting for that next layer of contact potentially as Glance is still alive. She's yet to be pressured out of here. Finally has to get away. Finally falls off this and still stays alive.
That's Giuliano elsewhere, struggling to find this kill. Onto Nachi in the back lines. Nachi tagged up down to 30 HP. A 4v4 though. He's going to be able to recover from this position. Glance down to just 47 as well. That's just Fury. We'll actually find Glance off the rip.
But Mimi, they still don't know about Mimi. And she's still standing here. Great trade for Naxi. Spike's still in play. They can get this down. Viper's Pit's going on. Okay.
Does Petra walk this?
Petra's
I know
trying
that's
to.
going to give it away.
That's so good, but they weren't expecting it so quick. Daiki, fantastic turn. Petra's gone down and Giuliano was left on 30. Unable to get herself healed up just yet. They'll have an idea, but how much so? One Lear ain't enough. Daiki with the heroics this time. I was worried when Bastarda fell, but Daiki picking up those reins and keeping Liquid in this match. 3 still standing.
Just about everything burnt out now for Liquid in terms of the ultimates. And G2 back down to just Sheriffs here.
30 seconds left.
Mary digging so deep on mid to try and find that opener with the tour de force. Daiki fired up. I called it out at halftime. She really looked electric in the second half previously. And continuing to do so here. A little bit of a bankroll developed here, actually, for Liquid. G2 have to ride this out, like I said, with Sheriffs. Or a Sheriff. I wanted to take too many risks here. Mary with the headhunter as well, though. Exploring mid once again.
This should be the round for Mary to do a lot with, but looking to be disruptive. We're seeing a default here for Liquid. Leaving a little bit of room towards middle. There is that gap
Nobody looking
in
this
play.
way from Cannon, though.
Does make me a little worried here, because that's 2 players very vulnerable now.
Droning from deep as well. Daiki's dead here.
And all about timing. Yeah, absolutely. Dead as anything buried. Mary gonna slip away into the night as well, fall off this. Doesn't need to give up too much. Quite indicative, but maybe by the wrong idea. But they've still had that contact towards A, so they've got a good idea of what's going on. They can have 3 players here now.
Bastardo going to get ahead of that snake bite. Try and pressure on the backside of this wall here. Mimi already down the backside of Tube. And Nachi's not there holding it right now. Needs to hightail it towards Spawn. Bastardo going to find a nice headshot though. Yeah, will pick up Mimi. Great timing on that.
Yeah, okay. A lot of the threats have been dealt with now. Mary and Giuliano, the last 2 alive, and maybe I've underestimated them a little bit here. Giuliano looking for it, not going to get it. Bastarda safe per hands, double digits now for Liquid. Fighting back into this game.
Not giving up just yet. And this is awkward as well. I have to see exactly what is left in the tank for G2 here. I'm talking about the finances. No command available. 1 away from that Viper's Pit. Nothing else within touching distance. We'll get the operator in the hands of Mary. Like I said, if Liquid win out here, it's like we might see an overtime.
So much discipline being shown, so much resilience from Liquid being shown, but Giuliano could not care less. A Lear and a frag, and it's the start that G2 wanted. Play it to the good now, 5v4.
That's Bastarda down as well. It's so impactful in the second half. Trying to secure this B site hold here. Aldron going to come through. DRN actually going to find one onto Mary here. Mimi with a response.
It's starting to get scrappy, Mike.
Yeah, very scrappy.
Yep,
2 or 3
pressure.
fights going on elsewhere on the map.
Starting to show. Glance still cool, calm, collected. Giuliano daring someone to try and cross and get to Glance, but the bodyguard's on duty. DRN still on their knees. It is 2 standing. Daiki closing in. They're trying to get towards Glance. Glance has finally confirmed that kill. That did go through. Giuliano leans on in. And now the 1v2 for Naxi. It's all on the line. Grand finals calling for G2. Popsio and Naxi trying to play to the timing. All now drops. Where is Giuliano? Gone! Makes the appearance. And G2 make it to the grand finals, feeling destined for it. From the very start of this event, until this moment here in front of us, it's always been G2 in the grand finals now.
And a crucial round when we're talking about actually how the economy could slip right through G2's fingers there and almost be forced into a very uncomfortable position, staring down the barrel of overtime. But shout out once again, Mary, doing absolute wonders for G2 as well. Mimi picking up the slack from that map one. We talked about a slow start to the series today. So much impact here on Breeze.
Yeah, I think the whole squad from G2 forced to go a little deeper here, forced to really show some of the game plan, being pushed on Breeze. Liquid bringing a great game in the end, waking up finally. It was a quiet start, eventually got there, but started doing great. Naxi, Daiki with a couple of rounds, but you've got to give credit where it's due. From the first map to the second, the resilience, the focus shown by G2 has been above and beyond.
Yeah, and it came down to a couple of those rounds we talked about that was the concern for Liquid, right? Where it slipped into a little more fast and loose, a little puggy, and this is even with Giuliano having a quiet map here on Breeze, applying the pressure, constantly addressing the right parts of the map, and even in that first half, think about that buddy system with Mary. Just how quickly G2 were happy to focus on mid. Like I said, they knew where that chink in the armor was, and they weren't afraid to exploit it.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to watch, especially looking towards Mary here as that young gun coming in. I do hear that Zaz is in the audience watching over this as well, and
that's got to be nice as well.
As said, seeing that combination, if Giuliano's not having that huge pop-off game, still doing her role, you've got Mary doing it, you've got Mimi doing it. They have that roster now that's all together, all in line for it, and it's fantastic to see the talent coming through for this team. And in this map, again, Glance, a little bit of a quiet hero at times. So those opening games, she had some fantastic series kind of leading the forefront.
For sure, yeah. And in terms of some of the rounds where actually she's just hard anchoring a site. Talk about some of the confidence, actually just sit very deep towards B, not even invest that wall, and actually just sitting full retake, just playing information on one side of the map. Again, causing problems on the attack as well, time and time again. That started over through a couple of her highlights here. Fantastic performance here on Breeze.
And what a fantastic team Liquid is. I mean, they've had some incredibly hard runs and hard games into this point. A lot of 2-1 results coming in for them, showing that they have that ability to dig deep and push some of the best in the world. I can't wait to see what else they can bring still in. Oh no, they're having fun. They're having fun. Look at that. Now, you got to say, like, for me, in my mind, Liquid put up a great performance. I don't want to kind of take this completely away from them. They pushed. I'd say they pushed
G2 on the other side of this series, right? Again, that's no small task. Even though we talked about it being laboured to get here, to even have the opportunity to now drop down and have an opportunity to reset post G2. I mean, it's a wake-up call, yes, but G2 are no slouches.
No, they're not. And you face G2 in some of their best maps. Anyway, speaking of G2, it is the in-zone MVP down below us here. Scan the QR code, give us your thoughts. Glance, Mary, Mimi, where are you going?
I'll give it to Mimi, stepping up on that second map again, being the driving force as well. And that actually follows previously with Breeze, where she was so impactful in that support role, but also individually. The mechanics on display for Mimi, time and time again, super impressive.
See, I appreciate that. I am a Mimi fan, can't doubt it, but I've got to go for Mary. After that ace that brought them back in that first map, individual heroics that boosted them up, I'll go for that, but I think it's a fair shout either way. I mean, so much to be said about this roster. But the beauty is that we have an analyst desk to do some of that heavy work for us, that hard lifting. We just had the joy of watching the game. So brilliant work from G2. It'll be the grand finals for them. But for now, for us, we're going to go back to the desk.
be relaxing and chilling, and the loser, they're gonna have to fight through the lower brackets where C9Y and Shopify are both currently waiting.
Beautiful cleanup.
Confidence builders there for DRN, and you want to see these players feel comfortable on the stage.
Mary with the headhunter, and they're going to find one.
Mary, incredible work, and one more to find. I don't predict the timing on this one, but the defuse, they can't stop it in time. This has been wondrous from Mary. No mercy shown, but Starter wants in and doesn't get it. Petra this time, big denial.
Let's go. G2 just flipping the script in overtime.
To disrupt our expectations in map 1.
You are my fire, the one desire.
And G2 mostly in control here. Glad.
Oh
no. And now they have to win back some part of this map, putting it down into just 2 hands. Mimi one and Giuliano the other.
That's funny. Mimi though, just tapping away from stairs.
And G2 make it to the grand finals, feeling destined for it.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. G2, they are in the grand finals. But before we talk about that, Heather, can I just say, Mary knows who the Backstreet Boys are?
I'm so impressed. I was thinking the same thing. Now I don't feel like as old as I actually am.
Honestly, a shout out to the G2 girls for giving her a proper education. You guys might be wondering where Kakuka is. I'm going to let you guys know a secret. She's actually been taking some engraving lessons in the off-season, and she told me that she's going to go preemptively edge G2 Gozen's name onto that trophy. She snuck off.
She's been fangirling EMEA all day. I wouldn't expect anything less.
Hold on. Oh, okay, no, never mind. So production core in time, she's been stopped from doing that, but she is currently standing by with Petra in the Verizon post-match interview.
Yeah, exactly, Yinsu. They caught me in time, and now apparently I have to do an interview with Petra. Congratulations on the win, first of all. Amazing the dominance that we've been seeing coming from you girls. First question, let's look back at that Ascent, because that is the map that we actually saw you drop against C9Y. Yeah. There was a lot of mistakes, so tell me about how you managed to fix them in time for today.
We kind of did a little bit of tweaking. We know what our problems were. We still have apparently some problems, as you could tell, because it was really close, and I think it shouldn't have been this close. So we're gonna fix it, and like we always do, we have always one map we struggle on in the event. We fix it and we beat everyone on it.
You talk about maps that you struggle in. There are some that you're not struggling at all. Let's talk a little bit about Breeze. Did you expect coming into the tournament that you were going to make it your home ground, or are you just going with it? Because we've seen you pick it a couple of times already.
Yeah, we actually been for a long time really comfortable on Breeze, and for this event, if they're gonna ban one of our other maps, we still have another good map, so for us it's not a problem, you know.
Okay, we like that, we like that. Another very important question. We know that SAS has been in the public today. How does it feel to have someone go in from teammate to fan and have her cheering for you?
I mean, it's great. I didn't even, we can just hear everyone screaming, especially Zaz, she's amazing, she's hyping everyone up, and she's always been like this. Also in our team, she's always giving us a good atmosphere, so we really like the support. It's amazing.
Also, does Mary actually know who the Backstreet Boys are?
Yeah, Mary knows a lot of songs actually from old school times. Yeah.
Good education. You're talking also about surprises, maybe other maps that you have prepared. Any other cheeky compositions that you would like to bait?
Maybe no. I don't know. I can't say anything about that.
Okay, you've managed to secure your spot in the final, but imagine that you could choose who you want to face off against. Do you want to go back against with C9 White, maybe Team Liquid again, or do you want a fresh face with Shopify Rebellion?
Well, we beat one of those really good teams, but Shopify we haven't faced yet, so I think to make a point we should face them and beat them too.
Okay, we love that. Well, the last thing I have to say to you is that you're insane.
You're insane.
In the head.
True.
Okay, thank you very much, Petra. We'll see you in a couple of days. And now back to the desk to close up today.
Thank you very much, Kakuka and Petra there. Now, I'm really glad that Kakuka asked Petra about Zaz, because one of the reasons that G2 made it here was on points. And some of those points they wouldn't have gotten if they didn't have Zaz. I feel like Zaz deserves a part of this success just as much as they do.
Yeah, of course. She started this year with them. She really handed the torch over to Mary. She built the roster. She's been with these players before. So, she's really that sixth player there, and, maybe she'll share part of that trophy.
If they do end up winning, I'm being very presumptuous here. I want Zaz on stage with that trophy lift.
I
want to
so.
see it.
Oh, right. It's just fitting. It's just fitting. She came over with them from CS, and she helped build them into the team they are now today.
Yeah, well, let's quickly talk about the last map first before we move on, because G2, they chose this one, and you heard from Petra there as well how confident they are on Breeze. Did you expect the result to be like that in the end? Because for a second, I thought we were going to go to overtime.
It was a little closer than we expected, and Petra just said in the interview, she said, yeah, it does seem like we do have a few issues, but what we're good at is identifying those, fixing them, and coming back later. So the nice thing here is they've got another day to rest and then fix those mistakes.
Yeah, they do indeed. But also, I think this bodes well, somewhat well for Team Liquid. They do have a second chance in that lower bracket. Kakuka, it's not over just yet for them.
Oh, lovely to speak here back on the desk. I was just running from the interview. I spotted the trophy though. But yeah, as you're saying, the only good thing about this match is that we do not have a real loser, because this was not an elimination match. We talked about the Team Liquid that bounces back, that comes back stronger. This is what we need to see now in the lower bracket. And remember, it's going to be one of those NA teams, and they still have to battle between them.
Also, what a winning moment there as well. You can really see the emotions of what it meant to them.
Yeah, almost a bit of relief at a point. They saw that Team Liquid was bringing it closer, but at the end, they were able to get up and take a breath.
I mean, this is what we spoke about when it comes to G2. When the tough gets going, they are able to just close games out. I think if it was a different team, maybe it would have gone to OT.
Oh yeah, completely. That is the kind. There are so many rounds that just by individual plays, you'd be like, oh my god, they can take you outside individually, like player by player. Just imagine that Glance has like 3 rounds in a row that they go on the hunt over her. With any other team, that would have been definitely the result, being like shutting down and just, I cannot do this. With G2, no, I don't think so.
Yeah. Speaking of Glance, she was up for the chance of maybe grabbing the in-zone player of the match today. Of course, it was down to you guys at home. Before the break, we asked you to vote, and you voted for Mary this time. I think very, very well deserved.
One thing that I love is I think that for this year, we had Mimi as MVP of the entirety of Game Changers EMEA, the 2 times that they won. And I love to see that support's still there, but that everybody is coming together to support and to give all the love that Mary deserves, not only for being so young, but for also changing her role and fitting so well in a team that needed that piece that was missing.
And what's incredible too is they were losing that momentum. Things were falling away from them, and you'd think usually that's where the veterans stand out, and Julia had some great moments, but like Mary just pulling out that ace in the first map, like that's what needed, that pumped the fire back into the team.
I feel like she's a Zoomer occupying like a Boomer's body,
Well, clearly, she knows the Backstreet Boys, so.
I can't believe that's considered Boomer. Anyway, I feel so old, but you spoke a little bit about Juliana here. I believe we do have her in the HyperX Reflex of the day. This goes back a while for her sweet 3K here in round 12 of Ascent. Kakuka, again, this set the pace for the rest of the game.
Yeah, exactly. You see that she has used the wall already to segment how much and the pressure that she was getting. And just thanks to that, she managed to create a catwalk for the players of Liquid to just walk onto right in front of her crosshair.
It was incredible. Like every pause, reset moment, change of momentum. It was like that pistol round, the start of overtime, the end of this match. It was always Juliano.
It was indeed. And we're going to see Juliano again on Sunday, of course, in the grand finals. But we're down to just 4 teams. We've got Shopify. They're going to be taking on Cloud9 White. And the winner of that will face Team Liquid, which means, we said this earlier, the top 3 of the first ever Game Changers champions is going to be represented by 3 different regions, no matter what.
That's fitting. That's so exciting. It's the regions that have been most talked about. It's the regions that have really deep talent pool. So to even get here, you had to work your ass off to get to this point.
Oh yeah, completely. I think that tomorrow is going to be a very, very intense day. Also, I feel like we've been giving G2 Ghosts too many off days, you know? Like, they played on the first one,
They
then they got
earned
like...
it.
Yeah, definitely. They come, they perform, and we're like, okay, Queens, okay, see you whenever you want. We'll be here waiting.
I mean, they are going to be the team that everyone wants to be. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be a massive day. Make sure you come back and join us to find out who is going to be making that grand final alongside G2 Gozen. Again, we're going to be starting with C9Y versus Shopify tomorrow. Yeah, come back and we'll see you then.
The stakes of the next match are pretty simple. Win, and your dream of earning the championship stays alive. Lose, and you go home. Please welcome Shopify Rebellion and X10 Sapphire to the stage.
Flash is already through, but unfortunately caught with utility in their hands. Muffin lands with 2, and Neverbit just drops once again for Shopify. What a nice pulse plan hold by Shopify.
Clean kills there for KP as well.
Satchel not allowing JD to push out. She goes for the unhand throw. It's a 2 versus 1. Make that even 1. It's now at halfway off the spike, and we're going into a second OT. This looks really good for Shopify Rebellion to win this in OT, 16-14. Shopify Rebellion to clean things up in this second round.
I love how you whip that thing.
Both defenders together.
And it works out. The C's, but Fireball still gets 4 kills.
Let's go.
Oh my god, the A side for a bit until Benita's up there, and that's just a solid hold for Shopify Rebellion.
Nice shots.
That refreshes on that kill.
Wow.
Gets another one, and the fourth looking for the ace, and she's gonna get it to seal the deal for Shopify Rebellion, winning that map 13-6.
Wow. What a treat we have on our hands. One team who are perpetually in the lower bracket and another we never seen in this position before. This is also NA versus EU pride here.
To remain alive, they're coming around from all different corners, but she is good. It's a 3K. Roxy very much in control. Jazzykins pushes on board. Cloud9 White are not satisfied with just the site. They want it all. You have to capitalize off those first pieces of utility, and Mel won't let it happen against Smurfette or Claudia.
Let's go.
Cloud9 White, 13-3, dominate killed on Fracture.
Over the top, it's 2 versus 2 now, and Claudia has a chance, but Bob is just better.
Bob's a psychopath. She's just popping swinging into the backside. She does not care.
What the Bob? Can you believe it?
Smurfette is forward, but Bob from behind, running straight on in. 3 kills. Bob in spawn. Bob has another. Perfect work from Cloud9. Cloud9 White, their destiny predetermined. Another match against Shopify Rebels.
This is for a place in the grand finals. The winner, they're going to be relaxing and chilling, and the loser, they're going to have to fight through the lower brackets where C9Y and Shopify are both currently waiting.
Beautiful cleanup.
Confidence builders there for DRN, and you want to see these players feel comfortable on the stage.
Mary with the headhunter, and they're going to find one.
Mary! Incredible work, and one more to find. I don't predict the timing on this one, but the defuse, they can't stop it in time. This has been wondrous from Mary. No mercy shown, but Starter wants in and doesn't get it. Petra this time, big denial.
Let's go. G2 just flipping the script in overtime.
To disrupt our expectations in map 1.
You are my fire, the one desire.
And G2 mostly in control here. And now they have to win back some part of this map, putting it down into just 2 hands. Mimi one and Giuliano the other.
That's funny. Mimi though, just tapping away from stairs.
And G2 make it to the grand finals, feeling destined for it from the very start of this event until this moment here in front of us. It's always been G2 in the grand finals now.